Chapter 1381, Town Competition. As Shi Feng's battle video spread on the forums, the news shook Star Moon Kingdom. The battle's outcome particularly affected the various major powers based in the kingdom. Zero Wing's position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild had been unshakable, but no one had expected Heaven's Burial to rise so quickly. Red Iron Town's development had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although players understood that Red Iron Town would develop quickly due to its auction house, they hadn't expected this level of speed. In just one day, the cheap fees had lured over 300,000 players to consign and purchase items in Red Iron Town's auction house. Many super rare items had even been placed on auction, attracting more independent experts and members of the various large guilds. At this point, the town's auction house was far more popular than those in ordinary NPC cities. If Red Iron Town's auction house continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it rivaled Star Moon City's auction house. Heaven's Burial's income from processing fees alone would be astronomical. Heaven's Burial's financial strength might even grow to rival, or even surpass, Zero Wing. Rather than a single party ruling over the kingdom, Star Moon Kingdom's various powers would prefer two powerful forces vying for lordship. This way, weaker powers like themselves could thrive in secret. However, after witnessing Shi Feng exterminate so many powerful evil demons, they were at a loss. Not only is Black Flame powerful, but he even has a long-distance teleportation tool. This is ludicrous. Heaven's Burial will be in trouble after losing so many evil demons. I've heard that these evil demons are incredibly difficult to nurture. Since Black Flame can also teleport over long distances, Heaven's Burial will find it much more difficult to cause trouble in Stone Forest Town. That's right. Some players had given up on Stone Forest Town thanks to the evil demons, but now that Black Flame has devastated their numbers, Heaven's Burial won't attack so casually in the future. People will start visiting Stone Forest Town again to train in the battle arena. As the various major powers recovered from their shock of seeing Shi Feng's strength, Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, who were in the distant Frozen Scar, received the news. Guild leader, the Ghost Shadow Legion has suffered grievous losses. Among the 600 members dispatched, less than 300 made it out alive. The evil demon army that Beast Emperor gave us suffered even greater losses. Of the 2 Grand Lords and dozen or so Great Lords we received, Black Flame killed them all, Daybreak Fog reported, an ugly expression on her face. The Ghost Shadow Legion was one of Heaven's Burial's trump card legions. Now that so many of its members had died, the lost weapons and equipment would burden the guild's finances. Moreover, it would take quite some time to catch up those members' levels. I really underestimated Black Flame, but he won't be able to stay complacent for much longer. As long as we take down the Frost King, so what if Stone Forest Town recovers to its peak? Moreover, Beast Emperor has nearly completed his quest. Just ignore Zero Wing for now, Singular Burial said nonchalantly. I guess you're right. It's already too late for Zero Wing to do anything. Daybreak Fog giggled as she directed her gaze towards the giant on the frozen throne inside the shrine. This giant was none other than the boss Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers vied for. The Frost King. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town, Shi Feng received a call from Melancholic Smile shortly after returning to the guild residence. Guild leader, you must be crazy. You dealt with all those evil demons by yourself. If Vice Guild leader Aqua finds out about this, she'll give me a lashing. Melancholic Smile complained, glaring at Shi Feng with resentment. Vice Guild leader Snow has even called to ask me about the matter. The guild leader had gone into such a dangerous situation by himself. On the off chance that something had happened to Shi Feng, Zero Wing's reputation would be wounded. Haven't I returned? Shi Feng asked, chuckling. They would have noticed if I mobilized a large group. We would never have achieved such results. Although Shi Feng had considered taking reinforcements with him, when he recalled the spies in the guild, he decided to go alone. He had also wanted to see how much he had improved. Melancholic Smile saw the reasoning in Shi Feng's explanation. Now that Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, it would be a lie to say that the other guilds within the kingdom had not sent spies to infiltrate their guild. In fact, even Zero Wing had sent its own spies to some of the noteworthy large guilds. Even if Zero Wing's management were secure, it was impossible to contain all information. It was also precisely because of Shifeng's ambush that Zero Wing once more stood in the limelight, becoming a hot topic on the kingdom's official forums. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had begun to show signs of revitalizing, the tense atmosphere left over from the siege evaporating. Many of the town's players discussed the event, livening up the town. The candlelight trading firm also saw a significant increase in the number of players inquiring about Stone Forest Town's private housing. Right, how are the private houses and shops I asked you to build coming along? Shifeng asked. Before he had left for the morning battlefield, he had tasked Melancholic Smile with managing Stone Forest Town's affairs. This way, Blackie and Aqua Rose could take care of their promotion quests without worry. They're complete. However, we've constructed them so far away from the central area. Will players really want to purchase them? Melancholic Smile asked, confused. Logically, one would construct private houses and shops near a town's business district. Yet, Shifeng had told her to build them very far away from the candlelight trading firm and the Adventurers Association. To adventurer teams and merchant players, this would be inconvenient. It'll be fine. Shifeng nodded. Guild leader, regarding the surveillance you requested on Heaven's Burial, based on the information we've received, it seems that the guild is making progress in the Frozen Scar. We're not sure how far they've reached, but based on our estimates, they'll read the Frost King in the next few days. And due to their auction house, Red Iron Town has attracted many players. I've heard that quite a few top adventurer teams from neighboring kingdoms have agreed to garrison in Red Iron Town. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Red Iron Town's popularity surpasses Stone Forest Town. Melancholic Smile felt powerless as she watched Red Iron Town's development speed. Due to the town's potential, many merchant players had allied with the town. Auction house. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then told Melancholic Smile, this is a good opportunity. Send me 100 architects. It's about time Heaven's Burial had a wake-up call. Chapter 1382, Evil God's Tablet. Chapter 1382, Evil God's Tablet. 100 architects. Melancholic Smile was stunned and couldn't imagine why Shifeng wanted so many. However, she did not give the matter too much thought either. She disconnected the call and began to make arrangements for the necessary architects. Architects were considered a minor class among subclasses. Only after guilds had secured their towns had players chosen to become architects. Since the architect subclass was so specialized, few large guilds possessed large reserves of architect players. Generally, each guild would only have 1 or 2 dozen architects. Even the candlelight trading firm only had around 80 architects. The trading firm only has so many due to their preparation for Zero Wing's soon-to-be-constructed city. If they wanted to gather 100 architects, they would need to recruit more. Meanwhile, Shifeng entered one of the guild residence's lounges, organizing his harvest from the previous battle. Aside from the weapons and equipment from killing the Ghost Shadow Legion members, he had obtained over 200 evil energy crystals from the evil demons. He also had the loot from the 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Although the weapons and equipment that the Grand Lords dropped were only level 70 secret silver rank, the materials they dropped surpassed Shifeng's expectations. He had obtained 11 epic rank materials, each of which could be used to craft dark gold rank and higher weapons and equipment. In addition, several rare gemstones had dropped. HM? What's this? Shifeng muttered as noticed the addition of an ancient, dilapidated stone tablet in his bag. The tablet had an ordinary appearance, no different than the stone slates that were normally used as street signs. There was nothing amiss or special about it. However, upon picking it up, Shifeng noticed something extraordinary. Despite the stone tablet only being the size of a wash basin, it weighed as much as the stone table in forging rooms. Following which, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the item. Third fragment of Evil God's Tablet, Epic Rank Item. created by the evil god, this tablet can be used to form an illusory space within a 50-yard radius. The illusory space will create a bronze rank copy of any player that enters. Players can then fight their own copies. The bronze illusory creature has all skills of the copied player and can achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Requires 500 evil energy crystals to upgrade. An illusory space? Excitement brightened Shifeng's expression as he read the text. This evil god's tablet fragment was undoubtedly his greatest harvest from the battle. Not even an epic weapon would be worth as much. This tablet was the equivalent of having a unique land to train in. In God's domain, even peak experts had an extremely hard time achieving a skill completion rate of 100%, not to mention weaker players. Meanwhile, the tablet fragment could create an exact copy of a player to serve as an opponent. The copy could even achieve a 100% skill completion rate. If players could spar with such an opponent long-term, their improvements would be astounding. By fighting the illusory creatures, players could learn how to better execute their skills and raise their skill completion rates. Shifeng had never imagined that the evil demons would drop such a precious item. The tablet fragment's only downside was its short duration. 15 minutes would pass in the blink of an eye. It can be upgraded using evil energy crystals? Shifeng's mood rose even higher. Shifeng knew that evil energy crystals could be useful when crafting weapons and equipment, but he hadn't expected the crystals to have this purpose. Although evil energy crystals only dropped from chieftain rank and above evil demons, he had accumulated quite a few from the 2 siege battles in Stone Forest Town. He hadn't used a single crystal thus far as he hadn't wanted to waste them just to produce weapons and equipment. As a result, over 5,000 evil energy crystals sat in Zero Wings Guild warehouse. Although the evil god's tablet's upgrade cost was a bit steep, upgrading the illusory space would be a worthwhile trade. Following which, Shifeng retrieved all of the evil energy crystals from the guild warehouse. Upon returning, he let the evil god's tablet devour 500 evil energy crystals. Immediately, the tablet started transformed, the originally blurry images on the tablet becoming clearer. At the same time, the tablet's weight tripled. If not for his frighteningly high strength, carrying this tablet would have been a taxing endeavor. The tablet's introduction had also changed slightly. Initially, it would only create a bronze illusory creature. Now, it would manifest a mysterious iron illusory creature. Most importantly, the duration and cooldown had changed considerably. The illusory space's duration had risen from 15 minutes to 20 minutes, and the cooldown had decreased to 55 minutes. If he wanted to upgrade the tablet fragment further, he would need to feed it another 1,000 evil energy crystals. That's quite an improvement. After giving the matter some thought, he decided to upgrade the evil god's tablet again. There wasn't much use for evil energy crystals at the moment. Upgrading the illusory space was much wiser than letting the crystals collect dust in the guild warehouse. After spending another 1,000 crystals to upgrade the tablet a second time, Shifeng proceeded to spend 3,000 more crystals to upgrade yet again. Unfortunately, the fourth upgrade cost 10,000 crystals. Even if Shifeng wanted to, he didn't have enough of the resource. After upgrading the tablet 2 more times, the illusory space could generate fine gold illusory creatures. The illusory space's duration had also increased to 30 minutes, while its cooldown had decreased to 45 minutes. 30 minutes was neither too long nor too short of a time for players. Moreover, players would only have to wait 15 minutes after one session before beginning the next. Once Shifeng finished upgrading the evil god's tablet, he left the guild residence and headed to the battle arena. Although Stone Forest Town's battle arena had been popular among players thus far, it still struggled to attract experts. The more powerful an expert was, the less inclined they were to visit the battle arena. After all, experts of such high caliber were generally quite rare, which made it practically impossible to find these experts proper opponents that could help them improve in the battle arena. However, now that the battle arena had the illusory space, Shifeng had solved this problem. Noobs and experts alike all desired a method to raise their skill completion rates. This was especially true for expert players. After achieving an 80% skill completion rate, every 1% increase required a lot of time and effort, let alone after reaching 100%. Chapter 1383, Advanced Combat Room. Chapter 1383, Advanced Combat Room. Stone Forest Town, Battle Arena. Nowadays, the Battle Arena was the heart of Stone Forest Town. Almost every player that visited the town visited the arena. As soon as Shifeng entered the central hall, he was greeted by the sight of over 400 players in the rest area, waiting for their turn in the combat rooms. Several times more players lined up for the payment counters. Although the traffic in the battle arena was no match for the number of players that had visited during its peak, it still raked in over 1,000 gold of pure profit per day. It was enough to cause even first-rate guilds to feel envious. Of course, first-rate guilds earned more than just 1,000 gold each day. However, the larger a guild was and the more members it had, the greater its expenditure would be. This was especially true after a guild obtained a town of its own. Developing a guild town was not unlike throwing money into a bottomless pit. Normally, first-rate guilds had to invest a large majority of their funds to develop a town properly. There was very little left each day. Moreover, this was only possible because of first-rate guilds' firm backgrounds and financial support from major corporations. Otherwise, supporting the initial cost of managing a town would be impossible. In Stone Forest Town's case, however, the battle arena's earnings largely made up for the town's development costs. Hence, the other large guilds had begun to construct their own battle arenas. It was thanks to this income, and the income from both the candlelight trading firm and the teleportation house, that Zero Wing dared to develop multiple fronts, investing in both Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light. However, once Zero Wing's city was complete, the guild would have another bottomless pit to fill. If they did not prepare, Zero Wing's funds would quickly dry up, and funds were already quite tight. After observing the situation in the battle arena for a short moment, Shifeng made his way to the top floor. "Guild leader, you've come?" As soon as Shifeng arrived, a charming woman in a light blue dress greeted him. This woman's name was Judy, and she was one of the 10 advanced NPC managers Shifeng had hired. She had 76 points in wisdom, even higher than an ordinary Tier 3 magical class NPC. In God's domain, she was an extremely rare NPC manager. The battle arena's smooth operation, despite how large it had grown, was all due to advanced NPCs like Judy. No player would have been able to produce the same results. "Help me retrieve the blueprint for the 7th floor. I want to reorganize the layout," Shifeng said and nodded a greeting. Although he wore a black cloak, he had personally contracted the arena's 10 advanced managers. They could recognize him even under the cloak. "Understood." Judy bowed and left. NPCs were incredibly efficient. After just a short moment, Shifeng, who had waited in a VIP reception room, obtained the blueprint for the battle arena's 7th floor. A portion of the 7th floor was allocated for tournament grounds, while another portion had been allocated for private rooms. However, after Stone Forest Town's upgrade to intermediate rank, the battle arena had grown. As a result, there were quite a few vacant private rooms. It just so happened that he could modify these rooms, creating advanced combat rooms. Originally, the Evil God's tablet had only covered a 50-yard radius area. However, after its upgrades, it now covered a 100-yard radius area. As long as he remodeled the 7th floor's layout, he could easily fit multiple combat rooms within the Evil God's tablet's coverage and allow players to train against the illusory creatures. "Guild leader, if you wish to remodel the 7th floor in such a way, not only will it involve a lot of work, but it will also waste a lot of space. The remodel will cost 1,000 gold. Are you sure you want to do this?" Judy asked upon seeing Shifeng's new layout. Minor modifications to large buildings in God's domain didn't cost extra. A large-scale modification, however, required the appropriate modification fees. "It's fine. just get someone to see to the necessary changes. The high reconstruction cost didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although he would be wasting a lot of space by trying to maximize the evil god's tablet's efficiency, he could squeeze in 9 combat rooms around the tablet by doing so. Overall, it was a worthwhile trade. With this, he could maximize the number of players who could train against the illusory creatures. When Shifeng had observed the first floor hall, he had noticed that the majority of experts there were only level 41 or 42, and they mainly wore secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. There were very few expert players in level 40 dark gold equipment. This was due to the limited benefits for experts of that caliber, yet those were the players with a lot of resources to spend. Now that he had the evil god's tablet's illusory space, this was a good opportunity to lure more top experts to the battle arena. Although Shifeng had thought of limiting the illusory space to guild members, a guild needed more than just experts to develop. If he could lure to experts to the battle arena and secure the resources in their possession, he could push the guild's development speed to a whole new level. Shortly after Shifeng started the 7th floor's remodel, news of the matter spread throughout Stone Forest Town. They're not letting people on the 7th floor? What's going on? No idea. I've heard that some of the experts resting on that floor were requested to leave for a while. It seems that Zero Wing is remodeling the area. Remodeling the 7th floor? Are they constructing more combat rooms? That might be possible. Members hadn't needed to line up for combat rooms in the past, but that had changed. If Zero Wing constructed more member-only combat rooms, it could reduce the time members have to wait in line. The players waiting in the battle arena began to discuss the new changes. While everyone chatted about the situation, the 7th floor remodel completed. Remodeling took far less time than constructing a building as the task was completed by NPCs. Altogether, only 10 minutes had passed since Shifeng had paid the fees. Curious players rushed to the 7th floor to inspect the changes. Upon taking a look, however, they were shocked. While it was true that Zero Wing had constructed more combat rooms, the number had surprised everyone. The guild had only constructed 9 combat rooms. Moreover, these 9 rooms occupied as much space as 20+ combat rooms on the 6th floor. In addition, players could choose a new type of combat room at the 1st floor counters, the advanced combat room. Moreover, only battle arena members had access, and the rental price was ridiculously high. Renting one advanced combat room for 30 minutes cost 2 magic crystals. Players had already griped about the 4 silver per hour rental fees for ordinary combat rooms, yet Zero Wing had created a room that cost 2 magic crystals for a single half hour. Currently, each magic crystal costs 25 silver on the market. However, players normally had to spend 26 or more silver to purchase one. Is Zero Wing trying to rob players? Crap, this is fraud. Only an idiot would rent such a combat room. Zero Wing is insane. If I had that kind of money, I'd rather spend it in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Chapter 1384, Empire Ranking. Chapter 1384, Empire Ranking. Players in the main hall of Stone Forest Town's battle arena voiced their dissent. Many complained about the advanced combat room's price. They all felt that Zero Wing was asking for too much, and only a fool would willingly rent these rooms. Independent players weren't the only ones upset. Even Zero Wing's members gasped when they saw the price. 2 magic crystals could only get them 30 minutes inside the advanced combat room. Even Zero Wing's core members were reluctant to pay such a price, much less the elite and normal members. Everyone thought that this price was simply outrageous and no one wanted to rent the rooms. While PvP and training combat techniques in a high mana density environment was beneficial, there was a limit to how much one could actually gain. When Shifeng heard the conversations in the guild chat, he simply chuckled. He then took a return scroll from his bag and activated it, intending to return to White River City for now. While his asking price of 2 magic crystals was astonishingly high, and even he thought it was expensive, the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower only charged 1 magic crystal. However, his illusory space offered a stronger training ground than the Trial Tower. Not only was the mana density much higher, but players could also spar with an illusory creature that possessed the same skill set. The illusory creature could also execute said skills with a 100% completion rate. No matter how he looked at it, the illusory space was far better than the trial tower. He planned to take the gamble. If no one wanted to rent the advanced combat rooms after realizing the benefits, he could lower the price to 1 magic crystal. He had left the Evil God's tablet and advanced combat rooms management to Judy. She would automatically activate the illusory space when players entered the combat rooms. 30 seconds later, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light and left the battle arena. A man and woman entered the battle arena's lively first-floor hall. Both were exquisitely dressed, level 43 players. As they entered the hall, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Aren't they Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon, the commander and vice-commander of Firecloud Fox? A level 41 shield warrior in silver armor immediately recognized the two people that just entered the building. What's an adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire doing here? It shouldn't be so surprising. After all, several experts from the Black Dragon Empire have trained in the battle arena before. Those experts are pretty high ranked in the Empire, some even ranking among the top 100. Those two are probably here to prepare for the Empire's ranking battle tomorrow, a level 42 elementalist wearing purple robes said. I see. Realization dawned on the shield warrior. If I remember correctly, Firecloud Fox barely got into the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire's last ranking battle. It's a pity that the team wasn't quite strong enough. If Remnant Cloud could rank among the top 50 of his own class, he might be able to push Firecloud Fox into the top 50 this time. That's highly unlikely. Various superpowers recently debuted newcomers that they've been nurturing internally to contest for the top 10 newcomers in God's domain. First-rate guilds will also dispatch some of their geniuses for the competition. Since the ranking battles are such a good opportunity to gain combat experience, why would these new talents pass it by? The purple-robed elementalist said, shaking his head. Just keeping their spot among the top 100 will already be impressive, let alone the top 50. Developing in an empire is awesome. The secret pavilion only holds these battles from time to time in the empires. Players residing in these empires get to watch the battles, too. On the other hand, the secret pavilion hasn't once hosted such a competition in Starmoon Kingdom, the silver-armored shield warrior said, sighing. It can't be helped. God's domain is just too big. Keeping up with the various empire statistics is already challenging. Moreover, hosting such competitions costs a lot of resources. Even the secret pavilion can't afford to keep track of experts in the various kingdoms. Though that might not be the case in the future. While the purple-robed elementalist sighed in dejection as well, he also held a hint of hope. Generally, only local players got to watch the secret pavilion's ranking competitions. After all, the competition venue could only hold a limited number of people. The secret pavilion usually only invite active, well-known players, adventurer teams, and large guilds within the hosting empire. Adventurer teams and players from other countries weren't invited. The advanced combat room's rent is so expensive, and only one person can use it at a time. Commander, let's just settle for the ordinary combat rooms, Graceful Moon exclaimed when she saw the prices. Although she could afford the room, 2 magic crystals for 30 minutes of training was ridiculous no matter how she looked at it. Let's give the advanced combat rooms a try. In any case, we're just here to test out the effects of the town's mana density. If we go for the ordinary combat rooms, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time before our turn. We don't have that much time to waste right now, Remnant Cloud said, shaking his head. He turned to the NPC behind the counter and said, I'll rent 2 advanced combat rooms. Alright. The total cost is 4 magic crystals, the NPC beauty responded with a smile. Following which, Remnant Cloud paid 4 magic crystals and received 2 purple crystals in return. The purple crystals were keys to the corresponding combat rooms. After receiving the keys, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon approached the staircase. Unlike other players, they didn't need to wait in the rest area for their turn, and many players looked on with envy. Only, when these players remembered the 2 magic crystal cost, they shook their heads and gave up on the notion of renting an advanced combat room. Meanwhile, Shifeng had arrived in White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he made his way to the library. Due to an unexpected situation, he had been forced to delay his plan of asking Charlene about the pitch-black ring. Now that the evil demon problem plaguing Stone Forest Town had been dealt with, he had to visit the woman. After all, if not even omniscient eyes could appraise the pitch-black ring, the ring's origin must be extraordinary. After riding an advanced horse carriage for 10 minutes or so, Shifeng reached White River City's library. However, the scene before the library had changed drastically. Due to White River City's promotion, the library's appearance had become far more majestic. The guards standing by the main entrance had also been upgraded, now level 180, Tier 2 knights. Upon entering the library, Shifeng felt a distinct change to the building's mana density. It would now be far easier to learn and train spells here than outside. Hence, far more magical class players occupied the building. Shifeng did not waste too much time in the first-floor hall, quickly making his way to the library's top floor. Upon reaching the top floor, like his previous visit, Shifeng felt as if he had just sunk into a muddy swamp. He wasn't comfortable. When he entered the Star Moon Hall, Charlene sat at a table, quietly reading an ancient book as she usually did. She gave off an indescribable sense of intimacy and tranquility. "It seems your promotion has gone smoothly. You've made it back so quickly." When Charlene saw Shifeng enter the hall, she scrutinized him. A moment later, she smiled and said, "Well, out with it. Why have you come this time?" "Lady Charlene, I'd like your help in appraising an item," Shifeng answered straightforwardly. "This item is very special, and I cannot even inspect it with my omniscient eyes." "Even your omniscient eyes appraise it?" Charlene was slightly astonished. Setting her book on the table, she continued, "That is interesting. Let me have a look." Following which, Shifeng revealed the pitch-black ring he had obtained from the ancient treasure chest. Chapter 1385. Repairing the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 1385. Repairing the Bible of Darkness. The pitch-black ring was simple and unadorned. Even if a player picked it up, it wouldn't be surprising if they sold it to an NPC as trash. However, when Shifeng took out the ring, Charlene was stunned for a moment while Shifeng felt the previously calm mana in the hall rampage. Very quickly, however, peace returned to Star Moon Hall. This was the first time Shifeng had seen Charlene lose her composure. "Where did you get this?" Charlene asked, her joy and excitement lighting up her eyes as she stared at the pitch-black ring in Shifeng's hand. "A secret room in the Orc Palace," Shifeng answered truthfully. Seeing Charlene's reaction, he could tell that she recognized the item, and he could not help his growing excitement. If even Charlene hadn't known the ring's identity, it would have likely collected dust in his warehouse for a very long time. After all, unless he obtained an identification skill that was even more powerful than omniscient eyes, he wouldn't learn more about the ring. Such a skill wasn't easily obtained. However, if an NPC recognized the item, he could learn about it even if he couldn't analyze it. So, that's the case. That old bastard really did have it. Charlene smiled. With a wave of her hand, the pitch-black ring flew out of Shifeng's palm and to Charlene's. Slowly, she said, "This is the Ring of Eternity." It had originally belonged to the God Slayer, but looking at it now, it seems to be damaged beyond repair. Damaged beyond repair? Shifeng's heart sank. He had hoped that this ring was something amazing, yet it turned out to be beyond salvation. It was no wonder why omniscient eyes couldn't analyze it. After all, it was only natural that he couldn't appraise a worthless item. "Don't be too disappointed. Although it is useless now, the ring's materials are quite special," Charlene said. She couldn't help but giggle when she saw the dejected expression on Shifeng's face. After all, this ring used to be a godly relic. The heart of the world had been its core material. "I believe many people will be interested in this ring if you can get a craftsman forger to make a new one." When Shifeng heard the words, "heart of the world," his breathing quickened slightly. The heart of the world was the foundation of a world. Many of God's domain's other worlds, for example, had evolved from a heart of the world. If you don't have a use for this ring, I'd be willing to buy it. I can offer you 200 units of 7 luminaries crystals or the Eternium mine that's near White River City, Charlene said, smiling as she toyed around with the ring of eternity in her hand. Charlene's offer was sorely tempting. He had never expected the woman to be so generous and wealthy. 200 units of 7 luminaries crystal was no small amount. It would take a first-rate guild months, if not years, to gather so much. Meanwhile, the Eternium mine close to White River City was also quite famous. Shifeng hadn't thought that the mine actually belonged to Charlene. Eternium ore was a very rare supportive ore. It was also used to forge magisteel ingots, which could increase one's success rate when forging weapons and equipment. Many guilds had thought of claiming the mine for themselves in the past. Unfortunately, the mine was under the kingdom's supervision. The NPCs guarding it were all level 180 and above. It was impossible to claim. If he could obtain the Eternium mine, the candlelight trading firm's forgers would have a much easier time when crafting weapons and equipment above level 50. Lady Charlene, if I wish to make a new ring, must I get the help of a craftsman forger? Shifeng asked. Although Charlene's offer was tempting, the heart of the world was similarly precious. Encountering the material again in the future would be nearly impossible. It doesn't have to be a craftsman, but craftsman forgers are the only ones who can use the material to its fullest potential. If you asked a master or grandmaster forger to craft the new ring, the final product will be very low quality. It might not even be worth 50 units of 7 luminaries crystals, Charlene said, smiling at Shifeng. You need to think this through. How about I make you another offer? The power of darkness in your body has already become considerably dense. In exchange for this ring, I'll help you partially restore the Bible of darkness. It'll become a little easier to retrain Moloch's ring's devouring effect. Help me repair the Bible of darkness? Shifeng was slightly astonished. He had never imagined that Charlene would be so interested in the Ring of Eternity, so much so that she'd offer to help him repair the Bible of darkness, albeit partially. Immediately he answered, "All right. I'll have to trouble you to help me repair the Bible of darkness, then." He had rushed to complete his Tier 2 promotion precisely because he was worried about Moloch's ring's devouring effect. Now that a solution to this problem had presented itself, he had to take advantage of it. After all, he still had other matters to deal with. He didn't have the spare time to quest and repair the Bible of darkness. Meanwhile, he had other methods of obtaining 7 luminaries crystals. As for the mine, manatite veins were far more valuable than Eternium veins. After all, manatite ore could be used to produce the elementium ingot, another item that could increase forging success rates. Moreover, manatite veins produced magic crystals. As for forging a new ring, there were only a few craftsman-ranked forgers throughout God's domain. Finding one and convincing them to help was simply impossible for a player of his level. Even if he got the chance, it wouldn't happen for a long time. Rather than letting the heart of the world collect dust in his warehouse, he might as well benefit from it now. It would also save him the trouble of completing a quest that was at least epic rank. You've made a wise decision. Otherwise, you'd have to travel to the Broken Canyon, Charlene said, chuckling as she stored the Ring of Eternity. She then said, "Follow me." Hearing Charlene mention the Broken Canyon, Shifeng shuddered. He hadn't realized that he'd have to go to such a dangerous map to repair the Bible of darkness. The Broken Canyon was a rank 2 forbidden land for humans, only second to the Ruined Mountain Range. In the Ruined Mountain Range, players were guaranteed to die, while in the Broken Canyon, they might survive 1 out of 10 visits. Moreover, they'd only have such hope after reaching Tier 3. Countless peak experts had visited the Broken Canyon in the past. While some had grown stronger, the majority of these peak experts had returned with their characters crippled. Just being able to walk out of the Broken Canyon alive made them experts among experts. As for obtaining something from inside the Broken Canyon, only peak experts had any hope of achieving such a feat. Under Charlin's lead, Shi Feng quickly arrived before a teleportation magic array inside the Star Moon Hall. When the teleportation array activated, Shi Feng's vision blurred. In the next moment, he found himself inside a hall that resembled the night sky. The beautiful view was mesmerizing. This is the Stargazing Tower? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected White River City's library to have a teleportation array connected to the Stargazing Tower. The Stargazing Tower was in Blackwing City. Without an entry pass, entering the city was impossible. Under Charlin's lead, Shi Feng returned to the Weeping Moon Pavilion once again. He suddenly felt far more limber. The Weeping Moon Pavilion has a powerful suppression effect on the power of darkness. If we repair the Bible of Darkness here, the Demon Kings won't discover the change, Charlin explained. Alright, take out the Bible of Darkness and place it on the magic array below the water mirror. Nodding, Shi Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and set it on the carved magic array beneath the water mirror on the ceiling. The magic array in the center of the Weeping Moon Pavilion looked ancient. Despite the being inactive, Shi Feng could feel its archaic aura. As Charlin walked up to the magic array, a dazzling staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She pointed the staff at the magic array and commanded, "Space-time source, activate." Suddenly, the mana density in the Weeping Moon Pavilion began to grow restless. The magic array then lit up, and horrific amounts of mana surged towards the array, stealing the strength from Shi Feng's legs as he fell on his rear. How is this possible? Shi Feng was stupefied as he stared up at the sevenfold magic array that formed beneath the water mirror. This magic array was many times more powerful than any Tier 6 God-ranked spell he had seen before. Abruptly, the Bible of Darkness started to flip around as layer upon layer of pitch-black chains appeared around the book, binding it. However, as if time had begun to rewind, the chains began to vanish. When only 5 chains remained, the magic array froze as a violent surge of mana exploded in a shockwave. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng activated Absolute Domain, becoming immune to all damage. When the shockwave struck Shi Feng, although he did not receive any damage, he grew faint for a moment. Meanwhile, in the center of the magic array, the originally tattered Bible of Darkness seemed newer as it hovered in the air. The surrounding mana density pulled a shudder from Shi Feng. Chapter 1386, Demon Ruler. Chapter 1386, Demon Ruler. What powerful mana! Shi Feng was astonished as he stared at the floating Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness had previously exuded a powerful pressure, there was a world of difference when compared to the pressure it radiated now. Moreover, a layer of thick, black fog shrouded the book. The power of darkness was now so dense that he could see it with the naked eye. Meanwhile, Charlin, who was very pale, lightly waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, the floating Bible of Darkness appeared in Shi Feng's hands. Alright, I can only repair it to this extent. Whether or not you can repair the Bible of Darkness to its peak will depend on your luck and tenacity. As for Moloch's ring, try not to use it unless absolutely necessary, as it will only accumulate more power of darkness. After saying so, Charlin waved her staff. Suddenly, Shi Feng's world spun. Before he knew it, he had appeared in the plaza outside of the Stargazing Tower. His abrupt appearance attracted a lot of attention. Isn't she too quick to chase people away? Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he surveyed his surroundings and noticed hundreds of people staring at him greedily. Fortunately, he was wearing a black cloak, so his identity remained a secret. Following which, Shi Feng stored the Bible of Darkness and took out a guild transfer scroll. In Blackwing City's plaza, the players watching Shi Feng easily recognized the Bible of Darkness as an extraordinary item. However, when they saw Shi Feng's transfer scroll, they ground their teeth in anger. Since attacking a player in Blackwing City would result in extremely severe punishment, they could only watch as this mysterious player departed from Blackwing City. Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's residence. As soon as Shi Feng returned, he found an empty room to inspect the Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the Bible contains an extreme amount of power of darkness. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours. Cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 20 people at a single time. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,200 people. Every player strengthened provides one source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 100%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness *0. 5 seconds. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 6 hours. Skill 6. Demon Ruler. Passive effect. Increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 30%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demon creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30%. Active effect. When activated, there is a 10% chance to control a demon creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This book can truly give its user the power to rule over demons. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he read the tome's attribute panel. With these attributes, the Bible of Darkness was on par with a legendary item, yet it was only fragmented legendary rank. With the shortened cooldown for demon summoning, it was now possible to summon 3 demons at a time. This would be of great help on his future quests. Meanwhile, with the Demon Ruler skill, he could potentially control up to 6 demons at a time. If he could restore the Bible of Darkness to its peak, he could form a powerful demon army. His army would be no weaker than Beast Emperor's evil demon forces. Moreover, he'd still be an ally of the human race. Now that the maximum number of people I can grant Power of Darkness to has increased from 600 to 1,200, I can use this opportunity to expand the Dark God's Legion. Shi Feng thought as he read the Light of Darkness skill. As Zero Wing continued to expand, its number of experts continued to increase. However, due to the previous limit of Light of Darkness, he couldn't have more than 500 people in the Dark God's Legion. Now, however, he could have a true 1,000-man legion. Moreover, the Bible of Darkness's repair had also upgraded the Berserk skill, Power of Darkness's effects. When he thought about arming a 1,000-man legion with Berserk skills, he could not help but shiver with excitement. Even 10 years after God's Domain's launch, Berserk skills had been incredibly rare. Not every expert would have a chance to learn one. It'd be impressive enough if a first-rate guild had a 100-man Berserk team. Not even super guilds could form a 1,000-man Berserk legion. As Shi Feng was about to select new members for the Dark God's Legion, he received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, I've just received an invitation from the Secret Pavilion. The Secret Pavilion has requested that you and several core upper echelons spectate tomorrow's ranking competition in the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, the Pavilion has given Zero Wing 5 participation slots. We can join the official competition without going through the qualifiers, Gentle Snow reported before forwarding the invitation to Shi Feng. They've invited Zero Wing to participate in the ranking competition as well? Shi Feng was slightly astonished. The Secret Pavilion's ranking competitions had been the most famous competitions throughout God's domain in the past. They were one of the few major competitions that players had access to and could watch. However, the organization wouldn't invite just any guild to participate. The Secret Pavilion only invited large, local guilds. Moreover, due to the venue's capacity, a limited number of guilds were invited to spectate. Usually, the Secret Pavilion only prepared slots for 100 guilds. Among the guilds invited, the weakest were second-rate guilds. Other local guilds would then contest for the leftover slots. As this ranking competition was the best opportunity for a guild to increase their renown in an empire, an intense competition among the local third-rate guilds would break out before every event. Unfortunately, as both God's domain's size and player population were too massive, it was unrealistic to hold the ranking competitions in every country. Hence, during the game's early stages, the Secret Pavilion only limited the ranking competitions to the various empires. However, as the Secret Pavilion continued to develop and grow stronger, it would host a few events in some of the more powerful kingdoms. These ranking competitions were also why Shifeng knew about various experts in Starmoon Kingdom and the various empires. Shifeng had never thought that his guild would be invited as well. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Zero Wing already had a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. In addition, Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. It wasn't unusual for the guild to receive an invitation. Guild leader, this is a good chance for Zero Wing to increase its fame in the Black Dragon Empire. As this is our first invitation and you're our guild leader, you have to attend, Gentle Snow said seriously. There were too many large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire, and quite a few first-rate guilds would be participating in the competition. The first-rate guild, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would also attend. Developing in the Black Dragon Empire wasn't easy for Zero Wing. Now that the various top-ranking guilds in the empire would gather in one location, this was a good opportunity to display Zero Wing's strength. Although the guild leader couldn't participate, he was still the symbol of strength for a guild. It would be a huge waste if Shifeng missed the event. Chapter 1387, Advanced Auction House. Chapter 1387, Advanced Auction House. Got it? I'll definitely be there. Shifeng chuckled before disconnecting the call. While Zero Wing might be famous in Starmoon Kingdom, in the Black Dragon Empire and other countries, only large guilds would have a clear understanding of it. Ordinary players and the like would at most have only heard Zero Wing's name. After all, God's domain was very large with many guilds in it. There were guilds rising to and falling from prominence every day. Just keeping up with the latest news within one's own country was already a difficult task, not to mention news in other kingdoms and empires. One could only do so by devoting all of their time to researching the various kingdoms and empires and nothing else. However, the consequence of doing something like this was a halt in their progress in the game, something unacceptable to most players. If one spoke about Zero Wing's popularity among the players of the Black Dragon Empire, it might not even be comparable to that of a second-rate guild in the empire. After all, the majority of the players in God's domain would not leave the country they belonged to at this stage of the game. Moreover, the official forums were also region-based. One could access only the forums of the country they were in. Hence, the only way one could access the forums of another country was by personally traveling to said country. As a result, the knowledge that ordinary players and a large majority of elite players had regarding other kingdoms and empires was limited to the various ranking lists created by the Secret Pavilion. In fact, before becoming the guild leader of Shadow, Shifeng had also been in a similar situation. If not for the Secret Pavilion hosting ranking competitions in the various countries, he wouldn't have been able to find out about the experts of the many kingdoms and empires or the well-known guilds and adventurer teams. Following which, Shifeng pulled up the relevant data for guild members and began choosing the new members for the Dark Gods Legion. Previously, as there were too few slots available in the Dark Gods Legion, he had set in place an elimination system to replace underperforming members. Now that the Power of Darkness slots had doubled in number, he needed to select new members for the Dark Gods Legion properly. After all, becoming a member of the Dark Gods Legion was already equivalent to becoming one of Zero Wing's core members. The benefits they enjoyed were second only to what the main force members received. Fortunately, Aqua Rose had already compiled a list of reserve members for the Dark Gods Legion and would frequently update it. The members on this list normally had excellent performances in the guild and displayed rapid improvement. Their individual strength ranked near the top among elite members as well. Moreover, Aqua Rose had also carried out a detailed investigation into their backgrounds. Hence, the likelihood of them being spies from other guilds was very low. These people have actually joined Zero Wing too? As Shi Feng was going through the reserve member list, he suddenly discovered the names of a few players that had been peak experts in Star Moon Kingdom in the past. The elementalist Carefree Wind, nicknamed the Magic Breaker. He was once an independent expert ranked within the top 30 of Star Moon Kingdom's elementalist rankings. Carefree Wind always operated solo. Despite many large guilds' attempts to recruit him, none of them had ever succeeded in doing so. The assassin Cool Breeze. He was similarly an expert on Star Moon Kingdom's assassin rankings. At his peak, he had managed to get within the top 15. Shi Feng could not help but sigh ruefully when he noticed that various peak experts of Star Moon Kingdom in his previous life had actually joined Zero Wing. It was no wonder people often said that Zero Wing was rife with experts. When he looked at this list now, those words really were true. Given enough time and opportunities, these people would definitely become peerless experts in the future. At that time, nobody would dare say that Zero Wing was lacking in peak experts. Just as Shi Feng was going through the reserve member list, he suddenly received a call from Melancholic Smile. Guild Leader, I've already gathered the 100 architects you've asked for at the guild residence's first-floor reception room. They can start working at any time, Melancholic Smile said. The architect class was originally a very unpopular subclass. Even though the candlelight trading firm had already recruited quite a number before, trying to gather 100 architects was not an easy task. With so many architects, they could already reconstruct Stone Forest Town all over again. Okay, I'll head over right away. Shi Feng nodded. Inside the first-floor reception room, 100 architects had gathered. Currently, some of them wore nervous expressions, while others looked excited. After all, this was the first time their guild leader, Black Flame, had asked to meet with them directly. Black Flame was someone everybody in Star Moon Kingdom knew about. He was a living legend. Just before this, he had even single-handedly defeated a small army of evil demons as well as sent Heaven's Burial's experts running for their lives. I wonder what the guild leader has called so many of us here for? I suspect that the guild might be planning on nurturing a few architects. I heard that some time ago, the guild decided to nurture some alchemists. As a result, during this period, those alchemists in the trading firm have been practicing like crazy. They've all locked themselves up in their workshops and have declared they would get within the top 10 of some competition. I also heard about that. Moreover, I heard that it triggered a frenzy among the alchemists in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Right now, many capable alchemists are trying to join the candlelight trading firm to compete for the top 10 rankings for that competition. I'm not asking for much. As long as I can become a core member, I will be able to rely on God's domain to earn a stable income in the future. Stop dreaming. It's very difficult for lifestyle players to become core members in Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's core members all receive a considerably high fixed monthly salary. I've just managed to get promoted to Advanced Architect. There are only a few Advanced Architects in the entire candlelight trading firm. Even if I can't become a core member, as long as I work hard enough, I should still have a great chance to become an internal member. Unlike the forgers, alchemists, and engineers of the trading firm, I don't have to break my back to become an internal member. Even after reaching the advanced rank, those guys can become only official members of the trading firm. I knew I should have become an architect sooner. If I did, I would have also become an advanced architect by now. While everyone was chatting, Shi Feng entered the reception room. Immediately, The architects inside the room rose to attention. The room also fell dead silent as everyone looked speechlessly at Shifeng, anxiety apparent on their faces. They had reacted this way not because they wanted to. Rather, their bodies had responded instinctively to Shifeng entering the room. After Shifeng upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, his basic attributes soared significantly, so much so that he had yet to adapt to the change fully. Hence, if he wasn't paying attention, his aura would flow out freely. Moreover, now that the Bible of Darkness was partially repaired, the book added a layer of darkness and coldness to his aura. As a result, when everyone looked at Shifeng, they felt as if they were going up against a great lord-ranked demon. Even elite players who were fond of combat would feel a significant amount of pressure from Shifeng's aura. What more low-leveled lifestyle players like themselves? So strong. So this person is our guild leader. Why do I feel my legs going soft? Previously, everyone had only ever seen Shifeng through videos. Now that they were looking at him up close, the reverence they felt towards Shifeng grew even greater. Sit, Shifeng said nonchalantly. Immediately, like well-trained soldiers, everyone sat down in unison with serious expressions. Seeing this scene, Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly. Was he really that frightening? The reason why I've gathered you all here today is to build a large structure. However, before I tell you the exact details, you'll need to sign an agreement. By signing this contract, basic and intermediate architects will directly become official members of the Candlelight Trading Firm, while advanced architects will become internal members, Shifeng explained. Crap, even basic architects get to become official members. Ha, my decision to become an architect was the right one after all. Hearing Shifeng's words, nearly everyone in the room cried out in shock. The Candlelight Trading Firm was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. It was also a holy land for lifestyle players. The benefits it offered was at the top of the industry. Hence, countless lifestyle players wanted to join the trading firm. However, because of this popularity, becoming an official member of the trading firm was extremely difficult. Normally, when an advanced lifestyle player joined another guild, they would almost always receive the treatment of a core member. In Candlelight, however, advanced lifestyle players would only qualify as official members. One could just imagine how difficult it was to become an official member of the Candlelight Trading Firm. Meanwhile, if an advanced lifestyle player wished to become an internal member of Candlelight, they would have to top all sorts of competitions. Yet, now, they could become internal members just by being advanced architects. It was simply inconceivable. Immediately, everyone signed the agreement without hesitation. With the contracts dealt with, Shifeng nodded and said, "Since no one has any problems, let's move to today's main topic." Saying so, he took out a very large construction design from his bag. Compared to ordinary construction designs, this one was nearly 3 times bigger. Moreover, the design consisted of a thick stack of papers. When everyone read the words written on the construction design, they gasped. The Advanced Auction House Design. Chapter 1388, Inheriting Secret Runes. Chapter 1388, Inheriting Secret Runes. Melancholic Smile, who was also in the reception room, could not help but rub her eyes as she looked at the design placed on the table in astonishment. The auction house design was one of the items the various large guilds were all searching for right now. Just from looking at Red Iron Town's current situation, one could tell how much of a help an auction house could be to a guild town. Many superpowers had even begun offering astronomical prices to purchase the auction house design, as it was something that could only be obtained through luck and not effort. However, even now, nobody had gotten any information regarding the auction house design. Guild leader, are you some kind of treasure box? You actually managed to take out an auction house design as well. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, they would definitely faint from anger, Melancholic Smile said as she looked at Shifeng excitedly. Currently, the various major powers and players in Star Moon Kingdom were all optimistic about Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town. They all believed that it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, one of the main contributing factors for their rosy outlook was the presence of the auction house. Now, however, Zero Wing also possessed an auction house design. If Heaven's Burial's upper echelon were to find out about this matter, their reactions would no doubt be priceless. At this moment, Melancholic Smile finally understood why Shifeng had said that it was about time to give Heaven's Burial a wake-up call. As soon as Stone Forest Town's auction house was constructed, all hopes for Red Iron Town surpassing Stone Forest Town would be dashed. After all, aside from the auction house, Stone Forest Town still possessed many other attractions. It held an absolute advantage over Red Iron Town. Shifeng simply chuckled in response to Melancholic Smile's question. He then started assigning tasks to everyone for the construction of the advanced auction house. Once the advanced auction house was constructed, let alone Red Iron Town's auction house, even Star Moon City's auction house might not be a match for it. However, the construction of the advanced auction house was very difficult and required a lot of rare materials. Just the construction cost alone was over 5,000 gold. In addition, the construction procedures were extremely complex, needing some special secret runes to complete the building. Hence, the design itself included a complete set of foundational secret runes for players to learn. Each player could inherit this kind of technique only once, and only a maximum of 100 players could inherit this set of foundational secret runes. To architects, this was a massive opportunity to improve themselves. How much they could learn would depend on their individual standards. However, even if they managed to learn only half of the technique, it would be a great help in their pursuit of mastery in the future. If one could fully grasp the foundational secret runes, they would have no problems becoming master architects. Although Shifeng did not know how much the 100 architects present could grasp, at the very least, he would increase their chances at becoming master architects. Even if only 1 out of 100 of these people managed to become a master architect, it would be a matter worth celebrating for Zero Wing. At this stage of the game, not much importance was placed on architects. However, as God's domain continued developing and the number of guild towns and cities in the game increased, the status of architects in the game would also rise rapidly. Particularly, at the later stages of the game, the treatment master architects received from guilds would not be the slightest bit inferior when compared to master forgers, master alchemists, and master engineers. After all, advanced construction designs were extremely rare. However, master architects had a chance at creating an advanced construction design of their own. Moreover, every advanced construction design was worth much more than the advanced designs of alchemy, forging, and engineering, because buildings constructed using advanced construction designs possessed distinctive abilities. Take the advanced auction house design, for example. In the case of an ordinary auction house, it was only capable of letting players consign and purchase items through it. There was not much difference between it and NPC auction houses. However, it was a different story for advanced auction houses. An advanced auction house possessed 2 more features than an ordinary auction house. The first feature was the bartering function. This bartering function did not require any intervention from players. The system would automatically complete the transaction of items for players. It was an extremely convenient system for independent players and adventurer teams. After all, a large portion of God's Domain's player base consisted of independent players and adventurer teams. There were bound to be some people that would be lucky enough to obtain items that the various large guilds could not. Just this bartering function alone allowed the advanced auction house to surpass ordinary auction houses by far. The second feature was a weekly NPC auction, which was similar to the auctions held at Blackwing City. At this NPC auction, NPCs would put their own items up for bids. Naturally, players would be allowed to purchase these items so long as the bids they placed were sufficiently high. This feature definitely could not be found in an ordinary auction house. Due to these 2 features, the advanced auction house Ouroboros operated in the past became the #1 auction house in Star Moon Kingdom as well as neighboring kingdoms. Back then, even superpowers were envious of Ouroboros. Inside the reception room, under Shifeng's guidance, all 100 architect players managed to inherit the foundational secret runes. Crap, there's actually such a construction method as well? These foundational secret runes are simply amazing. If my friends were to find out that I've joined Zero Wing and have even learned a set of foundational secret runes, they would definitely die of envy. Amazing! If I manage to learn these secret runes, I feel that I'll have a greater chance of becoming a master architect. Everyone could not help but exclaim when they obtained the foundational secret runes. The loyalty and reverence they felt towards Zero Wing also strengthened even more. Recently, there were all sorts of rumors flying about stating that Heaven's Burial would surpass Zero Wing sooner or later. From the situation now, however, not to mention surpassing Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial would be fortunate if it could touch Zero Wing's shadow. While Shifeng was watching everyone learning the foundational secret runes quietly, Melancholic Smile's expression suddenly sank. "What's wrong?" Shifeng asked curiously. "I just received news from an informant inside Heaven's Burial. It seems that Heaven's Burial has already begun raiding the Frost King," Melancholic Smile explained. "However, something seems to have gone wrong with the Frost King. It displayed a strength that was completely different from our investigations. Even Heaven's Burial was caught off guard. After losing some men, the Legion Heaven's Burial dispatched promptly retreated. Now, in order to deal with the Frost King, Heaven's Burial has formed a 20,000-man elite legion to deal with the Frost King. Currently, the legion has already set out for the Frozen Scar. Its strength is different from previous investigations?" Shifeng also felt somewhat surprised at this situation. The NPCs of Evernight City had long since mentioned the Frost King's strength. No mistakes should have occurred. "Do you know how strong the Frost King currently is?" Exactly how strong the Frost King is, that person does not know. However, he heard that the boss's name had an additional mutant label. When fighting, the boss exhibited combat standards that are slightly superior to even ordinary experts. It was as if a player was wearing the skin of a boss, Melancholic Smile reported. Currently, the Frost King has left his original habitat. Many large guilds have also found out about this situation already and are currently dispatching their own elite armies to hunt down the Frost King. A mutant? Shifeng was surprised when he heard about the Frost King turning into a mutant. A moment later, however, a smile appeared on his face. "They've all gone to compete for it? This is interesting." Mutants were no different from natural disasters. The last mutant he encountered in Starmoon Kingdom was a level 50 High Lord. If not for the immaturity of that mutant's intellect, to the point where it actually dared to barge into White River City, it definitely would have grown into a disaster for Starmoon Kingdom. Had Weissman not taken action, it would have been utterly impossible to stop the Mechanical Slayer with just the level 150, Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPC guards in the city. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer back then was only a High Lord. On the other hand, the Frost King was a Grand Lord. However, the precondition for mutants becoming a disaster was that they managed to grow up. Currently, the Frost King had just transformed into a mutant. Now was definitely an excellent time to kill it. In God's domain, risks and opportunities came hand in hand. It was very obvious that the various large guilds were also aware of this principle. Moreover, the fact that the Frost King had left its original habitat was good news for players. After all, the greatest hindrance preventing players from raiding the Frost King was not its strength but the boss's environment. Melancholic, notify the main force members and Dark God's Legion members as well as the people on this list here. Have everyone gather at the guild residence. It's about time we let these guilds know about Zero Wing's strength. Chapter 1389, Gathering from All Sides. Chapter 1389, Gathering from All Sides. After Shifeng gave his command, Melancholic Smile promptly began contacting the relevant players. When everyone heard that they were being called upon by Shifeng, they immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to the guild residence. Meanwhile, Shifeng also took out a return scroll and traveled back to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. If it were simply an ordinary mutant, Shifeng would not have bothered gathering so many players. After all, a newly born mutant would only receive a small boost to their intellect and combat power. Given the minor level difference this time, he would only require a little effort to kill it. However, the Frost King was a slightly special boss. As the final boss of the Frozen Scar, the Frost King possessed the innate skill Frozen World that no other monster possessed. Although Frozen World was only a Tier 3 domain skill, due to it being the innate skill of a final boss, it possessed effects rivaling that of a Tier 4 domain skill. The skill covered a 1,500-yard radius, and players caught within range of Frozen World would have not only their basic attributes but also their skills and stamina forcibly weakened. Moreover, the more players there were fighting against the Frost King, the greater the boss's strength would become. Due to these reasons, despite being only a Grand Lord, the Frost King's raid difficulty was not one bit lower than a Tier 4 mythic monsters. After factoring in the severe environment, the Frost King might even be more difficult to raid than a mythic monster. Players who did not possess the appropriate countermeasures would definitely get annihilated by the Frost King. After returning to the guild residence in White River City, Shifeng quickly made his way to the guild's warehouse. Without hesitation, he retrieved 1,000+ bottles of Sea God's Blessing as well as the Ancient Weather Book. With these items, he would have the qualifications to raid the Frost King. Right then, Melancholic Smile contacted Shifeng and said, "Guild leader, everyone's already assembled at the residence. They are ready to move out at any moment." Okay. Shifeng immediately left the warehouse. Currently, Zero Wing's main force, the Dark Gods Legion, and the selected reserve members were gathered inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Even the lowest-leveled player among them was level 43, while the majority were level 45. Meanwhile, even the most inferior piece of equipment found on these players was at the level 40 fine gold standard. As for the main force members, practically every one of them was fully equipped in level 40 dark gold equipment. To ordinary players, this could already be considered a set of divine equipment. As the 1,000+ players waited before the guild hall, the intense aura they radiated stupefied the prospective applicants lined up outside the residence as well as the passers-by on the street. When Zero Wing's members saw Shifeng walking over, they immediately dropped their conversations and stood at attention, looking at Shifeng with eyes filled with excitement. Although they had yet to hear the reason why Shifeng had called them here, they could mostly guess that it had something to do with the suddenly mutated Frost King. By this time, information about the Frost King was no longer a secret, as many large guilds had already organized their own armies and were hurrying over to the Frozen Scar. "All of you, come collect your Sea God's Blessing from me. Each person gets 1 bottle," Shifeng said as he sent a glance at everyone. "Also, send your personal data to me." The combat method of a 1,000-man team was different from that of a 100-man team. Hence, before starting an operation, one needed to reorganize the team's formations. Otherwise, it would be very easy for chaos to ensue in battle. Following which, Shifeng spent roughly 20 minutes assigning specific roles to everyone in the team. As for the newly minted Dark Gods members, he also granted them the Berserk skill Power of Darkness. Now, Power of Darkness had already become much stronger than an ordinary Berserk skill. "Alright, everyone move out. Our destination is the Frozen Scar," Shifeng said after seeing everyone already ready to go. Following which, everyone got on their mounts and followed Shifeng's demonic flame tiger to the teleportation hall. When the players on the street saw this lineup, they promptly stepped aside to give way to Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, when the members of other guilds looked at the majestic Thunder Wolves Zero Wing's members rode on, they could not help growing envious. At an open plain at the Frozen Scar, a horde of players was currently gathered, their numbers easily exceeding 100,000. These players were all members of various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. As for independent players, they could only look at these guild players from the Frozen Scar's entrance. They did not dare to approach these guilds at all, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire of the competition between these guilds. After all, among the guilds present, even the guild that dispatched the fewest members to this place had over 2,000 members, while some of the more powerful guilds had sent over 6,000 members. In front of these guilds, the 100-man teams formed by independent players like themselves were like specks of dust. Is there a need to mobilize such a force just to take down one boss? Many independent players were perplexed as they watched the constant stream of guilds entering the Frozen Scar. Previously, the various large guilds had not been particularly enthusiastic about raiding the Frost King. Only a few powerful guilds had been seen actually trying to reach the Frost King. Yet, now, after word spread that the Frost King had become stronger, rather than decrease, the number of guilds aiming for the king's head had increased instead. Don't you know? The various large guilds did not try to raid the Frost King before because the boss lived at the central area of the Frozen Scar. You need very high ice resistance if you want to survive there. However, the Frost King has already left the central area. Based on what I've heard, it seems that the Frost King is currently headed in our direction. Now that the raid difficulty has decreased significantly, the various large guilds naturally won't let go of this opportunity, a player knowledgeable about the situation explained. Just as everyone was having a hushed discussion among themselves, another large group of players arrived at the Frozen Scar's entrance. The players numbered so many that they very nearly clogged up the entire entrance. Quick look, the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have arrived. They've brought along so many members. They must have dispatched at least 10,000 members. 10,000? What a lowball. From what I heard from one of Heaven's Burial's internal members, it seems that Heaven's Burial has dispatched 20,000 members to take down the Frost King this time. As for the Star Alliance, they've dispatched 24,000 members. I really wonder, which guild will get the Frost King in the end? Guild Leader Galaxy, what a rare opportunity to meet you here. I never thought that you would take charge of the legion sent to raid the Frost King this time, Singular Burial said, feeling slightly surprised as he looked at Galaxy Past, who rode on a large war bear. At this moment, Galaxy Past was geared in silver armor engraved with golden, divine runes, and carried a purple, lightning-clad greatsword on his back. He also did not bother hiding the epic glow effects of his breastplate and greatsword. As for Galaxy Past himself, he had already reached level 45, and his body radiated a chilling aura. Compared to the Galaxy Past Singular Burial knew before, the current Galaxy Past was like a completely different person. Previously, as Singular Burial had been entirely focused on surpassing Zero Wing, he had neglected to pay attention to the Star Alliance. In addition, the Star Alliance had kept a low profile for quite a long time, only developing itself peacefully and not participating in any guild battles. Singular Burial never expected that after not seeing Galaxy Past for some time, the latter would actually become so powerful that even Singular Burial himself felt threatened by him. Moreover, Galaxy Past wasn't the only person that had changed. The Elementalist Red Feather, the Ranger Flourishing Willow, and the Elementalist Purple Eye had all become a lot stronger. Like Galaxy Past, they were also level 45, and every one of them gave off a very dangerous feeling. Haven't you personally come here as well, in order to gain Evernight City's reputation and status, Guild Leader Burial? Galaxy Past countered, chuckling as he glanced askance at Singular Burial. Why don't our two guilds join hands and clear out the other guilds present? Afterwards, we'll rely on our own capabilities to compete for the Frost King. How about it? Singular Burial suggested as he looked at the other guilds in the distance that were currently getting ready to tackle the Frost King. Guild Leader Burial, while your suggestion indeed sounds good, allow me to refuse on behalf of the Star Alliance. In my opinion, the more, the merrier. Galaxy Past immediately turned down Singular Burial's offer. If Guild Leader Burial doesn't have anything else to say, we'll go ahead to start making our own preparations. Saying so, Galaxy Past led the Star Alliance's members towards the plains. Guild Leader, what's up with Galaxy Past? Why do I feel as if he has transformed into a completely different person? Daybreak Fog asked, surprise coloring her face as she watched Galaxy Past and the other members of the Star Alliance walk away. I don't know. However, we'd best pay more attention to the Star Alliance in the future, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Although the Star Alliance had transformed remarkably, Singular Burial was still confident of claiming the kill on the Frost King. His previous offer to clear out the other guilds was simply an attempt to probe the Star Alliance's strength. In reality, it did not matter to him whether the other guilds took part in the competition or not. All right, let's go get ready ourselves. Daybreak Fog nodded in response and commanded the army forward. Just as the various large guilds were quietly waiting for the Frost King's arrival, another batch of white lights appeared at the entrance of the regional dungeon, signifying the arrival of yet another group of players. The moment these players appeared, the many independent players crowding the entrance could not help but turn around to take a look at these newcomers. The reason for such a reaction was the powerful aura they felt coming from these players. Every one of these players exuded an aura that made the onlookers shudder. Meanwhile, the exquisiteness of these players' equipment was also off the charts. Moreover, every one of these players sat on mounts, and they moved like a well-trained army. Compared to them, the previous guild armies seemed more like a bunch of rabble. It's Zero Wing. Zero Wing has come as well. Chapter 1390, Settling a Debt. Chapter 1390, Settling a Debt. Upon Zero Wing's arrival, the guild attracted a lot of attention from the independent players crowding the entrance. One team after another appeared, surprising the spectating players more with each arrival. Level 45. How are Zero Wing's members so high-leveled? The top 10 players on the ranking list are only level 45. By the looks of it, Zero Wing should have at least 400 level 45 members. Crap. Zero Wing has so many members in level 40 Dark Gold equipment. Zero Wing's appearance was truly eye-catching. The Thunderwolf Guild mount and six-winged emblem had become famous as Zero Wing symbols. As the crowd watched the massive Thunderwolves, they could not help but drool. At the moment of purchase, the Thunderwolves' attributes rivaled that of bronze mounts despite their common rank. Although nurturing guild mounts was very difficult, it was obvious that the Thunderwolf's growth potential was very high, which would make it easier to nurture. Meanwhile, players could obtain items from the Eclipse Gate that could accelerate their guild mount's growth. Zero Wing's members were practically guaranteed to nurture their Thunderwolves to bronze rank. Even for elite players, a bronze mount was a luxury. They'd have to be lucky to find one. What's that mount? Its aura is so powerful. How can such a powerful mount exist? As Zero Wing's members continued to arrive, everyone quickly noticed a ferocious, 3-meter-tall beast. A pitch-black horn protruded from its head as arcs of white electricity danced around its body, and black flames surrounded its 4 paws. It was distinctively different from the Thunderwolf mounts. Players could even feel this beast's aura from over 100 yards away. A single glance from this creature made them shudder. This ferocious beast was like a king among mounts. The moment it appeared, every other mount submitted as it stepped aside. Wait, look at the rider. The player on that mount seems to be Black Flame. It really is Black Flame. I never thought he would lead an army here personally. The competition for the Frost King is about to become more interesting. Crap. As expected of the Sword King. He even managed to get his hands on such a mount. I wonder what rank it is? Since it's so powerful, could it be an epic mount? Black Flame's capabilities are ridiculous. With such a powerful mount, he won't even need to take action to kill an expert player. He can simply let his mount take care of it. Everyone stared at Shifeng in shock. A Dark Gold mount could, at most, rival a chieftain of the same level. Although chieftains were powerful, they were not insurmountable to the players here. However, Shifeng's one-horned mount was clearly more powerful than a lord-ranked monster. At this point, the only explanation was that this demonic flame tiger was an epic mount. An epic mount. Even super guilds dreamed of obtaining such a creature. Unfortunately, the highest rank they had managed to secure was a Dark Gold mount. These players' awe for Shifeng continued to reach new heights. Of course, These players didn't know that Shifeng's demonic flame tiger had only become this terrifying after he had fed it a ferocious beast's bloodline essence. Although Shifeng had only brought around 1,000 members to the Frozen Scar, the army's aura was even more imposing than the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial's forces. Zero Wing's appearance had also caused a commotion among the various large guilds waiting in the plains. Guild leader, what should we do? Zero Wing has dispatched so many experts. On the off chance that they decide to move against us. The various large guilds' upper echelons and players began to panic as Shifeng and Zero Wing's army approached. The guild leaders were also on edges. None of them had expected Zero Wing to join this competition. After all, the guild hadn't shown any interest in the Frost King before. Hence, they had come to try their luck and compete for the Frost King's kill. None of them were concerned with encountering Heaven's Burial and the Star Alliance. But it was a different story if Black Flame showed up. He had fought in one major war after another, always emerging alive. He was even strong enough to instill fear in experts and an evil demon army as both had fled for their lives. For this man, taking a particular player's life while surrounded by an army of tens of thousands of players was a piece of cake. Furthermore, 1,000 experts accompanied Black Flame. Against such a force, an army of 10,000 elite players was little more than cannon fodder. Don't panic. We have dozens of large guilds here right now. Zero Wing wouldn't dare attack any of us if we join hands. That's right. After all is said and done, a boss is a public resource. Moreover, we were here first. We should do this on a first-come, first-served basis. Although Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, I don't think it will interfere. As Zero Wing approached, the various guilds began to form temporary alliances. In reality, though, they understood that such an alliance wouldn't pose any threat to Zero Wing. This was especially true after witnessing Black Flame single-handedly defeat the evil demon army. They all knew that attempting to deter Black Flame with numbers was a futile effort. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am the Assassin's Alliance's Guild Leader, Cruel Sword. I am a friend of Zero Wing's elder, Yi Feng, Cruel Sword said as he took the initiative to greet Shifeng, anxiety and respect filling his voice. Honestly, Cruel Sword did not want to greet the man. Although he was the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, a second-rate guild, it was nothing compared to Zero Wing. Moreover, the Assassin's Alliance mainly operated around White River City. If Zero Wing wished to do so, it could annihilate the Assassin's Alliance at a moment's notice. However, as Cruel Sword had formed a connection with Zero Wing's Yi Feng some time ago, the various large guilds had pushed him forward as their representative in any negotiations with the monstrous guild. Cruel Sword didn't know whether he wanted to laugh or cry. Relax. I won't do anything to you guys. If you want to compete for the Frost King, do it. Everyone will rely on their own abilities to secure the kill. Seeing Cruel Sword's tension, Shifeng understood why the man had approached him. In this situation, he didn't mind what the various large guilds decided to do. After all, getting the Frost King's first kill was much easier said than done. However, Shifeng couldn't help a rueful sigh when he saw Cruel Sword at level 43 with a set of silvery armor. The Assassin's Alliance had been a towering existence to him in the past, but the tables had turned. Shifeng found the situation reasonable after giving it some thought. After all, Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Its elite member count alone was over 100,000. The guild also had more than 1,000 expert players. Their members wore the best weapons and equipment throughout Star Moon Kingdom. A second-rate guild simply couldn't compare. Many thanks to Guild Leader Black Flame. Cruel Sword thanked the man. If Zero Wing intended to chase these guilds away, they'd have no choice but to leave obediently. Hearing Shifeng's reply, the many upper echelons released a sigh of relief. However, I'd like to ask you all to step aside as Zero Wing has a debt to settle with Heaven's Burial, Shifeng added indifferently as he glanced at the guild's distant army. Chapter 1391, Monstrous Army. Chapter 1391, monstrous army. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, silence descended upon the snowy plains. Madness! This is madness! Are they really going to start a fight right now? This can't be, right? Does Zero Wing intend to take out all of Heaven's Burial's members? Zero Wing isn't aiming for mutual destruction, right? For a moment, these players wondered if they had heard wrong. None of them dared to believe that Zero Wing would actually try to deal with Heaven's Burial right now. The guild only had 1,000 or so members here. Although Zero Wing's members possessed extraordinary combat power, Heaven's Burial had plenty of experts as well. A large number of the guild's elite members had also tagged along. Fighting in such an open field was very disadvantageous for the smaller army. If it really came down to a fight, even Zero Wing would suffer grievous losses. Guild leader, what is Black Flame thinking? Is he actually planning to take on Heaven's Burial here? Purple Eye, wearing a set of luxurious mage robes, revealed a confused expression as she looked at the distant Shi Feng. He's not joking, right? Although the Zero Wing was very powerful, she did not think that the guild could defeat Heaven's Burial's 20,000 members with only 1,000 experts. Not everyone was as powerful as Black Flame. There was a limit to their strength. I don't know, but Singular Burial must be pretty frustrated right now, Galaxy Pass said, smiling faintly as he glanced at the guild leader. Of course, we'll benefit most from their mutual destruction. Warn our members to stay away when they start fighting. Do not let us get dragged into this. Understood. I'll notify them right away. A smile similarly appeared on Purple Eye's face. If Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial started to fight, regardless of who won or lost, neither would be able to compete for the Frost King. As everyone quietly discussed the situation, Shi Feng turned towards Heaven's Burial and loudly announced, "Everyone, charge. Leave none of those Heaven's Burial bastards alive." As Shi Feng gave the command, he activated a guild war order, locking down the frozen scar and preventing anyone from using a return scroll. If one wanted to leave the regional dungeon, they'd have to walk out with their own power. Wonderful! We finally get the chance to teach those Heaven's Burial punks a lesson. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Zero Wing's members shifted their gazes towards Heaven's Burial, excitement flashing in their eyes. Like ferocious beasts released from their cages, they ushered their mounts forward in unison. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Singular Burial's expression turned ugly as he watched Zero Wing's members charge towards his own. He had never expected Zero Wing to start a fight like this. All 1,000 plus of these Zero Wing members were experts. Their overall combat power was most likely superior to a 10,000-man elite army. He had expected some friction between their guilds before he had arrived in the Frozen Scar. As a preventive measure, he had led an army of 20,000 elites. However, he hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so reckless to pick a fight at the risk of mutual destruction. Daybreak Fog frowned as well as she turned to Singular Burial and asked, "Guild leader, what should we do?" "Prepare for battle. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take us out with only 1,000 members." Singular Burial was enraged. Now that Zero Wing had made the first move, the guild would become a laughingstock in the kingdom if Heaven's Burial fled despite its overwhelming numbers. Upon Singular Burial's command, Heaven's Burial's members prepared for battle. Shield warriors and guardian knights quickly moved to the front and formed a human wall. As for the ranged classes in the back, they had also readied themselves to attack at a moment's notice. The assassins instantly entered stealth, circling to the enemy army's sides. The distance between the armies rapidly vanished. 300 yards, 200 yards, 100 yards. Begin! Shi Feng shouted in the team chat. Suddenly, Zero Wing's members retrieved bottles of Sea God's Blessing from their bags, downing the potions and increasing their basic attributes and resistances. They then activated Power of Darkness, increasing their basic attributes by another 100%. Zero Wing's main force members and Dark God's Legion members' attributes were already impressively high. Now that every one of them had activated a Berserk skill, Their auras resembled those of Lord-ranked monsters. How is this possible? What? All of these people have berserk skills. The distant spectating players gasped. Berserk skills were extremely rare in God's domain. A large guild would be fortunate if they secured a few dozen skill books. Even first-rate guilds generally had around 200 or 300 berserk skill books. These players would be shocked to see Zero Wing have 400 or 500 members with berserk skills, but all 1,000+ members had activated these rare buffs. Moreover, it was obvious that these berserk skills were extraordinary based on the guild members' auras. While everyone stared in shock, Shifeng used space movement to appear among Heaven's Burial's rearline. He then switched the aura of space to the aura of fire before turning flame domain on Heaven's Burial's healers. Suddenly, a crimson ripple devoured the healers. A towering pillar of fire rose from the ground, flames enveloping a large portion of the enemy's healing force. Even from the Frozen Scar's entrance, everyone could see the burning pillar. The instant the fiery pillar appeared, Heaven's Burial's healers turned to ash. They hadn't even had a chance to flee. In the blink of an eye, over half of Heaven's Burial's healers had died. Black flame. Wrathful flames burned in Singular Burial's eyes as he glared at Shifeng. With uncontrolled rage, he shouted, "Everyone, kill him." In just one move, the army had lost 1,000 healers. Singular Burial's heart bled at the sight. As soon as Flame Domain ended, Shifeng executed Lightning Edge with his killing ray, aiming for the dazed magical class core. Immediately, countless arcs of lightning left the sacred sword, devouring hundreds of magical class players. Only a few expert players reacted quickly enough to activate their life-saving skills, keeping themselves alive. In just 2 moves, Shifeng had killed over 1,500 players. This is insane. So, this is Black Flame? The jaws of the distant spectating independent players hung as they watched, none of them able to believe their eyes. The battle had just begun, yet Shifeng had devastated Heaven's Burial's army. As for the various guild players, cold sweat drenched their foreheads as they watched the slaughter. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they hadn't made an enemy of Zero Wing. Black Flame alone would be more than enough to annihilate their guilds. "Kill him quickly!" Singular Burial bellowed as he retrieved the longbow and arrows from his back. Reacting to Singular Burial's words, the other members recovered their senses and peppered Shifeng with a rain of arrows and spells. In response, Shifeng executed void steps, vanishing instantly. In the end, none of the attacks had even scratched the man's cloak. Shifeng then reappeared beside the healers that had survived the previous AoE attacks. Even without a berserk skill, Shifeng's strength was as high as a great lord of the same level. As a result, every swing of his blade claimed the life of another healer. Due to Shifeng's interference, Zero Wing's 1,000-man army reached Heaven's Burials unhindered. These experts proceeded to massacre the other guild's members. Despite Heaven's Burial's MTs activating their life-saving skills, they only survived 2 or 3 hits before transforming into light particles and disappearing. Like a meat grinder, Zero Wing's army devoured Heaven's Burial's people. Not even the enemy healers could keep up with their damage. The other guilds were stupefied. How was this even a battle? This was no more than a one-sided massacre. Chapter 1392, Hand Over Your Life. Chapter 1392, Hand Over Your Life. So, this is the strength of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Just how high are their attributes? They killed MTs with over 40,000 HP in just 2 or 3 moves. The spectating independent players and those from the various guilds had goosebumps as they watched equipment litter the battlefield. In their eyes, the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial were only second to Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom, and both were only slightly weaker than Zero Wing. However, it seemed that those assumptions had been a joke. Although Heaven's Burial's 20,000 members were quite strong and were experts in the eyes of ordinary players, Zero Wing's 1,000 members shredded these players as easily as paper dolls. Guild Leader, At this rate, Zero Wing will annihilate our men very quickly, Daybreak Fog, who had taken command of the battle, reported. Her expression darkened as she watched the slaughter. Heaven's Burial had suffered over 4,000 casualties since the battle had begun. Even when 5 or 6 berserkers had changed at Zero Wing's MTs, they had failed to block the MT's advance and lost over 10,000 HP in the attempt. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's MTs only lost around 3 or 4,000 HP as the enemy bombarded them with spells and arrows. The majority of these MTs had blocked the attacks, further reducing the damage they received. The guild's healers easily kept up with the small amounts of damage. Zero Wing. You asked for this. Fury burned in Singular Burial's eyes as he watched Shi Feng take out his healers. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "Send in Lightning Blade and Broken Flow. At worst, we'll give up on the Frost King for now." "You want to use that now?" Daybreak Fog was momentarily stunned. She had never imagined that they would use their trump card to deal with Zero Wing. "That's right. I want to see if Black Flame can keep his composure as we murder his experts." Singular Burial sneered. He had to admit that Zero Wing's army was indeed frightening. Even Heaven's Burial had only collected 200+ Berserk skill books thus far. There was no competing with Zero Wing's 1,000+ members. Anyone without a Berserk skill in this battle was nothing but cannon fodder. At most, they could slow the enemy's advance. They'd be lucky to kill 100 Zero Wing members before they were eliminated. However, Heaven's Burial had not been sitting on its hands. "I'll notify them immediately." Daybreak Fog understood Singular Burial's reasoning. If they could deal a heavy blow to Zero Wing's expert army, they could deal a blow to Zero Wing itself. After all, it was not easy to nurture experts. If those experts lost their weapons and equipment, it would take a long time to find suitable replacements. "Blade, orders from the guild leader. We're to take action," Broken Flow said. He wetted his lips in anticipation as he watched Zero Wing's members approach. "We're actually using it against Zero Wing?" The Guardian Knight, Lightning Blade, frowned. Suddenly, every member of Broken Flow and Lightning Blade's 100-man expert team pulled a purplish gold potion from their bag and drank it. As the potion took effect, these players' eyes became bloodshot and their muscles bulged. Their auras also intensified. A vicious bloodlust overtook every player. These players promptly activated their Berserk skills, increasing their attributes further. "Kill him. Teach Black Flame the meaning of despair." Singular Burial grinned wickedly as he watched the expert team rush to meet Zero Wing's army. After their previous fight with the Frost King, they had realized how powerful the Mutant Grand Lord really was. There was a reason that they had dared to return and challenge the Frost King once more. The secret potential potion Broken Flow and his team had just consumed was precisely that reason. This potion had been crafted from an ancient recipe they had found in an ancient ruin. Unfortunately, as the recipe required extremely rare and valuable materials, with each attempt to brew the potion costing over 20 gold, they had only produced a little over 100 bottles. When consumed, the secret potential potion increased the user's strength by 120% and other basic attributes by 60% for 5 minutes. Although the duration was short, the potion had no side effects. Moreover, its effects would stack with Berserk skills. When combining the secret potential potion with a Berserk skill, the results rivaled Peak Class's twofold Berserk state. Although Broken Flow's team had only 100 members, every one of their attributes was nearly on par with a great lord of the same level. This was why Singular Burial had dared to challenge the Frost King again. Unfortunately, he had been forced to use this trump card to teach Zero Wing a lesson. Die! The level 44 Berserker, Broken Flow, used charge and arrived in the midst of Zero Wing's army. Tightening his grip on his great sword, he executed Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a storm brewed within a 12-yard radius, sending 8 Zero Wing members flying. One shield warrior that failed to defend himself in time instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The other experts from Heaven's Burial joined the charge, penetrating Zero Wing's army like a sharp blade. As the two forces met, these players forced the enemy assault to a halt, pushing back and kill Zero Wing's shield warriors and guardian knights leading the army. Crap, are these players from Heaven's Burial monsters? They've dealt over -30,000 damage in a single attack. Even a level 40 MT couldn't survive such a hit. It's no wonder why Heaven's Burial dared to provoke Zero Wing. If Zero Wing's members don't have anything else in store, Heaven's Burial's 100-man expert team may take them down. The spectating players stared in shock as Heaven's Burial's expert team stopped Zero Wing's progress. Zero Wing's members had displayed astonishing attributes, yet Heaven's Burial's experts were stronger. In a single exchange, Zero Wing had suffered dozens of casualties. The difference between the forces was clear. Guild leader, I'm fairly sure that the potion Broken Flow and his men just used is the secret potential potion the Secret Pavilion's report mentioned. Based on the report, Heaven's Burial had only gotten its hands on a little over 100 bottles after a lot of effort. Now that they've used this potion against Zero Wing, they must intend to give up on raiding the Frost King, Purple Eye commented when she saw Heaven's Burial turn the tides of battle. Smiling faintly, she said, Zero Wing is in trouble. If this battle were in a jungle, they could buy some time until the potion's duration ends, but they don't have that option here. Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's mutual destruction would be the best possible outcome for the Star Alliance. Although that wasn't likely, Heaven's Burial had dropped from the contest for the Frost King's first kill. Black Flame has underestimated Heaven's Burial. After all is said and done, Heaven's Burial rose to its position in such a short amount of time. Why wouldn't it have a few trump cards? However, we'll have to thank Zero Wing for this. If not for Zero Wing, we wouldn't have seen this trump card, Galaxy Pass chuckled. Purple, tell Red Feather and the others to prepare. Once Heaven's Burial's berserk skills run out, send them into the fight. Guild leader, rest assured. We'll collect the weapons and equipment they drop, Purple Eye said, giggling. Back in the battlefield, the tables had turned on Zero Wing, and they began to retreat to buy as much time as possible. After all, Power of Darkness had a very long duration. Ordinary berserk skills were no match for it. If they could endure until Heaven's Burial's berserk skills ended, they could reclaim the fight. Suddenly, Shifeng turned his attention towards the enemy's 100-man expert team. Heaven's Burial's trump card had surprised him. If not dealt with properly, Zero Wing could lose this fight. Black Flame, you dare face me? I'll take your head. After killing a level 45 berserker, Broken Flow shifted his gaze towards Shifeng as the man charged for him. Grinning, he led a dozen or so players to surround Shifeng. The Eternal Sword God's Rebirth. Chapter 1393, Might of the Number 1 Expert. Chapter 1393, Might of the Number 1 Expert. As Broken Flow took action, several elementalists close to him began to chant their incantations, using ice spears and ice walls to hinder Shifeng and allow Broken Flow and the other melee experts could surround the swordsman. At the end of the day, Shifeng was still Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 expert. Even if their attributes rivaled that of a great lord of the same level, they weren't certain that they could kill Shifeng with brute force alone. Could surround him. Do not let him escape. Singular Burial had also activated his berserk skill, a silvery glow wrapping around his body. He then unfurled the magic scroll in his hands. Suddenly, one silver arrow after another manifested in his hand, flying towards Shifeng as he dodged the incoming ice spears. Dozens of silver arrows formed silvery streaks of light as they shot towards their target. Not only were they astonishingly fast, but they cut off Shifeng's escape path. The guild leader must be really angry. He's even using his precious Tier 3 curse. Even if Black Flame survives the attack, he'll be severely injured. Broken Flow was slightly astonished as he watched the arrows bombard Shifeng. The magic scroll Singular Burial had just used contained the Tier 3 curse, Light's Guidance. When activated, it would allow the user to fire 30 arrows per second, each arrow containing the might of a Tier 3 spell. Not only could these arrows repulse a great lord, but they also dealt divine damage. All damage reduction effects were useless against this attack. Even mythic monsters would receive significant damage if the arrows hit, not to mention players. Meanwhile, Light's guidance had a duration of 10 seconds. In other words, Singular Burial could launch a total of 300 arrows. With damage reduction effects nullified, a Tier 3 spell could kill current players instantly. Of course, dodging all 300 arrows was impossible. Even if Shi Feng had an invulnerability skill, it wouldn't last him through all 10 seconds. To make matters worse, when rangers used this magic scroll, the arrows would receive a 30% speed boost. The arrows would move so fast that even great lords of the same level would not be able to react in time. As the arrows were about to hit their target, Shi Feng adjusted his footwork and executed Sword's Orbit. Immediately, a galaxy of stars danced around his body, striking down one arrow after another and causing a series of explosions. The resulting shockwaves were so powerful that even Broken Flow, who stood over 20 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The resulting white flashes blinded those watching, but even after a few seconds of this attack, not a single arrow had struck Shi Feng. The most these silver arrows did was push Shi Feng back. The ground shattered with each retreating step Shi Feng took. By the time Light's guidance's 10-second duration ended, craters pocked the ground where the arrows had landed. When the dust settled, Shi Feng was still in one piece, with silver arrows decorating the ground around him. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Heaven's Burial's experts were stupefied. Even Broken Flow, the expert team's leader, was speechless. While Broken Flow had considered the minute possibility of Shi Feng successfully blocking Light's guidance, he had never expected the man to do so without using a single skill. Shi Feng had negated the Tier 3 curse relying solely on his swordsmanship. It was truly inconceivable. The silver arrows even packed enough power to knock back a Tier 3 Great Lord. If Broken Flow had to face 30 of those arrows per second, even with the secret potential potion and a berserk skill, he was only confident in blocking a dozen or so. The arrows were simply too fast. Yet, out of the 300 arrows Singular Burial had launched, not a single one had struck Shi Feng. They hadn't even torn the swordsman's cloak. No matter how Broken Flow thought about it, the feat should have been impossible, yet he had just witnessed it. Sure enough, using Sword's Orbit to block that attack really pushed the envelope, Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at his own HP. Currently, he only had a little over 30,000 HP remaining. He had lost over half of his HP from countering the attack. Those silver arrows' power could rival even that of a Grand Lord. Despite blocking them successfully, he still received damage. Had the assault continued for several more seconds, he would have been forced to use Absolute Domain. He's not dead. Singular Burial was dazed when he saw Shi Feng standing. He was more familiar with Light's guidance's power than anyone. Most players only knew that the attack was powerful. They didn't realize that the arrow's strongest aspect was their speed. Keeping up with the arrow's speed visually was already a challenging feat, not to mention keeping up with them physically. Just how fast are his reflexes? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened. She hadn't even been able to follow the arrows with her eyes, yet Shi Feng had casually deflected every one. If she allowed this player to get too close, the consequences would be unimaginable. If this battle had taken place before Shi Feng had upgraded the Seven Luminaries ring, he would have failed to block all of the arrows. He had only dodged and countered the fast, powerful attacks thanks to the physique bonus he had received from the Fragmented Legendary Ring's hidden effect and the Abyssal Blade's passive skill. He's a monster. Is this the Sword King's true strength? The spectating crowd was flabbergasted. Shi Feng had countered such a devastating spell with only his weapons. This was simply unheard of. Quick, kill him. He doesn't have much HP left. Don't give him a chance to recover. Singular Burial hurriedly shouted after regaining his composure. Although his Tier 3 curse had failed to kill Shi Feng, the latter had less than half of his HP remaining. As Singular Burial gave the order, He retrieved another Tier 3 magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Suddenly, multiple small magic arrays formed around Singular Burial. Meanwhile, Broken Flow and the other experts of Heaven's Burial recovered their senses as well and charged at Shifeng, not giving him an opportunity to move closer to Zero Wings healers. In the blink of an eye, 36 spears of dark fog appeared behind Singular Burial, each spear radiating a deathly aura. Die! Singular Burial sneered at Shifeng. This spell was called Soul Sanction. Although it was not as powerful as Light's Guidance, the 36 spears were not physical, they could not be blocked, only dodged. Soul Sanction? Shifeng's expression darkened when he noticed the soul spears appear behind Singular Burial. An unstoppable spell was far more dangerous than a powerful one. Immediately, he executed void steps and disappeared. Don't even think of running away. Broken Flow reacted quickly and used charge, aiming for Shifeng's previous location. Upon arriving, he stomped the ground powerfully. Tier 1 skill, Thunderclap. When activated, the skill dealt 20% physical damage to all enemies within a 20-yard radius and inflicted a numbing effect for 5 seconds. As Void Steps was a combat technique, not a skill, the slightest interference could easily disrupt the technique. Suddenly, Shifeng's appeared a short distance away from Broken Flow. Meanwhile, Singular Burial had locked onto Shifeng the moment latter reappeared. He then controlled the 36 soul spears, sending them flying towards the swordsman. In the blink of an eye, the spears appeared before Shifeng, giving him no time to react. The split second before the attack landed, however, Shifeng activated Divine Steps and switched positions with one of his doppelgangers. He dodged the spears and appeared beside Broken Flow. Reacting quickly, Broken Flow used Beheaded, his great sword splitting into 3 identical copies as it slashed towards Shifeng. Elusive Strike. In response, Shifeng ignored the 3 incoming attacks as he swung Killing Ray at an empty space. Dang! Suddenly, a great sword appeared out of thin air, Shifeng's sacred sword forcing the massive blade to a halt. Impossible! Confusion twisted Broken Flow's expression as Shifeng blocked his attack. Although the 3 great swords appeared real, all 3 were fakes. The true attack was hidden in a corner. Broken Flow had created this technique personally and had yet to use it in battle, yet Shifeng had stopped the attack without hesitation. However, Broken Flow didn't know that Shifeng had seen Elusive Strike hundreds of times. He had long since familiarized himself with the technique. You've made your move. Now it's my turn. Chapter 1394, Killing Heaven's Burial's Guild Leader. Chapter 1394, Killing Heaven's Burial's Guild Leader. The moment Shifeng spoke, 3 assassins emerged from behind him. The assassins had appeared swiftly and without a sound. Immediately, they thrust their daggers at Shifeng's back from 3 different directions with excellent coordination. You won't have the chance. Seeing his companions, Broken Flow grinned. His biceps bulged as he swung his great sword towards Shifeng's throat. Tier 1 Taboo Skill, Mountain Splitter. The Taboo skill instantly increased Broken Flow's strength by 120% and attack speed by 100% for 3 seconds. With attacks from both sides, Shifeng had nowhere to flee, and due to the close proximity, he had no time to dodge. As the 4 players' weapons were about to bite into their target, Shifeng emitted a dark aura. 4 sword lights then bloomed around him. Power of Darkness. 4 Moon Lotus. Dang. A series of clangs rang out, and dazzling sparks appeared around Shifeng's body. Among the 4 that had attacked him, the 3 assassins had been thrown backward, slamming into the ground. Broken Flow had fared somewhat better, only forced to take 3 steps back. The difference between their strengths was clear. Broken Flow glared at Shifeng, who remained standing in astonishment. He couldn't figure out how Shifeng had blocked those attacks. Mountain Splitter had increased his strength by 120%. With his current attributes, he could even contend with a great lord of the same level for a short time, Yet this player before him had blocked all 4 attacks and pushed him back. Even now, Broken Flow's arms were numb from encountering Shifeng's defense. As Broken Flow stared at Shifeng, his mind still trying to come up with a way to defeat the swordsman vanished. Broken Flow was taken aback when Shifeng disappeared. Hurriedly, he executed Whirlwind Slash. However, Shifeng had appeared behind him before he knew it, and fresh blood poured from his body. The magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, had stopped his Whirlwind Slash. Before Broken Flow could react, 2 more sword lights, 1 blue and 1 white, cut across his body, devouring his remaining HP. Although Broken Flow tried to say something, his vision had already begun to darken. As his body collapsed, he dropped a pair of combat boots. From the moment that fight had begun to its ending, Broken Flow's nearby companions hadn't been able to offer their leader any support. They only saw Shifeng vanish and reappear beside Broken Flow. Following which, 1 sword light after another cut through the berserker, and before they even realized it, Broken Flow fell. The fight had ended so quickly that even the nearby healers had not managed to cast Truth Shield on the berserker in time. Damn it! Singular Burial paled at this scene. Broken Flow was the strongest berserker in Heaven's Burial. Not even Ghost Shadow or Singular Burial himself were a match for the berserker's techniques. Yet even after the man had consumed the secret potential potion, Shifeng had effortlessly taken his life. Meanwhile, the spectators watching from a distance were dumbfounded. This is a trick, right? Broken Flow died just like that? Can someone tell me what just happened? The distant spectators were confused to see Broken Flow fall. After a single exchange, Broken Flow had died. Silence reigned over the battlefield. Shifeng's swordsmanship had astonished every player watching. Before anyone could react, Shifeng disappeared again and emerged before the 3 assassins that had attacked him as they stood up. He then swung Killing Ray lightly at the 3 assassins. Shadow Blade. 1 streak of blue light, accompanied by 9 streaks of black light, flashed around the 3 players. The 3 assassins were experts, so they instinctively activated Vanish to block Shifeng's attack. However, when they tried to do so, they suddenly discovered that their skills were unusable. They then noticed that the light around them had dimmed. This was the aura of Time's forbidden domain. For 30 seconds, all enemies within a 500-yard radius couldn't use any of their skills or tools. The 3 assassins could only watch as the numerous sword lights descended. Without time to defend themselves, all 3 assassins died instantly, their bodies transforming into particles of light and disappearing. At the same time, they dropped 3 pieces of equipment. After killing the 3 assassins, Shifeng set his sights on Heaven's Burial's melee experts a short distance away. These several melee experts, who had brimmed with confidence previously, felt chills crawl down their spines. They turned and fled as if they had just seen the devil himself. Run! A single word etched itself into their minds. Even Heaven's Burial's number 1 berserker could not stop Shifeng. And now that they couldn't use any of their skills, even if they worked together, they'd be throwing away their lives if they tried to face that monstrous player. Everyone, retreat! Get out of the silencing domain's range! Singular Burial shouted in the guild chat. Although the guild leader had given the command, Forbidden Domain covered a 500-yard radius area. It would take quite some time to escape. Zero Wing's members excitedly chased after the fleeing Heaven's Burial experts. Now, they only needed a little effort to kill an opponent. In seconds, the battle had turned to Zero Wing's favor. Guild leader, what should we do? Purple Eye frowned as she watched Heaven's Burial's members hit the ground, one after another. She had originally thought that, once Zero Wing was wounded and Heaven's Burial had used up its trump cards, the Star Alliance could sweep in to harvest the top-tier equipment. Now, however, Zero Wing dominated over Heaven's Burial. The Star Alliance had no hope of reaping the rewards from the 2 guilds' destruction. Forget it. Recall the others. Galaxy Past could not help but sigh as he watched Heaven's Burial's members run for their lives. If Zero Wing had suffered some grievous losses, the the Star Alliance would have had an opportunity to take action once Heaven's Burial's berserk skills ended. Not only would Zero Wing owe them a favor, but they'd also deal a heavy blow to Heaven's Burial. The Star Alliance could also pocket some of the weapons and equipment the two guilds had dropped. It had been a perfect plan, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. And yet, Black Flame alone had disrupted that perfect plan. Until now, it had been unheard of for a single player to turn the tide of battle, but Black Flame had done just that. Only now did Galaxy Past understand why the Secret Pavilion had warned him not to provoke Zero Wing. Not even the Secret Pavilion could guarantee the Star Alliance's survival in Star Moon Kingdom. He now realized that in God's domain, quality was vastly more important than quantity. This was no longer a virtual reality game that one could rule over with a large enough army. After killing a few more melee experts, Shi Feng shifted his attention to Singular Burial, his gaze containing a chilling killing intent. Even though Shi Feng hadn't said a word, Singular Burial could sense the swordman's intent. "You wish to kill me? How arrogant!" Singular Burial's expression darkened. He was less than 100 yards away from Forbidden Domain's edge, and Shi Feng was over 200 yards away from him. After consuming the secret potential potion and activating a berserk skill, his movement speed was higher than an ordinary Great Lord's. Shi Feng could never catch him. Once he was outside of the Forbidden Domain, he had plenty of escape routes. The spectators in the distance could also feel Shi Feng's intentions. This can't be, right? He's trying to kill Singular Burial? He's insane. Everyone's excitement grew as they watched. Over 10,000 surviving Heaven's Burial members protected their guild leader. A few experts even stood by his side. Including the fact that Singular Burial himself was a skilled player, Shi Feng was just too far away to kill the man. Boldly, Shi Feng advanced towards Singular Burial. "Stop him!" Daybreak Fog commanded. Losing this battle was a huge hit to Heaven's Burial's reputation. If their guild leader died, standing among an army of over 10,000 players, the guild would suffer even greater embarrassment. They would become the laughingstock of Star Moon Kingdom. The other guild members understood the severity of the situation as well. The fleeing members stopped and turned to face Shi Feng. Although they could not do any damage to him, they could buy some time. Despite the tidal wave of players surging towards him, Shi Feng showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his speed and damage significantly. He then activated Dragon Breath. Shi Feng then fired a beam of white light from his mouth. The beam devoured the approaching players, creating a wide, open path for Shi Feng before he charged into the crowd. Heaven's Burial's members disregarded their own safety as they attacked the swordsman desperately. Only, before they got close to Shi Feng, their bodies transformed into particles of light and disappeared. As Shi Feng passed by players, sparks of light danced in the air. The distant players were stupefied. However, the swarm of players had slowed Shi Feng's approach. When Shi Feng was 50 yards away from Singular Burial, the latter finally left the Forbidden Domain and could use skills and tools again. "Black Flame, you are 10 years too early if you think you can kill me." Singular Burial sneered at Shi Feng, who was surrounded by a sea of players. He then took out a Tier 1 instantaneous movement scroll from his bag, intending to leave the battlefield. Once he left, Shi Feng wouldn't be able to reach him. "Is that so?" However, as soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, a deep voice reached his ears. Before Singular Burial could turn around to see the voice's owner, a streak of blue light cut across his body. Everyone was stunned. Like magic, Shi Feng had appeared behind Singular Burial, dragging his blade across the man's body. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. Despite the secret potential potion and an active berserk skill, Singular Burial couldn't keep up with the enemy guild leader, whose attack speed had increased by 500%. Before Singular Burial could even activate his instantaneous movement scroll, several streaks of light had blossomed across his body, devouring his HP. Chapter 1395. Uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1395, Uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. When Singular Burial collapsed, everyone on the battlefield was dazed. He died. How is this possible? They can't even escape. Everyone's gaze shifted to Shifeng. As they looked at the cloaked figure standing among thousands of enemies with one blue and one white sword in hand, they were filled with a sudden reverence. Shifeng had charged into the enemy ranks by himself, yet his advance never faltered. Moreover, everywhere he passed, life ceased to exist. Even when he took the life of Heaven's Burial's guild leader, Heaven's Burial's members could only watch, powerless. Now this was a real expert. He even killed Singular Burial in such a predicament? Galaxy Past could not help his astonishment as he watched Singular Burial's body hit the ground, still holding the instantaneous movement scroll. Unlike return scrolls, instantaneous movement scrolls could be used without an activation process. Yet, not even Singular Burial had reacted in time to save his own life. One could just imagine how fast Shifeng was. If Galaxy Past had been in that position, he had no doubt that he would have suffered a similar fate. Kill him! Daybreak Fog bellowed. Now that quite a few people had already escaped the Forbidden Domain, they could naturally use skills and tools against Shifeng. Moreover, Shifeng stood in the heart of Heaven's Burial's army. He had also just used several skills consecutively, so they should be on cooldown. They still had a chance to kill this man. Moreover, Shifeng had less than half of his HP remaining, which increased their chances of killing him. Hearing Daybreak Fog's command, many of Heaven's Burial's experts recovered their senses. Some immediately launched powerful skills and spells, while some used magic scrolls. Watching these attacks rain down on him, Shifeng activated Void Shield before dashing towards the nearby experts. Shifeng was already fast enough to dodge the majority of the spells and skills. Even when targeted by some rare, unavoidable attack, he could rely on his extraordinary senses to block them. Meanwhile, Void Shield created a shield that had 10 times its user's maximum HP. After activating Power of Darkness, Shifeng's HP had broken past the 160,000 threshold. In other words, the shield could absorb over 1,600,000 damage in addition to increasing Shifeng's HP recovery rate by 500% and movement speed by 100%. Shifeng bobbed and weaved, avoiding the ranged attacks. Not only hadn't his HP decreased, but it had begun to recover at a visible rate. As Shifeng passed, the players in his path promptly faded in a shower of sparkles. None of these players could survive his hits. Even the expert players died by the time Shifeng was within melee range if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. After a brief moment, hundreds of weapons and equipment joined the battlefield, dropping from Heaven's Burial's elites and experts that Shifeng had killed. The bloodlust Shifeng radiated was many times stronger than that of Heaven's Burial's experts after they had consumed the secret potential potion. His bloodlust was so intense that Heaven's Burial's members shuddered, unconsciously backing away. They now realized that they hadn't trapped Shifeng. Rather, they had jumped into the tiger's den as an offering. Impossible! Is he the incarnation of a god? The distant spectating players were stupefied. As Shifeng took a step forward, Heaven's Burial's members took a step back. They maintained a distance of over 20 yards away from Zero Wing's leader, not daring to move an inch forward. Heaven's Burial's army consisted of over 10,000 elite members, yet not one of these players dared to charge at Shifeng. Seeing this, the various large guilds in the distance inwardly celebrated. They were thankful that they had never provoked Zero Wing. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? A core member from Heaven's Burial asked Daybreak Fog, who currently wore a grim expression. Do we continue fighting? Fight. When Daybreak Fog watched Shifeng walk through Heaven's Burial's army as if he were strolling through his own backyard, she could not help but shake her head and order, "Have everyone retreat." Shifeng's horrific combat power had long since frightened these players. They had lost any will to fight. If Heaven's Burial continued this battle, it would only result in more casualties. When Daybreak Fog gave the command to retreat, Heaven's Burial's members breathed a sigh of relief as they fled from the battlefield. However, Shi Feng had no intention of letting Heaven's Burial go. He led his guildmates in the continued slaughter. He only gave up the chase after the enemy players left the frozen scar. Meanwhile, recordings of this battle were instantly uploaded to the official forums, the outcome causing an uproar throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Crap. Zero Wing is too strong. It exterminated over half of Heaven's Burial's 20,000-man army with just a team of 1,000 players. Who would dare doubt Zero Wing's strength after this? Now, that is what I call a swordsman. As expected of the man nicknamed the Sword King by the secret pavilion. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing right away. For a time, the names Black Flame and Zero Wing became the focal point of Star Moon Kingdom once again. Black Flame's newfound fame inspired many independent players to join Zero Wing, eager to learn some of these combat techniques. One player had repelled an entire guild by himself. No one had ever thought it was possible. Without a doubt, the Sword King Black Flame was the perfect role model for independent experts. Why wouldn't they want to join Zero Wing? After the battle in the Frozen Scar ended, all kinds of weapons and equipment decorated the spacious battlefield. Every one of these items was enough to drive an ordinary player mad. These items would even tempt guild elites, yet despite so many precious items laying on the ground, not a single player dared to approach them. They stood by quietly as Zero Wing's members looted the battlefield. Zero Wing struck gold this time. Those are all items from over 10,000 elite players. Purple Eye watched Zero Wing's members jealously as they collected the weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment were vital to a large guild's development. Due to the lack of available weapons and equipment in a large guild, ordinary members were sometimes forced to stay that way despite having combat standards of an elite member. Now that Zero Wing had received so many weapons and equipment from Heaven's Burial, it could nurture another large batch of elites, growing even stronger as a guild. Heaven's Burial's members sure are wealthy. Shi Feng couldn't help his astonishment as he read the item list his subordinates had compiled. Chapter 1396, Frost King. Chapter 1396, Frost King. Guild Leader, we've struck gold. Why are Heaven's Burial's weapons and equipment such high quality? The several core members tasked with compiling the list of the harvested weapons and equipment could not help but gasp when they saw the final numbers, excitement flashing in their eyes. In this battle, Heaven's Burial had suffered over 10,000 casualties, and Zero Wing had lost over 300 experts. Fortunately, they had won the battle so they could retrieve the majority of the weapons and equipment their companions had dropped. The lost levels were the only real loss. Of course, after considering the 10,000-plus weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial had dropped, Zero Wing had come out making a profit. But they hadn't expected so much profit. Even Shi Feng was surprised by how wealthy Heaven's Burial's members were as he read the item list. Overall, the quality of Heaven's Burial's equipment nearly rivaled Zero Wing's. Some of Heaven's Burial's core experts had even better equipment than Zero Wing's main force members. The 4 epic weapons and equipment pieces Heaven's Burial's experts had dropped was the proof of this. They had also dropped over 400 level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment. Normally, players only dropped 1 item upon death. Hence, the likelihood of a player dropping their best weapon or piece of equipment was very low, likely less than 10%. I really underestimated Heaven's Burial's foundations. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished as he gazed at the 4 epic weapons and equipment. The various large guilds had been enthusiastically collecting epic weapons and equipment, but they weren't easy to obtain. Even Grand Lord-ranked field bosses had very low chances of dropping them. Normally, players could only obtain an epic item from high-rank quests or opening dark gold treasure chests. Hence, most large guilds had very few epic items at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds were lucky if they had 5 or 6, yet Heaven's Burial had dropped 4 such items. One could just imagine how many epic items the guild actually had. What Shifeng didn't know was that the majority of Heaven's Burial's epic items had come from Beast Emperor, who had gone to great lengths to obtain these items for the guild. He wanted to help Heaven's Burial's main force grow stronger. Unfortunately, he had only benefited Shifeng. Among the 4 epic items were a single weapon and 3 pieces of equipment. The weapon was a great sword meant for berserkers called Thunderblade. The greatsword's attributes were superior to Fire Dance's epic-ranked Petrified Thorn. The other epic items included 2 cloth armor pieces and a piece of plate armor. One of the cloth pieces was a headpiece called the Eye of Arnos, while the other was a set of robes named the Fluctuation Robe. Both pieces of equipment focused on increasing the user's basic attributes. As for the plate piece, it was a breastplate for shield warriors and berserkers called the Indestructible Breastplate. With these 4 epic items, his top-tier experts would have an easier time with their Tier 2 promotion quests. Quick look. The Frost King is coming. While Zero Wing had rested after the battle, a commotion shook the forest some distance away from the snowy plain. Agonizing cries filled the chilly air, startling the guild and independent players as they shuddered. A moment later, a 5-meter-tall figure burst through the trees. The figure was a frost giant in crystalline armor and wielding 2 frost sabers. This monster was none other than the king of the Frozen Scar, the Frost King. Frost King, elemental creature, mutant grand lord. Level 54. HP 260, 000/260, 000/000. Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the Frost King's stats. How is this possible? The Frost King has leveled. Crap. He has 260 million HP. How can a Grand Lord have so much? He's even tankier than a mythic monster of the same level. Why does it feel like the temperature has dropped? Can a team of 1,000 players really defeat a monster like that? Once they saw the Frost King's stats, fear tore through the crowd. Even the various large guilds that had come to raid this monster panicked as the Frost King's stats were far beyond their expectations. As the Frost King approached the massive crowd of players, some guild experts felt an invisible pressure weigh down their bodies. Some guilds began to hesitate, reconsidering the raid. Based on their reports, they could only raid the Frost King using 1,000-man teams. If more than 1,000 players were within 1,500 yards of the Frost King, the boss's stats would increase substantially. The more players there were nearby, the greater the Frost King's self-buff would be. He would very quickly grow beyond players' capabilities. Staring at the Frost King's current information, however, many of these players didn't know if it was even possible to take the monster down with only a 1,000-man team. The pressure radiating from the Frost King was just too strong. This boss might even be able to suppress mythic monsters. This pressure would significantly hinder players' combat power in a fight. What a powerful pressure! No wonder why Heaven's Burial planned to use Zerg tactics against him. Purple Eye also felt the Frost King's pressure bear down on her as it approached. However, rather than worry, excitement and anticipation made her eyes sparkle. Based on the prior reports, they knew that the Frost King was very powerful. As a preventive measure, the Star Alliance had dispatched over 20,000 members and intended to use the most common strategy to deal with field bosses, Zerg tactic. Only, the Star Alliance intended to use a tactic that was slightly different from those in other virtual reality games. Since God's Domain's field bosses grew stronger when a certain number of players was within range, it wouldn't be wise to dispatch all of one's forces during the raid. Instead, they would send in a limited number of players, keeping the remaining forces on standby. When someone died, they'd send in another player to the fallen player's place. This way, a team could continue the raid with the optimum number of players, slowly whittling the boss down. As one of the most common strategies the various large guilds used to raid field bosses, it was the reason that these guilds preferred to kill field bosses over dungeon bosses. If they lacked quality, they could make up for it with quantity. Furthermore, the more powerful a monster was, the better loot it would drop. For a horrifically powerful monster like the Frost King, needless to say, his loot would be awe-inspiring. The Frost King's first kill would also grant access to Evernight City. It seems that the Frost King belongs to us this time. When Galaxy Pass saw how powerful the Frost King was, he began to laugh. He had worried that Zero Wing would be a powerful opponent for the Star Alliance, but the guild didn't seem capable of raiding the Frost King at this point. Zero Wing had only sent a little over 1,000 members to the Frozen Scar. The guild's few reinforcements weren't enough to take down the Frost King. Even if Zero Wing called for more reinforcements now, the Star Alliance would have long since defeated the Frost King by the time those players arrived. Suddenly, the Frost King, who was 2,000 yards away from the nearest group of players, released a low, wordless shout, and a human-like sneer appeared on his face as he stared at the players from the various guilds. Then he vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was less than 500 yards away from the guilds. Since well over 1,500 players were now within range, the Frost King's basic attributes instantly skyrocketed. The Frost King raised his sabers and swept them at the players before him. 2 energy beams shot forth from the sabers, devouring the army of players. Everything in the beam's path froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, Frost covered the world in a 1,000-yard cone before the boss. Every player caught in the attack had transformed into an ice sculpture. Even MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had lost their lives. Only a few players with quick reactions and invulnerability skills had survived. In just one move, the various large guilds had suffered over 2,000 casualties. Impossible! How is the Frost King's perception range so wide? How are we supposed to withstand such destructive power? Everyone was astonished. The guilds that had intended to defeat the Frost King with Zerg tactics, in particular, felt faint. Abruptly, the Frost King charged into the nearest crowd, massacring the players. Despite so many players desperately trying to hinder and attack the boss, the Frost King's movement speed was simply too high. Not only did the mutant easily dodge the incoming attacks, but he also dealt horrific damage. With a single stroke of his saber, the Frost King could create a groove in the ground that extended for over 50 yards, killing dozens of players instantly. Even when the occasional player's attack struck the Frost King, they couldn't deal more than -500 damage. The Frost King's defense was almost more powerful than mythic monsters of the same level. In contrast, the Frost King's HP had increased to 500 million. Now, its battle recovery alone could heal 5 million HP every 5 seconds. After a short moment, the various large guilds had been wiped out, suffering extreme losses. Only a small number of lucky players had escaped the Frost King's wrath. "Guild leader, are we still going to raid it?" Purple Eye asked, her expression darkening as she watched the various large guilds fall. "Damn it! Why did things end up like this?" Galaxy Past frowned as he watched the Frost King's unstoppable rampage. The boss had actually taken advantage of the guild's plans to use Zerg tactics to strengthen itself. That was simply unheard of. "Retreat! Pull away from the boss!" Immediately, the Star Alliance's members fled from the battlefield, not daring to linger. After a few more moments, only a small number of players occupied the previously crowded plains as most had fled to the Frozen Scar's entrance. "Everyone's gone?" Shi Feng muttered as he glanced at the crowd by the dungeon's entrance. He then swept his glance towards the Frost King, who had calmed. Smiling, he then said in the team chat, "All right, let's move out." He had guessed that this would happen. After all, even he had only dared to come this far after thorough preparation. It was only natural that the various large guilds, which had very little understanding of mutants, would end up like this. Hearing Shi Feng's words, his guildmates' excitement grew. They followed after Shi Feng and slowly approached the Frost King. The guilds and independent players at the entrance noticed the movement. What's Zero Wing trying to do? They're insane. They're going to fight that thing. Chapter 1397. Zero Wing takes action. Chapter 1397. Zero Wing takes action. The players near the Frozen Scar's entrance were confused as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the Frost King. Every one of these players had seen for themselves how powerful the Frost King was. Not only did the boss have a domain that could suppress his enemies' attributes, but he also possessed frightening, destructive power. Current players had no hope against this monster. Not even the most common Zerg tactics had any effect on the Frost King, much less a measly army of 1,000 players. Even level 44 shield warriors with over 40,000 HP had died instantly after activating Shield Wall. If none of their MTs could tank the Frost King, how were they supposed to raid this boss? Although Zero Wing's 1,000-man team was incredibly powerful, that strength was nothing more than a joke before the Frost King. Guild leader, they're not really trying to raid that thing, are they? Curiosity overtook Purple Eye as she watched Zero Wing's army inch closer to the Frost King. I don't know, but Black Flame should be fully aware of the Frost King's might. He shouldn't be foolish enough to challenge that boss. Perhaps he's trying to gather some intel to prepare for a future raid attempt, Galaxy Past said, shaking his head. He didn't understand Zero Wing's actions, either. In his opinion, they'd likely need a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players to kill the Frost King. Trying to raid the boss with anything less would be futile. Players simply couldn't fill the gap in strength with numbers. As everyone's attention shifted towards Zero Wing, Shifeng waved his hand. Suddenly, miniature ballistas began to appear within the guild's army. In the blink of an eye, 50 miniature ballistas were organized into 5 rows. Following which, Zero Wing's members began to assemble the war weapons. Crap. Zero Wing's using siege weapons to deal with the Frost King? That's way too extravagant. Madness. This is madness. Are they not afraid that the Frost King will destroy the miniature ballistas? The spectating players could not help but gasp as they saw the rows of miniature ballistas, unable to believe their eyes. The various large guilds' upper echelons were particularly dumbfounded. Zero Wing was using siege weapons to raid a field boss. Not even super guilds would dare to be so wasteful. It was just too much of a risk. Even if they killed the boss with the siege weapons, the losses would far exceed their gains. Every siege weapon was extremely valuable. Moreover, since these weapons posed a greater threat, monsters almost always targeted them first. Yet, not only had Zero Wing brung siege weapons to a field boss raid, but they had brought 50 miniature ballistas in total. Just what does Zero Wing intend to do? They're mobilizing their guild's foundations to raid a boss. Aren't they worried that other powers will take advantage of the fight and try to rob them? Purple Eye gaped when she saw the miniature ballistas. While the potential profit of killing the Frost King was quite valuable, it was likely less valuable than 50 miniature ballistas. If Zero Wing lost those weapons in battle, it would severely impact the guild's overall combat power. Do you think that any power remaining in Starmoon Kingdom would dare steal or destroy those weapons? Galaxy Past asked, smiling bitterly. In reality, Zero Wing's revelation of their siege weapons in this raid was a declaration that it wasn't afraid of a theft attempt. It was proof of the guild's strength. They had already witnessed Zero Wing's power, particularly Black Flame's strength. Black Flame had killed Heaven's Burial's guild leader amidst an army of thousands of elites. The other members from Heaven's Burial had only been able to watch helplessly as he took their guild leader's life. With such strength, who would possibly dare pick a fight with Zero Wing? To put it bluntly, doing so was suicidal. It was much different from the attitude Zero Wing had adopted when the weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial had dropped littered the battlefield. Despite so much precious loot before them, none of the various large guilds or independent players had dared to claim them. Along with the miniature ballistas, Shifeng had used demon summoning and called forth a level 72, Tier 3 Inferno Demon. Due to Demon Ruler's effect, the Inferno Demon's attributes received a 30% buff, becoming significantly stronger than a normal Tier 3 demon. Inferno Demon, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 72. HP 33, 800, 000/33, 800, 000. Shifeng also summoned Anna. As a Grand Lord-ranked mutant, the Frost King was even stronger than a mythic monster of the same level. As a mutant, its intellect was also quite high. Zerg tactics wouldn't be effective against this boss. If they were, the various large guilds of the past wouldn't have suffered so many losses to deal with a single mutant, even going as far as mobilizing siege weapons to exterminate the creature. Not even an army of hundreds of thousands of players could defeat it. Of course, the mutants back then had grown over a considerable amount of time. They weren't like the Frost King, who had just become a mutant and hadn't had much time to increase his strength. However, as the Frost King's initial tier was high, it could even annihilate a 1,000-man team of Tier 2 players if not dealt with properly. Guild leader, the boss is coming, a ranger scout announced. Main force, prepare to move. Dark God's Legion, protect the miniature ballistas. Exterminate anyone that dares to approach. Shifeng instructed. Guild leader, rest assured, if any guild or player tries to pull something, we'll wipe them off the map. The Dark God's Legion members guaranteed as they patted their chests. Saying so, the Dark God's Legion members spread out around the miniature ballistas. A few members took out magic array scrolls for the double protection barrier, constructing a magic barrier around the siege weapons. Meanwhile, the main force members spread out and charged towards the Frost King. Due to the Frost King's domain, the main force members' attributes fell significantly upon entering the boss's sphere of influence. Upon sensing the approaching players, the Frost King swung one of his sabers at the crowd. A streak of blue light swept toward Zero Wing's MTs. Just before the blue light struck, a shadow descended from the sky and stood before the MTs. Holding its flaming spear before it, the Inferno Demon blocked the streak of light. Boom! The impact immediately threw the level 72 Inferno Demon over 30 yards, its HP decreasing by over 100,000. The distant spectators gasped when they saw the Frost King's display of strength. What strength? Shifeng was similarly astonished. Despite blocking the attack, the Inferno Demon had still received so much damage from one casual attack. If not for the Bible of Darkness's buff, it wouldn't have lasted long against the Frost King. Noticing the boss prepare to launch his second attack, Shifeng took out the ancient weather book and used weather control. Suddenly, the chilling atmosphere began to warm rapidly as a scorchingly hot sun dominated the sky. While the ancient weather book didn't seem to have any practical effect against monsters, the exact opposite was true. In God's domain, players weren't the only ones affected by their environment. The same was true for monsters. If a monster fought in an environment that ran counter to its nature, the monster's combat power at least would decrease by half. This was also why the various large guilds had searched for any skills or spells that could affect weather in the past. However, skills and spells of this type were even rarer than curses and taboo skills of the same tier. Generally, only superpowers could get their hands on one. Suddenly, the snowy plains transformed into a burning hellscape. Although players didn't prefer this fiery environment either, Zero Wing's members had consumed the Sea God's blessing. They could adapt to hot or cold adequately. In contrast, the Frost King, an ice elemental, was exceedingly uncomfortable. Disregarding Zero Wing's members, the Frost King turned and attempted to flee the hellscape. Stop him! Don't let him get away! All ballistas tech. Upon Shifeng's command, the assembled miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows simultaneously. Shoo! 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 A rain of fire descended upon the Frost King, the scene far more spectacular than normal boss raids. Chapter 1398, Tier 4 Strength. Chapter 1398, Tier 4 Strength. The 50 exploding arrows rained down on the Frost King like meteors. Roar! Noticing the incoming attacks, the Frost King roared. It then brandished its twin sabers, cutting down the exploding arrows before they could land. The boss knocked the majority of the exploding arrows off course. As for the remaining arrows, the Frost King simply took a step forward and dodged most of them, while blocking a small portion with his sabers. In the end, only 3 exploding arrows had connected with their target. Minus 32,964. Minus 33,157. minus 32,849. Such high defense. Zero Wings members could not help their surprise. On its own, an exploding arrow was as powerful as a Tier 2 spell, but with the miniature ballista's damage modifier, these arrows could compete with the strongest Tier 2 spells. Overall, a single exploding arrow could deal over minus 100,000 damage against a Great Lord of the same level, yet the few that had struck the Grand Lord-ranked Frost King had only dealt a little over minus 30,000 damage. One could imagine how pitiful their damage would be if players relied on Tier 1 skills and spells to take down this boss. Everyone finally understood why Shi Feng wanted to utilize the miniature ballistas. With the minute damage players' attacks would deal, even a 1,000-man team was unlikely to overcome the Frost King's battle recovery. If more than 1,000 players fought the Frost King at the same time, the boss would become even stronger, his strength and defense reaching new heights. The Grand Lord would be unstoppable. As expected of a mutant. Despite such an uncomfortable environment, its reaction speed is still so fast, Shi Feng commented, smiling slightly as he watched the Frost King, who still attempted to flee the Hell's Cape. In truth, Shi Feng hadn't expected 3 of the 50 arrows to hit the Frost King. After all, he was very familiar with how terrifying a mutant was. Tier 2 attacks would have a limited effect on this creature. Finally, Anna finished her incantation. With a wave of her staff, a level 75, Tier 3 Golden Giant and 10 level 75, Tier 2 Rock Guardians appeared before her. The Rock Guardians immediately formed a magic barrier to trap the Frost King. However, the Frost King was simply too powerful. Despite the barrier, his basic attributes remained unaffected. Fortunately, the Rock Guardians' barrier created an opportunity for the 50 miniature ballistas to bombard the boss. Following which, the miniature ballistas launched another volley at the Frost King. This time, due to the limited space the Frost King had to maneuver, he dodged and blocked significantly fewer arrows. In the end, over a dozen exploding arrows found their mark, damages over minus 30,000 appearing above the boss's head, one after another. Suddenly, the Inferno Demon descended from the sky and activated the Tier 3 skill, Macropyre. Ice elementals like the Frost King feared fire-type attacks over all else. With a single attack, the Frost King lost over 1 million HP instantly. Upon receiving such a significant amount of damage, the Frost King retaliated, swinging one of his sabers at the Inferno Demon with lightning speed. Although the Inferno Demon had used its flame spear to block the attack, it still lost over 100,000 HP. Fortunately, Zero Wings healers supported the summoned demon from a safe distance, granting the creature the ability to fight the Frost King for a long time. With the Inferno Demon and Golden Giant tanking the Frost King, Zero Wings members could freely attack the boss from the sides. Although their damage was insignificant at best, they could, more or less, hinder the Frost King's movements by attacking his joints. For a time, the Frost King engaged in a fierce battle against the Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant, the sounds of weapons clashing echoing throughout the plains. At the same time, the miniature ballistas continued to fire one exploding arrow volley after another, whittling down the Frost King's HP. Meanwhile, Shi Feng switched to the aura of fire and circled to the Frost King's back before activating Flame Burst. The Frost King released an agonizing cry as he received Shi Feng's 15 consecutive strikes. Minus 61,574. Minus 123,487. Minus 61,746. In total, Shi Feng's 15 attacks dealt over minus 1 million damage. Is he a monster? The watching upper echelons from the various large guilds were stupefied. Even their guild's top-tier experts had only dealt several hundred damage to the Grand Lord with their skills, yet Shi Feng's normal attacks dealt over minus 5,000 damage, while his skills dealt over minus 10,000. Aside from Shi Feng's individual performance, these upper echelons winced as they watched Zero Wings members waste the precious exploding arrows. This situation showed them how truly powerful Zero Wings' foundations were. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, only Zero Wing would dare to raid a measly field boss with such an extravagant method. following which the Frost King's HP rapidly decreased under Zero Wing's combined assault. 99%, 95%, 89%. As time passed, the originally peerless Frost King's maneuverability suffered as his HP decreased. When the Frost King had only 30% HP remaining, he finally seemed to realize that his life was in danger. Suddenly, the Frost King stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to sink slightly. Following which, pillars of ice rose from the dirt, surrounding the Grand Lord. The cage of ice rendered the miniature ballistas and players' attacks ineffective. After another 5 seconds, the Frost King split into 2 identical clones. However, both Frost Kings only had 15% of their total HPs. Is this a joke? The distant spectating players gaped when they saw 2 Frost Kings. One Frost King was frightening enough, yet now Zero Wing had to face 2 of them. Just how were players supposed to defeat such a boss? The large guild's members weren't the only ones horrified. Zero Wing's members' hearts sank at the sight. For a moment, they were at a loss. The Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant had already struggled to tank the mutant. Moreover, after such a long fight, the healer's mana was close to depletion. The healers couldn't possibly keep up with the damage if they had to face 2 Frost Kings simultaneously. After all, not even the Tier 3 Inferno Demon and the Golden Giant could defend themselves and the players against 2 Grand Lord Mutants' attacks properly. Any attack they failed to block would instantly deal over -1 million damage, while skills would deal 2 to 3 million damage. At this rate, the Inferno Demon and Golden Giant would die very quickly. Without these 2 summon monsters in the way, the Frost Kings wouldn't need long to annihilate Zero Wing's team. Suddenly, one of the Frost Kings threw the Golden Giant from the magic barrier, leaving the Inferno Demon alone to deal with the 2 bosses' pincer attack. Both Frost Kings revealed sinister smiles, their sabers releasing a frosty aura that dropped the surrounding temperature sharply. They then swung their sabers down at the Inferno Demon. All living creatures must die. The 2 Frost Kings bellowed as one as they sent 4 arcs of blue light at the Inferno Demon. When struck, the Inferno Demon's HP, which had been at 50%, plummeted to 0, its body transforming into particles of light and disappearing. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. The 2 Frost Kings had killed a Tier 3 Inferno Demon instantly. It's over. Zero Wing's loss is inevitable. Galaxy Past was indescribably shocked as he watched the Inferno Demon vanish from the battlefield. He hadn't dreamed that the Frost King was this powerful. However, after using this powerful skill to execute the Inferno Demon, each of the Frost Kings had lost 5% of their HPs. Now, they only had 10% HP remaining. After dealing with the Inferno Demon, one of the Frost Kings moved to deal with the Golden Giant, while the other attacked the Rock Guardians. Before they could, however, a figure appeared before the Frost King that targeted the Rock Guardians. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Despite noticing the swordsman, the Frost King didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he swatted at Shifeng as if he were a fly. Despite such a casual attack, a black spatial tear ripped along the saber's trajectory. Guild leader! Zero Wing's members panicked. The attack could even send a Tier 3 Great Lord flying. No player could possibly avoid it. But as they watched, the spectating players were astonished yet again. Activating Heavenly Dragon's power, a golden glow swallowed Shifeng. He also activated Blade Liberation. Immediately, he swung Killing Ray to meet the Frost King's saber. The instant the 2 weapons collided, the saber was thrown back as if it had been struck by a cannonball. Impossible! He repelled the boss. The various large guilds in the distance could not believe their eyes. While they had considered the possibility that Shifeng might use a life-saving skill to block the attack, they had never expected the man to repel the Frost King's attack with one of his own. My strength is already on par with a mythic monster of the same level? Shifeng glanced at the sacred sword in his hand in confusion. This was the first time he had activated twofold Berserk since upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to the fragmented legendary rank. Chapter 1399, Horrific Outbreak. Chapter 1399, Horrific Outbreak. He blocked the attack by himself. An indescribable shock filled the watching players when they saw Shi Feng emerge from the clash unharmed. They had experienced the Frost King's strength personally. The Grand Lord had killed players with activated berserk skills as if they were a joke. Yet, Shi Feng had repulsed the Frost King with a single blow. Although the Frost King had weakened slightly after finishing off the Inferno Demon with that powerful skill, players had no hope against its strength. I wonder what Heaven's Burial's reaction will be if Zero Wing takes down the Frost King? Purple Eye mused, smiling bitterly at the repulsed Frost King. She had hoped that the Star Alliance could use the Frost King to elevate its status in Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, that plan was no longer feasible. However, the setbacks the Star Alliance suffered were nothing compared to those of Heaven's Burial. After overcoming so many challenges to gain an advantage over Zero Wing, not only had Heaven's Burial failed to hurt the guild, but it would also lose the advantage of its link between Red Iron Town and Evernight City. We can't underestimate Heaven's Burial. Although they've suffered a miserable defeat here, based on the Secret Pavilion's report, the guild has Beast Emperor's backing. That Beast Emperor fellow has already taken control of several large guilds, including the top first-rate guild Overlord Dynasty, and is the Purple Thorns Kingdom's undisputed ruler. It won't be so easy for Zero Wing to defeat Heaven's Burial, Galaxy Pass said, shaking his head. Before the Secret Pavilion had secured ownership of the Star Alliance, his ambitions had been great. He had dreamed of becoming an overlord in God's domain one day. However, after joining the Secret Pavilion, he had come to understand one thing: God's domain was unlike any other virtual reality game that had ever existed. Without the foundations of a super first-rate guild or super guild, ruling over a kingdom was easier said than done. The opponents on the surface were far from the only ones vying for dominance. Many powers lurked in the darkness, developing in secret. If these powers decided to take action, even a first-rate guild might not withstand their might. However, the fact that Zero Wing managed to become the ostensible overlord of Star Moon Kingdom was already plenty amazing. The guild leader is so awesome. He even blocked that kind of attack. Shi Feng's performance had rekindled hope in Zero Wing's guild members whose confidence had begun to waver. They immediately resumed their bombardment, using the miniature ballistas to attack the Frost Kings madly. Although the Golden Giant was having great difficulty in dealing with one of the two Frost Kings, now that the Frost Kings had weakened slightly, the level 75 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant would not fall that easily either. Not to mention, the Frost King Shi Feng was dealing with had very little HP remaining. Zero Wing definitely had a chance to emerge victorious in this raid. We don't have much time left. Everyone, prioritize attacking my Frost King. Shi Feng instructed hurriedly after repulsing the Frost King before him. While he indeed possessed the strength of a Tier 4 player right now, he could maintain twofold berserk for only 24 seconds. If they did not finish this battle within that time, annihilation would be inevitable. Shi Feng dashed at his Frost King, who was forced to retreat 4 steps. Abyssal Bind. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. At this moment, Shi Feng no longer dared to hold anything back. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the Frost King. Although Abyssal Bind had little effect on the Frost King, the skill had still managed to freeze the Frost King's movements momentarily, allowing Shi Feng and his doppelganger to arrive before the Frost King in tandem. Flame Burst. The swords carried by both Shi Feng and his doppelganger transformed into dazzling, miniature suns that assailed the Frost King's body. Among the 30 consecutive strikes that landed on the Grand Lord, each one dealt over -300,000 damage. Critical hits dealt over -600,000 damage. In addition to Shi Feng and his doppelganger, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms also danced around the Frost King's body, cutting at it. Not to forget, there were still the exploding arrows coming from a distance. Although the Frost King managed to block most of the attacks sent at him, the Grand Lord's HP still plunged to 8%. Shi Feng's explosive power thoroughly stupefied everyone once more. Sure enough, a Grand Lord-ranked mutant really is tough to deal with. Shi Feng's head ached when he looked at the Frost King maintaining its defense against the attacks sent at him. The difference in physique was simply too massive. If Shi Feng were up against an ordinary Grand Lord, he could easily overwhelm the monster's defenses with his combat techniques and strike directly at its body, dealing substantial amounts of damage to it. However, despite the highly disadvantageous environment, the Frost King's reaction speed and attack speed remained terrifying. It was just too difficult for Shi Feng to land an actual blow on the Grand Lord. Even when Shi Feng and his doppelganger struck simultaneously, the Frost King was still able to cope with both of their attacks. If this situation dragged on, even after twofold Berserk's duration ended, they still wouldn't be able to kill one Frost King, much less both of them. A futile struggle. At this time, the Frost King suddenly changed the trajectory of one of his sabers, switching from defense to offense and striking at Shi Feng from an angle. Dang! Fortunately, Shi Feng managed to protect his side abdomen in the nick of time, using Killing Ray. In return, however, he had to take 2 sidesteps before he could stabilize his body. He's starting to recover his strength already? Shi Feng's complexion darkened as he looked at the vibrating sacred sword. Although he was aware that the Frost King would recover from his weakened state very quickly, he never thought that it would happen this quickly. However, the Frost King had no intentions of giving Shi Feng any opportunities to react. The boss promptly brandished his sabers and forced Shi Feng into a defensive state. Now, even Shi Feng's doppelganger had difficulty finding an opportunity to land an attack. This situation panicked Zero Wings members. They were all aware that Shi Feng was currently using twofold Berserk, and that the combination Berserk skill only had a short duration. However, the exploding arrow's power was simply too mediocre. Each arrow dealt only a little over minus 30,000 damage. Even if they landed 20 arrows per volley, they would deal just over minus 600,000 damage to the Frost King. With that kind of damage, it was simply impossible to defeat the Grand Lord within a short period. As Shi Feng was starting to get pushed back, he abruptly stabbed Killing Ray into the ground. Suddenly, a blue pulse of energy spread out into his surroundings. Chilling field. In the next moment, 9 frost spears appeared around Shi Feng and stabbed madly at the Frost King. Although each frost spear carried only 90% of the skill user's strength, Shi Feng was able to superimpose the strength of 3 spears, the current limit of his capabilities. His technique might not be as refined as Sirius's, but by combining 3 spears into one, he could still roughly double the strength of each attack. Meanwhile, 180% of his current strength was more than enough to suppress the Frost King. Following which, each time the Frost Spears clashed with the Frost King's sabers, the resulting impact would create an opening for Shi Feng's doppelganger to land a few attacks. This situation chopped chunk after chunk from the Frost King's HP. When the Frost King only had 3% of his HP remaining, he became thoroughly enraged. Suddenly, his snowy white body turned pitch black, and the aura he gave off was replete with an indescribable sense of evil. From time to time, he could also see blue arcs of lightning flashing across. Heaven Splitter was a Tier 4 super large-scale destruction spell. Its result was complete and utter destruction. At this moment, Shi Feng went into a frenzy as he controlled Chilling Field to execute Sword's Orbit, launching a relentless stream of attacks at the Frost King. As the mana in the skies grew increasingly violent, the Frost King's HP likewise declined. 2%, 1%. Die! Shi Feng bellowed as he activated Divine Providence and Dragon Breath. Immediately, a white beam of light devoured the Frost King, reaping the final strand of his HP. Chapter 1400, King's Loot. Chapter 1400, King's Loot. When the HP of one of the Frost Kings reached 0, both Frost Kings suddenly turned into ice and shattered. At the same time, the heavy pressure on Zero Wings members lifted, and they collapsed wearily to sit down on the ground. That was so close. Everyone from Zero Wing breathed out a sigh of relief when they noticed the magic array in the sky disappearing gradually. Had the magic array been allowed to gather mana for even a moment longer, this battle would definitely have ended in their annihilation. After the Frost King's death, everyone received a generous amount of EXP. Although not everybody managed to level up, their experience bars still increased by a sizable portion, equivalent to 1 day's worth of grinding. However, compared to the EXP they received, everyone paid much more attention to the loot of the Frost King. The reason for this was the loot's abundance. The Frost King actually dropped over 100 items when it died. Even the final bosses of leveling maps would not drop such a large number of items. Usually, one would be fortunate to get 1 or 2 dozen items. Yet now, there were actually over 100 items dropped. Just looking at the loot made everyone's heart race. What? So many items actually dropped. Envy suddenly filled the eyes of the distant spectating large guilds and independent players, many of them wishing they could charge forward and steal some of the items for themselves right now. However, the onlookers simply left their fantasies as fantasies. Setting aside how much time they would need to cross the long distance separating themselves and the loot, just getting through Zero Wing's experts to reach the loot would already be a near impossible feat. Crap. I bet there are going to be plenty of dark gold weapons and equipment among the loot. Dark gold rank? Aren't you underestimating the mutated Frost King a little too much? I recall that the last mutant that appeared in White River City had dropped epic items after it died. Since the Frost King was much more powerful than that previous mutant, most likely there are going to be many epic items among the loot. Even until now, our guild has only managed to obtain 1 epic item. Moreover, it was even taken by the guild leader. If I could have one as well, I'd definitely be willing to leave my guild and join Zero Wing. Everyone speculated on the Frost King's loot. What frightening loot! With merely a glance at the items dropped, Shifeng already spotted more than 10 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, the majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones and magic crystal treasure chests. Attribute gemstones were one of the hard currencies in God's domain. No matter what level players reached, attribute gemstones would not become obsolete. Meanwhile, the magic crystal treasure chest was something only Grand Lord ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping, starting from level 50. Depending on the magic crystal treasure chest quality, the number of magic crystals it rewarded would also vary. This could be considered a relatively good way for expert teams to obtain magic crystals. Common magic crystal treasure chests gave between 5 to 20 magic crystals, and on the market, they sold for roughly 3 gold each. Bronze magic crystal treasure chests gave between 30 to 50 magic crystals and sold for roughly 12 gold each. Mysterious iron magic crystal treasure chests gave between 100 to 150 magic crystals and sold for roughly 37 gold each. Secret silver magic crystal treasure chests gave between 300 to 500 magic crystals and sold for roughly 120 gold each. Fine gold magic crystal treasure chests gave between 1,000 to 2,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 450 gold each. Dark gold magic crystal treasure chests gave between 3,000 to 5,000 magic crystals and sold for roughly 1,200 gold each. Meanwhile, the Frost King had dropped a total of 5 magic crystal treasure chests, 3 secret silver rank, 1 fine gold rank, and 1 dark gold rank. After another 10 minutes or so, Shifeng was finally done organizing the Frost King's loot. As he was doing so, he could not help but grow ecstatic. Among the loot, there were 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. These things were extremely valuable treasures in God's domain. Not to mention, one of these 2 scrolls was even a summoning scroll. The value of this scroll was simply incalculable. Aside from those, there were also various advanced recipes and designs for the various lifestyle classes. The one Shifeng loved the most was the Titan device design, which ranked near the top even among advanced designs. Or to put it in another way, the Titan device was one of the consumable items all players dreamed of obtaining. Like the strengthening device, the Titan device was similarly a consumable item. Only, unlike the strengthening device, which was used to extend the durability of equipment, the Titan device was used to increase the mana density around players. It allowed players to exert even more of their own strength. Of course, the increase in mana density provided by the Titan device was not as significant as that of the fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries ring. It was roughly at the level of a town or city with 5 magic towers, higher than the mana density currently available in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. However, the duration of the Titan device was considerably short, lasting only 3 hours. Even so, it was still exceedingly popular among the players of God's Domain in the past. As long as Titan devices appeared in an auction house, the various large guilds and adventurer teams would immediately buy them out. Unfortunately, the Titan device design was extremely rare. Even after 10 years had passed, very few guilds had managed to get their hands on one. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds had several of the designs, while first-rate guilds would have been fortunate to have even 3 or 4 pieces. As a result, the Titan devices these guilds produced were rarely ever sold to the public and were generally kept for internal consumption. Aside from the Titan device design, the Frost King had also dropped 2 epic items and 1 fragmented legendary item. The quality of the loot dumbfounded even Sher Feng. Of the 2 epic items, one was a necklace called Magic Devouring Charm. The necklace's level range was between 45 and 100. Unfortunately, the necklace's basic attributes were average at best. Moreover, the necklace had only 1 passive skill. In Sher Feng's opinion, though, this necklace was definitely a top-tier necklace for magical classes. The reason for this was the passive skill Mana Body. Mana Body increased the wearer's spell completion rate by 3% and spell effectiveness by 30% while decreasing spellcasting time by 20%. This could be considered a godly skill for magical class players. Aside from the Magic Devouring Charm, the other epic item was a spatial bag. The value of this item exceeded even the Magic Devouring Charms. Although the spatial bag did not provide any attributes or skills to players, it could be stored inside a player's bag space and be used to store 12,000 slots worth of items, nearly double the available slots in Sher Feng's current bag space. Meanwhile, the most amazing aspect of this spatial bag was its built-in warehouse. Players could store non-bag space items such as diamond wood and 7 luminaries crystals inside this warehouse. Moreover, the spatial bag could store up to 300 non-bag space items, triple the amount the hurricane sailboat could carry. If put up for auction, it could easily sell for over 50,000 gold. With this, transporting diamond wood will become much more convenient. As Sher Feng looked at the spatial bag, he quickly thought of many more ways of making money. Non-bag space items were generally very precious in God's Domain. Due to the trouble of transporting them, these items generally sold for very high prices. Hence, maritime adventurer teams were able to make a fortune by transporting items. As long as one transported some popular non-bag space items to a location that did not produce them, one would be able to sell the items for astronomical prices. Now that Sher Feng had the spatial bag, he could travel to various countries to purchase their local non-bag space items for a low price and resell these in other countries. After he was done looking at the 2 epic items, he could not help but shift his sights to a dazzling staff. Despite the 2 epic items earlier being worth tens of thousands of gold, the total value of these 2 items was not even worth 1/10 of this staff. The reason being this staff was a fragmented legendary weapon. Chapter 1401, Advanced Garrison Order. Chapter 1401, Advanced Garrison Order. To current players, epic items were already godlike existences that were unobtainable. What more fragmented legendary items? Even until now, there had been no news of any guild or player that had managed to get their hands on a fragmented legendary item. Although there was the possibility that the ones who had done so were keeping it a secret like Zero Wing, the odds of it happening were very low. After all, in addition to fragmented legendary items being extremely rare, the difficulty of acquiring one was also exceedingly high. In the past, Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild, had never obtained a single fragmented legendary item. From this, one could imagine just how rare fragmented legendary items were. Meanwhile, the fact that the Frost King had dropped a fragmented legendary staff could definitely be considered exceptional luck. Compared to equipment and accessories, weapons were the foundations for improving a player's combat power. As expected of a fragmented legendary weapon, its attributes really are terrifyingly strong. Frost Flame Wrath, Two-Handed Staff, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Equipment requirement, Strength 600, Intelligence 1500. Attack power, 220% of intelligence. All attributes, increases according to user's level. When equipped, strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 60%, endurance increased by 50%, vitality increased by 50%. Casting speed increased by 30%. Cast range plus 20. Magic damage increased by 30%. All spell effectiveness increased by 30%. Spell critical rate increased by 30%, spell cost decreased by 10%. Completion rate of all ice and fire-type spells and skills increased by 5%. Ignore levels plus 20. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Frost Flame Origin increases the power of ice and fire-type spells cast by user by 1 tier. Can be increased up to tier 5. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Elemental Shield reduces all magic damage received by 50% and physical damage by 30%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frost Flame Hell deals ice and fire-type damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius for 10 seconds. Spell effectiveness will be 1 tier higher than user's current tier. Can be increased up to tier 5. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frost Flame Space, with the user as the center, decreases the attributes of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 30%. Increases user's attributes by 80% and physique by 50%. Also creates an ice-type doppelganger and a fire-type doppelganger. Doppelgangers will have 100% of users' basic attributes but can use only their corresponding type of spells. While inside Frost Flame Space, as long as either user or one doppelganger survives, user will not die. When Frost Flame Space's duration ends, user will recover back to peak condition. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 hours. Additional active skill 3 dash. Summon Mount summons a Frost Flame Cheetah that has 300% movement speed and is 1 tier higher than user. Mount's tier cannot exceed tier 5. Duration, 3 hours. Cooldown, 3 hours. This staff was once owned by Irene Jacques. However, the core runes have been damaged. The staff needs to absorb 10 God Crystals to recover. Current number of absorbed God Crystals, 0/10. To Elementalists, the Frost Flame Wrath was simply a divine weapon. Moreover, obtaining this staff was equivalent to obtaining a dark gold mount as well. The mount summoned could also serve as an MT, making up for the disadvantages of an Elementalist. Only, the staff's equipment requirements were somewhat high. Normally, magical class players rarely ever invested their free attribute points into strength. Moreover, magical class equipment rarely ever provided strength bonuses. A level 45 magical class player would be fortunate to have even 300 strength. The 1500 intelligence required was similarly a hard target to achieve for current players. At this stage of the game, magical class players that had 1000 intelligence could already rank near the top among their class. However, as long as he could arm one of the guild's elementalist experts with the Frost Flame Wrath, they would immediately soar to become a peak expert. Following which, Shi Feng stored the Frost Flame Wrath and began going through the other items dropped. Very quickly, Shi Feng discovered a crystal token inside his bag. Meanwhile, there was the word, city, carved on the token. His eyes immediately glowed at the sight. What? An advanced garrison order? The reason why the NPCs of Evernight City had mentioned that guilds could garrison Evernight City if they killed the Frost King was the garrison order the Frost King would drop. With the garrison order, a guild could garrison a city and enjoy various benefits. Every NPC city possessed different levels of authority. Meanwhile, an advanced garrison order allowed a guild to have advanced authority right off the bat. Could the basic garrison order have transformed into an advanced one due to the Frost King turning into a mutant? Based on Shifeng's memories, the guild that killed the Frost King in the past had obtained only a basic garrison order. Advanced garrison order. Owner of this token may allow one guild to permanently garrison Evernight City and enjoy advanced authority in the city. The basic garrison order of a dark city allowed the connection of a guild town to said dark city. As the amount of reputation a guild possessed in a dark city increased, the amount of authority it had within the city would increase as well. Greater authority allowed a guild to connect multiple towns with the city. Meanwhile, if a guild possessed advanced authority in a dark city, not only could it connect multiple guild towns to the city, but it could also purchase land in the central area of the city. In God's domain, dark cities were much more popular among players compared to ordinary NPC cities. However, players needed to complete certain quests before they could enter a dark city. Either that, or become a red or dark player. Despite the various weapons and equipment available for exchange inside dark cities being limited to red and dark players, that did not stop normal players seeking items suitable for themselves from exchanging for these items. Normal players just needed to commission a red or dark player to act as a proxy for them in exchange for compensation. Hence, trade within dark cities was very active. Particularly, after players reached level 50 and high-quality weapons and equipment became increasingly rarer, such dark city exchanges would become even more popular in God's domain. In the past, the population of dark cities had, at one point, even exceeded that of capital cities of kingdoms. One could just imagine how many players were conducting trades in dark cities. Of course, red and dark players could not freely exchange for high-quality weapons and equipment in dark cities. Not only did they need a sufficient amount of reputation, but they also needed to spend contribution points of the corresponding dark city when exchanging for items. Without sufficient contribution points, red and dark players could not exchange for items either. Meanwhile, upon inspecting the advanced garrison order, the sound of a system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System, do you wish to bind the token? Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to bind the token to himself. After all, one of his goals in coming to the Frozen Scar this time was the garrison order. System, you have bound the token to yourself. Please visit Magistrate Magrants at Evernight City's City Hall. After binding the advanced garrison order, Shifeng continued looking through the remaining loot. These were level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment. If sold, each one of them could easily fetch over 1,000 gold. Overall, more than 10,000 gold's worth of level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment had dropped. Once he had organized the loot, he did not share any details with the team. He merely gave all participants the GCPs they deserved so that they could exchange for the weapons and equipment they wanted once they returned to the guild. After all, a 1,000-man team was different from a 100-man team. There just wasn't enough equipment to share with everyone. If a team auction were held, it would definitely consume a lot of time. Hence, he might as well place all the dropped dark gold weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse and let everyone make their choices. As for the epic items and above, they were the guild's secrets and should not be displayed or put up for exchange casually. I should make a trip to Evernight City and open up the transfer path. Shifeng then removed the guild war order and took out a return scroll to leave the Frozen Scar. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing successfully raiding the Frost King had spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1402, Popular Battle Arena. Chapter 1402, Popular Battle Arena. The news of the Frost King's defeat immediately caught the attention of many adventurer teams and independent players. This is a lie, right? I heard that many people got annihilated by the Frost King. Even the allied forces of the various large guilds, consisting of over 100,000 elite players, were helpless against the Frost King. Just how did Zero Wings succeed? Zero Wings killing the Frost King means that it can now directly garrison Evernight City. With this, Stone Forest Town will also be connected with Evernight City. Previously, I avoided going to Stone Forest Town since I felt it was too much of a hassle. However, if there's a teleportation array connecting the town to Evernight City, it might not be a bad idea to pay the town a visit. Now that Stone Forest Town has a link to Evernight City, it will definitely remain the #1 town of Starmoon Kingdom even in the future. I wonder what kind of actions Heaven's Burial will take? The various adventurer teams and independent players were overjoyed over the fact that they could travel directly to Evernight City via Stone Forest Town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was already very popular for the many rare items being sold there as well as having a training location like the Battle Arena. Only, due to the inconvenience of traveling to Stone Forest Town, many players in Starmoon Kingdom had given up on the endeavor. Now that Stone Forest Town was connected to Evernight City, visiting the town became much more convenient. Starmoon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Damn it! Zero Wing actually succeeded. Broken Flow's complexion darkened after watching the video showing Zero Wing's raid of the Frost King. Guild leader, what should we do next? Heaven's Burial had suffered tremendous losses this time. Not only did over 10,000 elite members die, but they even lost the kill of the Frost King. Now, Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom was as dazzling as the midday sun. Meanwhile, as soon as the various adventurer teams and independent players received news of Zero Wing's success, they all started thinking about teleporting from Evernight City to Stone Forest Town and taking a look around. One could just imagine how bustling Stone Forest Town would become once it was actually linked with Evernight City. We'll let Zero Wing enjoy its success for now. It has merely opened a teleportation channel between Stone Forest Town and Evernight City right now. In God's domain, levels and resources are the truly important things. What we truly need to focus on this time is the Empire's Rise expansion pack. Moreover, Beast Emperor has just sent a message for our side to start preparing soon, Singular Burial said, sneering. However, we can't let Zero Wing off too easily either. Notify the personnel at the auction house. Tell them to increase the number of rare items we're putting up for sale as well as lower the processing fees a little. I want to see just how many merchant players and adventurer teams are really willing to go to Stone Forest Town. Guild leader, if we do that, Red Iron Town's income will dwindle to nothing, Daybreak Fog said worriedly. With the current income of Red Iron Town's auction house, not only were they able to support the town's development, but they also had funds to spare for Heaven's Burial's own development. However, if they lowered the processing fees they collected, they would only be able to sustain the town's development. To Heaven's Burial, which was currently in dire need of funds, this was not a beneficial situation. It's fine. As long as Beast Emperor and we can deal with the matter over at the neutral map, Red Iron Town and Stone Forest Town will be meaningless to us, Singular Burial said, laughing. All right, just go and get the necessary arrangements done. He and Beast Emperor were fully aware of how powerful Zero Wing was. Since the very beginning, they never intended to rely on Red Iron Town to compete with Zero Wing. They simply wanted to use the town to hinder Zero Wing's development somewhat. Understood. After giving the matter some thought, Daybreak Fog found Singular Burial's decision reasonable. She then made her way to Red Iron Town. The first floor hall of Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Currently, there was a long line of players waiting in the hall to get into the combat rooms. Although duels held in the combat rooms had minimal effect for top-tier experts, they were very effective for the general masses. After all, players could maintain a calm state of mind while in a high mana density environment. For ordinary players, the effectiveness of fighting inside a combat room for 1 hour was equivalent to fighting PvP battles in the outside world for 10 hours or more. Huh. What's up with those two people? How many times have they entered the advanced combat rooms already? Do they have too much money to waste? A few players could not help their surprise at seeing Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon trying to rent the advanced combat rooms for the 9th time. Initially, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon were already quite eye-catching as they stood inside the first-floor hall due to their levels and equipment. Adding on the fact that they would return to the first floor once every half an hour to rent the advanced combat rooms, they naturally would garner attention. Renting 2 combat rooms each time meant spending 4 magic crystals. Doing so 8 times meant spending 32 magic crystals. On the market, 32 magic crystals could easily fetch 8 gold or more. Many expert players did not even earn 1 gold a day. Although adventurer teams were generally wealthier than individual expert players, no matter how the waiting players looked at it, spending 8 gold in such a short time was simply extravagant. Yet now, both Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon were actually planning on renting the advanced combat rooms again. That was simply ludicrous. "Sir, I'm very sorry, but as per our Battle Arena's rules, non-members are allowed to rent the advanced combat rooms only 8 times per day. If you wish to increase your number of entries, you'll have to become a member of the Battle Arena. In that case, you get 16 entries per day. If you become an advanced member, you can rent the advanced combat rooms without limit," the female NPC receptionist said, smiling as she looked at Remnant Cloud. "I get to use the advanced combat rooms 16 times a day if I become a member?" Remnant Cloud fell into deep thought. "That is correct." The female receptionist nodded. "If you wish to become a member of our Battle Arena, you'll have to deposit 1,200 magic crystals into your individual account." Having just arrived at Stone Forest Town recently, the players lining up at the counter next to Remnant Clouds were startled when they heard the prices quoted by the NPC receptionist. "Has Zero Wing gone mad? There's someone willing to rent the expensive advanced combat rooms, yet Zero Wing has actually gone and limited the number of entries? Do they hate getting magic crystals that much?" That's right. Only adventurer teams on Firecloud Fox's level would be willing to pay such a high price. If it were me, I would rather spend my magic crystals at the Trial Tower. Just as everyone was ridiculing the Battle Arena's regulations, Remnant Cloud suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "What are the conditions to become an advanced member here?" He dumbfounded everyone. What's going on? Is Firecloud Fox that wealthy? Everyone could not help but be shocked by Remnant Cloud's question. Although this was their first time hearing about the advanced membership, needless to say, the advanced membership fee would definitely be much higher than the basic membership fee. If you wish to become an advanced member directly, you have to deposit 3,000 magic crystals into your personal account. If you become an advanced member, not only will you be able to rent the advanced combat room without limit, but you'll also receive a 20% discount when using the normal combat rooms, the NPC receptionist explained. How fraudulent! If I had that many magic crystals, I would rather stay cooped up inside the Trial Tower than come here. Zero Wing is insane. Is there really someone who would be so foolish? A commotion broke out when the onlookers heard the NPC receptionist's explanation. Previously, the price of the Battle Arena's basic membership was already pretty fraudulent. However, the price of the advanced membership appeared utterly ridiculous. 3,000 crystals? A tight frown formed on Remnant Cloud's face. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "I just need to have a total of 3,000 magic crystals stored inside my personal account, right?" "That's right." The receptionist nodded. "If that's the case, carry out the basic membership procedures for the 2 of us for now," Remnant Cloud said, gritting his teeth as he paid 2,400 magic crystals to the NPC receptionist. This amount was already close to 1/3 of Firecloud Fox's stockpile of magic crystals. Of course, if it was possible, Remnant Cloud very much preferred to become an advanced member instead. That way, he could keep improving himself inside the advanced combat room. However, he had brought less than 3,000 magic crystals this time. Hence, he could only settle for basic membership for now. Understood. The NPC receptionist received the 2,400 magic crystals and started the membership procedures of the Battle Arena with Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon. After completing the procedures, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon immediately turned around and dashed towards the staircase, apparently planning on entering the advanced combat rooms again. Is this a joke? Is he some actor hired by Zero Wing? The surrounding players wore a look of confusion on their faces as they watched Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon leaving hurriedly for the 7th floor of the battle arena. They simply could not believe this situation. The two players were actually willing to become members of the battle arena just so that they could have more chances to enter the advanced combat rooms. Just what kind of magic does this advanced combat room possess? Wait a minute. I'm not renting a normal combat room anymore. I want to rent an advanced combat room instead. Quite a few expert players that were about to pay their rental fees suddenly changed their minds. They were intensely curious about what was so special about the advanced combat room that it could mesmerize experts like Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon to such a degree. Chapter 1403, Sacred Training Ground. Chapter 1403, Sacred Training Ground. Due to Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon's actions, many expert players inside the first-floor hall of the battle arena grew interested in the advanced combat rooms. They immediately began applying to rent a room for themselves one after another, curious to find out just what was so special about the advanced combat rooms. I want to rent an advanced combat room. Here are 2 magic crystals. Just what is so special about the advanced combat room? I want to give it a try. Just a short moment after Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon left, over a dozen players expressed their intentions to try the advanced combat rooms. However, as there were only 9 advanced combat rooms available, the others had no choice but to wait for their turn. The expert players that got to use the advanced combat rooms entered their respective rooms while filled with skepticism. However, as soon as they entered their rooms, they immediately received a surprise as an illusory creature that looked like their doppelganger appeared before them. Upon fighting with these illusory creatures, the players found out that not only were the illusory creatures capable of using the exact same skills they themselves did, but the illusory creatures even executed the skills perfectly, like second nature. There was no sense of awkwardness in their movements whatsoever. Moreover, the might of the skills the illusory creatures executed were much more powerful than the players' own. After just a short clash, the players found themselves completely suppressed by the illusory creatures. Their defeat took less than 30 seconds. If not for the weapons and equipment they wore possessing powerful skills, they might not even have lasted 10 seconds. So strong. Is this for real? Can I really exhibit that kind of combat power? Why is there such a huge gap between the skill he used and the skill I used? Upon reviving, the players looked at their respective illusory creatures in shock. Originally, they could already exhibit greater combat power in the battle arena due to the high mana density here. However, they never imagined that they had the potential to elevate their combat power to such a degree. The illusory creatures' grasp on timing and skill completion rates, in particular, captivated them completely. Before they knew it, their respective illusory creatures had already killed them. Following which, the expert players inside the advanced combat rooms fully indulged in the wonders of the room. Even after 30 minutes had passed and they were ejected from their respective rooms, they still wore a dazed look on their faces. What? Didn't I just enter recently? It's over already? Why do I feel like only a few minutes passed? The expert players looked at the advanced combat rooms they were just kicked out from with great reluctance. However, as their time limit was up, they could only accept their fate and dash downstairs to get in line and rent the advanced combat room once more. What's going on with these people? The next batch of players queued up to use the advanced combat rooms stared in confusion at the last batch of players coming out from the rooms. They could not understand why these players were in such a hurry to go downstairs after leaving the advanced combat rooms. Commander, it seems that more and more people have found out about the secret of the advanced combat room. Should we continue queuing up for the rooms, or should we head to the Divine Colosseum instead? Graceful Moon frowned when she saw another batch of experts coming up to the 7th floor. She and Remnant Cloud had intended to keep the functionalities of the advanced combat rooms to themselves and monopolize the rooms for as long as possible. After all, only 9 advanced combat rooms were available. If other players found out about the wonders of the rooms, the advanced combat rooms would definitely be heavily contested. The spars held inside the advanced combat rooms had inspired her greatly, so much so that it was much more effective to train inside the advanced combat rooms than spar against an opponent of equal or superior standards. After just 9 training sessions, she had already managed to improve the completion rate of one of her Tier 1 skills by 3%. Although 3% did not seem like much, since the completion rate of this skill had increased from 82% to 85%, both the might and effect of the skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Moreover, by fighting against the illusory creature, she had managed to get a grasp on when would be a good time to use her skills. The advanced combat room was so beneficial that she and Remnant Cloud had even delayed their plans to train at the Divine Coliseum in preparation for tomorrow's ranking competition. Not many people have discovered it yet, so the wait should not be that long. Let's continue queuing up for now. We'll return to the Black Dragon Empire only after the queue gets too long, Remnant Cloud said after giving the matter some thought. Previously, he had planned on heading to the Divine Coliseum to train after testing the advanced combat room once. However, just one try had gotten him addicted. Compared to the Divine Coliseum's trial tower, the advanced combat room could provide him with much greater aid, especially when it came to the improvement of skill completion rates. Meanwhile, details regarding the advanced combat rooms quickly spread, causing a huge commotion on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Amazing advanced combat rooms appear in Stone Forest Town. Shortly after this post appeared, it was already upvoted to the top 10 positions on the forums. This allowed everyone to find out about the advanced combat rooms. Is this a scam? Is the advanced combat room really that miraculous? Why would I need to lie to you? Right now, the advanced combat rooms are already in great demand. Just the number of players currently queued up for the rooms is already close to 300. Many people are regretting the fact that they did not rent a room for themselves before, when nobody was using them. I heard that due to the high demand, the Battle Arena amended the regulations for the advanced combat rooms. Now, non-members get only 1 entry per day, while basic members get 4 entries. Only advanced members have no limit. Moreover, the rental price has also increased from the previous 2 magic crystals to 4 now. Zero Wing is so fraudulent. They actually dare to charge 4 magic crystals. This is insane. Who would be willing to rent something so expensive? Expensive? You can't rent one right now even if you want to. Moreover, it is precisely because of this price hike that there are currently only around 300 people lined up. If Zero Wing kept the previous price, you might not get a room even after waiting 10 days. Forget 4 magic crystals. If I can get into a room right away, I'm even willing to pay 10 magic crystals. For a time, everyone was filled with anticipation towards the advanced combat rooms of Stone Forest Town. This was especially true for expert players. Previously, the only attraction for them in the battle arena was the monthly tournament held there. At most, they would use the normal combat rooms to spar with friends. They had no particular need for the battle arena. However, with the appearance of the advanced combat rooms, these experts became entranced with the battle arena. Meanwhile, inside Evernight City, Shi Feng had arrived before the city hall. The city hall of a dark city was much stricter than White River City's city hall. Moreover, just standing before the building itself, Shi Feng could already feel a dense power of darkness coming from it. He could even see the power of darkness in the form of dark fog encircling the building. Even dark players would feel uncomfortable when subjected to such a dense power of darkness. However, to Shi Feng, who wielded the Bible of Darkness, this power of darkness was practically non-existent. As a result, he arrived inside the courtyard of the city hall with relative ease. However, the farther he got into the city hall, the denser the power of darkness present in the atmosphere. The pressure he felt grew increasingly heavier as well. This is a restricted area of the city. Non-related personnel are forbidden entry. As soon as Shi Feng arrived before the city hall's main entrance, for level 200, Tier 3 Dark Knights blocked his path, exuding a threatening aura. If Shi Feng made any sudden movements, they would promptly take action. They were much crueler when compared to the guards in ordinary NPC cities. "I have come to meet with Lord Migrants," Shi Feng said as he revealed the advanced garrison order. An advanced garrison order? The 4 Dark Knights were momentarily stunned when they looked at the crystal token in Shi Feng's hand. Their attitude instantly became much more respectful as one of them said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll notify the Lord Magistrate immediately." The advanced garrison order was like the proof of one's status. Wielders of this token were equivalent to the major nobles of Evernight City. Let alone guards like themselves, even the magistrate of Evernight City had to treat the owners of advanced garrison orders with respect. Very quickly, the Dark Knight that went to report Shi Feng's arrival returned. The NPC then stopped before Shi Feng and said respectfully, "The Lord Magistrate has already been notified of your presence. Please follow me." After saying so, the Dark Knight led Shi Feng into the city hall. "Crap. Who's that? He's actually able to enter the city hall. That's not possible, right? I heard that one needs to reach at least Baron rank in order to enter the city hall. How can someone have reached that rank already? Could that person be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? I heard that Zero Wing has killed the Frost King and can directly garrison Evernight City." Black Flame? The rumor is actually true. If it's true, we're in luck this time. If we want to go to Stone Forest Town in the future, we can simply teleport there. Several players got goosebumps when they saw Shi Feng entering the city hall. Meanwhile, news of this situation also spread rapidly throughout Evernight City. Chapter 1404, Advanced Auction House Appears. Chapter 1404, Advanced Auction House Appears. After entering the city hall, the Dark Knight led Shi Feng to an office on the 5th floor. Even before Shi Feng entered the office, though, he could already feel an aura of death leaking out of the room and shuddered involuntarily at the aura's intensity. As the doors to the office opened, an aura several times stronger than even that of a Tier 4 mythic monster washed over him. For a moment, it felt as if the space around him froze. "Come in." A deep and chilling voice came from within the room. Upon entering the room, Shi Feng was immediately greeted by the sight of the deep voice's owner sitting behind an office table. The owner of the voice was a hunched middle-aged man with skin as pale as snow. The man wore a set of dark robes and held a stack of parchment in his hands. If not for the faint tinge of life in the aura the man exuded, one would even think that they had come across the god of death. Meanwhile, this man was none other than Migrants, Evernight City's magistrate. Migrants was the overlord of Evernight City. At the same time, he was also a Tier 5 Dark Magus, an existence that even Starmoon Kingdom feared. Migrants was the reason why the kingdom's army did not dare take action against Evernight City. Facing an NPC of such caliber, Shi Feng did not dare waste time playing around with words. He immediately took out the advanced garrison order and placed it on the table. "Lord Magistrate, I wish to have my guild garrison this city. I hope that you can permit it," Shi Feng said respectfully. "This is indeed my city's advanced garrison order. All right, I permit your guild to garrison Evernight City." Migrants nodded after glancing at the crystal token on the table. He then took out a piece of parchment and a map of Evernight City and said, "Write down your guild's name on this parchment. You may then pick one of the empty spots on the map to cite your guild's residence." After receiving the parchment and map, Shi Feng wrote the words "Zero Wing" on the parchment without hesitation. He then started browsing through the available locations for a guild residence. Is this the privilege of having an advanced garrison order? Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the available locations on the map. Evernight City was different from ordinary NPC cities. There was a huge difference between its normal, inner, and central areas. The privileges that a guild got to enjoy within the city was dependent on the location of its garrison. The members of a guild garrisoned in Evernight City's normal area were allowed entry into Evernight City even without doing the city's entry quest. Those of guilds that garrisoned the city's inner area were also qualified to take part in the Dark Auction, which was held once a week at the city's auction house. Usually, players would need to have a certain amount of local reputation and complete a series of quests in order to participate in the weekly Dark Auctions. Lastly, the central area was where all guilds within Star Moon Kingdom wished to garrison. As long as a guild managed to set up a residence in the central area, its guild members could exchange for weapons and equipment in Evernight City without having to become a red or dark player. The quality of the weapons and equipment its members could exchange for would depend on the guild's reputation within the city. The only downside to this was that, unlike the items exchanged by dark players, the items exchanged by guild members who were not red or dark players were bound to themselves. However, the number of spots available in the central area of Evernight City was extremely limited. In addition, as there was no fee for garrisoning Evernight City, the 10 available spots would be distributed via an elimination system. Guilds would be ranked according to the number of city contribution points they accumulated each month, and those qualified to garrison the central area could compete for the 10 spots each month. With the advanced garrison order, Zero Wing could directly garrison the central area. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial only managed to garrison the inner area. Lord Magistrate, I have already made my decision. After Shi Feng made his selection, he returned the parchment and map to Magrants. Excellent. From now on, Zero Wing will be one of the guilds garrisoned in Evernight City. You may go and take a look at your guild residence now, Magrants said, nodding after he took a look at the contents of the parchment. He then waved his hand, signaling permission for Shi Feng to leave. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. Evernight City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to garrison Evernight City's central area. Rewarding 1,000 Evernight City Guild reputation and 3,000 Evernight City Guild popularity. The system announcement repeated 3 times, notifying every player within Evernight City of its contents. Many large guilds reacted enviously to this situation. Setting aside the guild reputation awarded, just the guild popularity awarded was already enough to make the various large guilds go crazy. After all, the quality and quantity of guild quests a garrisoned guild could receive in Evernight City varied depending on the amount of popularity it had. This would also have a significant impact on the amount of contribution points the guild members accumulated. Crap, Zero Wing is amazing. I heard that, even until now, Heaven's Burial has only managed to get into the inner area, after going through many difficulties. With this, Zero Wing's members are going to have an awesome time. As long as they collect enough contribution points, they can exchange for weapons and equipment suitable for themselves at any time. I heard that the benefits a guild receives for garrisoning the central area aren't limited to just that. It seems that guild members also receive a 30% discount when using the teleportation arrays of Evernight City. If that's the case, then I must join Zero Wing. I can save money and exchange for suitable weapons and equipment without having to rely on dark players. For a while, practically every player in Evernight City was discussing Zero Wing. This situation also frustrated the various dark players and dark guilds of Evernight City, who lost their opportunity to make a fortune. Generally, normal players paid at least double the original price of an item when getting dark players to act as proxies for them. Now, however, normal players could just join Zero Wing and gather a sufficient amount of Evernight City contribution points to exchange for items themselves. With such an option available, only a fool would continue purchasing Evernight City's products from them. Back in Evernight City City Hall, Shi Feng spent 1,000 gold to establish a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Stone Forest Town. This matter immediately attracted the attention of many players. Guys, look, the teleportation array has 2 available destinations now. This is great. We can actually teleport directly to Stone Forest Town now. With this, I won't have to waste hours traveling to the town anymore. I previously did not bother visiting Stone Forest Town, due to the long distance. This is a good opportunity to visit it. I heard that Stone Forest Town opened a new kind of combat room. We can go there and give it a try now. In just a few short minutes, thousands of players had transferred to Stone Forest Town via teleportation array. Although it cost 80 copper to teleport to Stone Forest Town, it was much more convenient than traveling there from the nearest NPC town. As a result, many independent experts and adventurer teams began feeling that garrisoning Stone Forest Town was not a bad idea. After all, with Evernight City serving as a transfer point, they could save up on plenty of time. Meanwhile, the activation of the teleportation channel also caused the player population of Red Iron Town to decrease drastically. Black Flame, I'll let you have your fun for now. However, you'll soon know that all your efforts are in vain, Singular Burial sneered as he read the report he just received. He then looked at Daybreak Fog on the screen before him and said, "You all can begin operations now." Guild leader, leave it to us. Daybreak Fog smiled, her eyes filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who was surveying Zero Wing's residence in Evernight City, got a sudden call from Melancholic Smile. Guild leader, the advanced auction house has been constructed. Should we open it to the public now? Melancholic Smile asked, her face tinged with excitement. Chapter 1405, Zero Wing Auction House. Hearing Melancholic Smile's report, Shifeng could not help but grow joyful. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Could send a few advanced NPCs from the battle arena to manage the auction house's affairs right away. Afterwards, announce to the public that we are only collecting a 1% processing fee. If one becomes a member of the Zero Wing Auction House, they can have the processing fee for the first 5 items they consign each day waived. Meanwhile, those wishing to become a member only need to pay a one-time fee of 10 magic crystals, Shifeng said. It's about time we kick Red Iron Town out of the competition. Guild leader, isn't this going a little too far? Melancholic Smile was somewhat astonished by Shifeng's declaration. The auction houses of NPC cities generally charged a minimum processing fee of 15%. Those in capital cities charged at least 20%. On the other hand, Red Iron Town's auction house charged a 10% processing fee. Although a 5% difference seemed small, that was far from being the case. For example, if one were to sell an item that was worth 1 gold, they would end up earning an additional 5 silver coins if they sold their items in Red Iron Town rather than an NPC city. Moreover, items that were put up for sale in auction houses were generally of high value. A 5% reduction in processing fees could allow the seller to save a large sum of money. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing's auction house were to collect only a 1% processing fee, it would be lucky to earn enough to maintain its operations. After all, there were only so many players in a town. Thus, there was a limit to the number of items that would be put up for sale each day. Besides which, the advanced auction house itself was a very large building requiring hundreds of NPCs to manage. Although they could oppress Red Iron Town by doing so, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to earn any money either. Don't worry about it. Just get it done, Shifeng said, chuckling, not bothering with explanations. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town's guild residence. In God's domain, the building that brought a guild town or city the most profits would always be the auction house. Even the income of a battle arena could not compete with that of an auction house. This was also the reason why the various major powers and many independent players believed that Heaven's Burial would one day surpass Zero Wing. After all, financial strength and resources were a guild's foundations. Without those, a guild would not be able to develop whatsoever. While collecting only a 1% processing fee might seem very little, and with Stone Forest Town's player population, Zero Wing would indeed be very fortunate to break even, it did not possess only Stone Forest Town. The guild still had a small city that was soon to be completed. Luring more players to Stone Forest Town would also help attract more players towards Zero Wing's new city. At that time, Zero Wing's overall income would naturally increase. Not to mention, as more guild towns started obtaining their own auction houses, their guilds would also lower the processing fees charged in order to be more competitive. What Shi Feng was doing was simply accelerating the inevitable. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, while he could afford to take such an action, the latter could not. It would definitely deal a fatal blow to Red Iron Town's auction house. Hence, making this move was equivalent to killing two birds with one stone. Understood. Melancholic smile could only reveal a bitter smile as she disconnected the call. If Heaven's Burial were to find out about this, the upper echelon of the guild would most likely faint from anger. Meanwhile, inside Red Iron Town's auction house, Daybreak Fog announced the new regulation of the Heaven's Burial auction house. The original 10% processing fee was lowered to just 5% now. This change immediately caused a commotion among the players inside the auction house. Heaven's Burial is so generous. They actually have the processing fee they're charging. It seems Heaven's Burial is trying to put pressure on Zero Wing. Ha! My timing is simply impeccable. With this, I get to save a few more silver coins. Isn't this processing fee a little too cheap? Even if I import items from cities other than Star Moon City, as long as I sell them at a sufficiently high price, I can still make quite a profit. Red Iron Town's rise is definitely unstoppable now. Many players inside the Heaven's Burial auction house were surprised at Heaven's Burial's crazy move. Meanwhile, news of the change also quickly entered the ears of the various powers of Star Moon Kingdom. Have the higher-ups of Heaven's Burial lost their minds? Are they not afraid of not making money by pulling such a stunt? It seems Zero Wing has truly angered Heaven's Burial this time. Although Heaven's Burial will lower their profits by doing so, the number of players visiting Red Iron Town will definitely reach scary heights in the future. The town's player population might even exceed Stone Forest Town's. With this, Stone Forest Town's position as the #1 town will no doubt get stolen very quickly. Ha! This will most likely put Zero Wing in a predicament. Heaven's Burial has actually played such a move right before the start of the candlelight auction. The number of players willing to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops will surely decrease significantly. Zero Wing must be fuming right about now. The various major powers within Star Moon Kingdom were greatly shocked by Heaven's Burial's crazy actions. However, they also felt joyous about this development. Currently, the players selling items at Red Iron Town mainly consisted of Star Moon City residents. Very few players from other NPC cities were willing to visit Red Iron Town just to utilize its auction house. The main reason for this situation was the expensive teleportation fees. With the processing fees charged by the Heaven's Burial auction house halved, the money saved could be used to cover the teleportation fees. This change would definitely attract large groups of players from other NPC cities. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Red Iron Town surpassed Stone Forest Town. Once the independent players and adventurer teams based in the various NPC cities of Star Moon Kingdom received this information, they started organizing their items, prepared to make a trip to Star Moon City. In less than half an hour since the announcement was made, Red Iron Town's player population increased by over 50,000. Now, the town's total population was only a little over 100,000 away from catching up with Stone Forest Town's. Big Sis Fog, the rare items the guild leader had us send over have arrived. Moreover, based on the reports we've received, many merchant players in Stone Forest Town have already begun leaving the town. By the looks of it, they are planning on going to Red Iron Town, a level 30+ female assassin reported. Put the items up for sale in batches. After this, I want to see if there are still people willing to purchase the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town, Daybreak Fog said, nodding. Although Heaven's Burial would not earn much by lowering the processing fees to such a level, being able to lure away the merchant players of Stone Forest Town was already more than enough, as doing so would decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity in turn. Meanwhile, in front of Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, the massive size of the building had attracted the attention of many players. What a huge building! It's practically as large as the battle arena. Could Zero Wing be planning on setting up another battle arena? That shouldn't be the case. Towns and cities are limited to only one battle arena each. Quick look. The magic barrier hiding the building is starting to disappear. Just as the passers-by were discussing the newly constructed building in Stone Forest Town, the gigantic barrier shrouding the entire advanced auction house began shattering. A moment later, a building that could rival Stone Forest Town's battle arena in grandeur appeared before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this majestic building, the words Zero Wing Auction House were carved in large letters. Chapter 1406, Dominating Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1406, Dominating Star Moon Kingdom. An auction house? What? Zero Wing built an auction house as well? Isn't the design for it supposedly very rare? What a big auction house. I recall that the Heaven's Burial auction house only has 3 floors. This one should have at least 5. Come on. Let's go in and take a look. Nice timing. I was originally planning on a trip to Red Iron Town to sell my items. Now I can save myself the effort. The passers-by were momentarily stupefied by the appearance of the advanced auction house. For a time, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. As for the guild spies stationed in Stone Forest Town, they were utterly dumbfounded when they saw the Zero Wing auction house. Ever since Heaven's Burial constructed an auction house, the various large guilds and superpowers had gone nuts searching for an auction house design of their own. Unfortunately, the design was simply too rare. Even now, there was no news of any super guild, or any guild for that matter, successfully constructing another auction house. Shortly after the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, the nearby players rushed into the building. As soon as everyone entered the auction house, they were stupefied. The reason for their reaction was the space inside the building being much larger than what they had seen from the outside. The size of the first-floor hall alone could already rival that of a sports arena. The various decorations adorning the hall also made them feel like they had just entered a palace. The Zero Wing auction house was much more luxurious than even the auction houses in most NPC cities and was only slightly inferior when compared to the auction house in Star Moon City. Moreover, the Zero Wing auction house had a total of 7 floors. The first floor was meant for consigning items, the second floor for purchasing items, the third floor for bartering, the fourth floor for NPC basic auctions, the fifth floor for NPC intermediate auctions, the sixth floor for NPC advanced auctions, and the seventh floor for large-scale private auctions. Isn't the Zero Wing auction house a little too amazing? There's actually a bartering function available as well. That's nothing. There are even NPC-hosted auctions here. The basic auctions are held once every 3 days, the intermediate auctions are weekly, and the advanced auctions are every 15 days. This is simply insane. I've been to the Heaven's Burial auction house before, and it is far inferior to the Zero Wing auction house. The requirements for participation in the NPC auctions are very stringent, though. Just the basic auction alone requires a minimum transaction amount of 150 gold at the Zero Wing auction house every week. Even expert players like ourselves would have difficulty meeting this requirement, let alone the 800 gold per 15 days and 5,000 gold per month requirements for the intermediate and advanced auctions. Zero Wing is simply too ruthless. I don't think that these requirements are high at all. Powerful adventurer teams should have no problem trading that much. If an entire adventurer team puts in the effort, it should be possible to sell 5,000 gold's worth of items within a month. These requirements are impossible only for individual players. In any case, it is pointless for individual players to participate in the advanced auction since they're too poor to afford anything there, to begin with. After entering the Zero Wing auction house, everyone could not help but discuss the establishment with gusto. To independent players, bartering was undoubtedly their preferred method of carrying out transactions. The same was true for players belonging to the various adventurer teams. Very quickly, news regarding the Zero Wing auction house spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing actually has such an amazing auction house? This is wonderful. I have a few items I wish to barter. With this, I won't have to worry about getting taken advantage of by the various large guilds. The Heaven's Burial auction house simply isn't on the same level as the Zero Wing auction house. Hopefully, the Zero Wing auction house's processing fees aren't too expensive. For the bartering function, I'm willing to pay as high as 15%. Posts about the Zero Wing auction house went viral on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums, completely overshadowing the news of the Heaven's Burial auction house lowering its processing fees. Or to put it in another way, nobody was talking about the Heaven's Burial auction house anymore. How is this possible? Daybreak Fog had a complicated expression as she read the latest report sent to her by her subordinates. At this moment, she was filled with shock, rage, and a little bit of helplessness. The Heaven's Burial auction house was Red Iron Town's foundation. Originally, they had been prepared to use the Heaven's Burial auction house to put pressure on Zero Wing. Now, however, the tables were turned. With the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, all their previous efforts had instantly gone to waste. Shortly after news of the Zero Wing auction house started spreading, Red Iron Town's player population quickly decreased by 20%. Moreover, this number was still climbing steadily. One could not help but admit that the bartering function was simply too attractive to the majority of players. Meanwhile, after the Zero Wing auction house's existence became public, Melancholic Smile followed Shifeng's request, releasing an announcement that the Zero Wing auction house would charge only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. In addition, players who became a member of the auction house would have the processing fee for their first 5 items sold each day waived. Soon after, this announcement triggered another uproar on the official forums. Has Zero Wing lost its mind? It's only charging such a small processing fee despite having such a great auction house? Is Zero Wing not afraid of making a loss? Such ruthlessness. Originally, I thought that Heaven's Burial was already plenty ruthless. Turns out, Zero Wing is even more ruthless. With this, the Heaven's Burial auction house is definitely a goner. Is Zero Wing planning on dominating Star Moon Kingdom's auction houses? At this moment, whether it was the independent players, adventurer teams, or large guilds, they all could not help but gasp when they saw Zero Wing's announcement. Now, not only did Stone Forest Town have a teleport channel with Evernight City, but it also boasted an auction house with a built-in bartering function. Moreover, the auction house was charging only a 1% processing fee on all transactions. To players who frequently sold their items at auction houses, the Zero Wing auction house was practically heaven. With such benefits available, players from the various NPC cities of Star Moon Kingdom would definitely surge to Stone Forest Town. At this rate, Zero Wing would truly dominate Star Moon Kingdom. Big Sis Fog, what should we do now? One of the players managing the Heaven's Burial auction house could not help but ask as she looked at Daybreak Fog. Shortly after Zero Wing's announcement, the number of players visiting the Heaven's Burial auction house had more than halved. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the establishment lost all its customers. Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog practically shouted every syllable at the top of her lungs when she saw Zero Wing's announcement. With this, not to mention relying on the Heaven's Burial auction house to sustain Red Iron Town's development, they would already be fortunate to get back their investment in the auction house. Aside from Heaven's Burial's upper echelon, the adventurer teams garrisoned in Red Iron Town were also filled with regret when they heard about the Zero Wing auction house. So long as they remained garrisoned in Red Iron Town, they would not be able to set foot into Stone Forest Town. Like many other adventurer teams, they possessed plenty of rare items. Meanwhile, it would be a colossal waste to simply convert these rare items into coins. However, they also did not normally have an opportunity to barter for other items unless they were prepared to get taken advantage of. Yet now, despite such a good opportunity having presented itself to them, they had crushed it with their own 2 hands. Meanwhile, Due to the appearance of the Zero Wing auction house, Stone Forest Town's player population had suddenly increased by over 50%. Currently, the streets were packed with players. Among them, the visiting merchant players inundated Melancholic Smile with offers stating their willingness to sign all sorts of unbalanced agreements. Right now, she was already having trouble keeping up with the incoming calls and messages, much less do anything else. Guild leader, I've just received the latest statistics. Currently, over 3,000 players have become a member of the Zero Wing auction house. Moreover, this number is still rising rapidly. The transactions made at the auction house have also far exceeded our initial expectations. Just the processing fees we've collected thus far have already exceeded 200 gold. A big smile appeared on Melancholic Smile's face as she read through the report. Despite the Zero Wing auction house opening for business just recently, the results were already so overwhelming. At this point, it was already safe to say that the Zero Wing auction house would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm and Battle Arena in future income generation. Guild leader, it's about time. Can we hold the auction now? Chapter 1407, Manatite Mine. Chapter 1407, Manatite Mine. Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's reminder, Shifeng nodded in agreement. He, too, felt that now was a good time to hold the auction for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Although the Zero Wing auction house was currently raking in money at a frightening pace, it would not be enough money to cover the various maintenance and construction costs of Zero Wing's future city. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild branch over at the Black Dragon Empire and Immortal Light over at the Apocalypse Empire both required considerable funds. As the era of mounts had already arrived, they needed to equip guild members with mounts as soon as possible to improve their leveling speeds. Fortunately, Zero Wing had a stable, allowing it to save plenty of money on mounts. Only, with Zero Wing's current funds, the number of mounts it could afford was like a drop in the ocean when compared to the number of members in the guild. Following which, Shifeng left the matter regarding the auction to Melancholic Smile to manage, while he returned to White River City to make preparations for claiming the Manatite Mine in the Sea of Death. Currently, although Zero Wing was capable of earning a lot of coins, its supply of magic crystals was grossly inadequate. Now, Shifeng also needed to supply magic crystals to the Ring of Gospel, in addition to the 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town. The number of magic crystals that the battle arena was currently raking in was just not enough to sustain such enormous expenditures. Not to mention, once Zero Wing City was completed, the guild's magic crystal consumption would definitely become even more frightening. In God's domain, the various large guilds all wished to construct as many cities as possible. After all, a city represented the generation of a massive amount of wealth, both coins and credits. However, constructing a guild city was easier said than done. To put it simply, while constructing a city was easy, maintaining it was quite difficult. The reason for this was a guild city's consumption of extraordinarily frightening quantities of magic crystals. Hence, in Shifeng's previous life, even first-rate guilds could construct only a very limited number of cities. Only the various superpowers that had occupied or veins capable of producing magic crystals could easily maintain multiple guild cities. Ordinary large guilds would already be fortunate to be able to maintain a small city. Now that Zero Wing City was nearing completion, Shifeng naturally had to make some preparations ahead of time. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. When Shifeng arrived before the Candlelight Trading Firm's entrance, he noticed that the situation at the trading firm had changed quite remarkably. Currently, there was a long line of lifestyle players queued up outside the trading firm, many of whom had reached intermediate or advanced rank. Meanwhile, of the various lifestyle classes present, alchemists numbered the most. The Candlelight Trading Firm's test is simply too terrifying. Even an intermediate alchemist was disqualified. A level 10 player lining up to apply for Candlelight's test exclaimed in surprise when he saw an intermediate alchemist walking out of the trading firm wearing a disappointed expression. Although intermediate alchemists were not as popular as advanced alchemists among the various large guilds, if they wished to join a guild, the various large guilds would still welcome them with open arms. After all, nurturing an intermediate alchemist was neither easy nor cheap. Nevertheless, the candlelight trading firm had actually rejected an intermediate alchemist without hesitation. Based on your level, you must have just recently entered White River City, right? A level 28 basic alchemist standing behind the level 10 newcomer said. Chuckling, he continued, there is nothing surprising about an intermediate alchemist getting disqualified. Previously, there were even advanced alchemists that got disqualified. This can't be true, right? Those are advanced alchemists we are talking about. The level 10 newcomer revealed a dubious expression when he heard the basic alchemist's words. You better believe it. Ever since the candlelight trading firm revealed the new benefits it is offering to alchemists, it has become a sacred land for alchemist players. For your info, if you manage to become the 10th most skilled alchemist in candlelight, you will get to use secret silver ranked alchemy tools. These are tools that very few guilds in Starmoon Kingdom possess. Moreover, this is the benefit provided to just the 10th ranking alchemist. If you manage to reach 4th place, you will get to use an entire set of secret silver alchemy tools. Meanwhile, the first ranking alchemist gets to use an entire set of dark gold alchemy tools. Due to these benefits, alchemists from all over Starmoon Kingdom as well as from several neighboring kingdoms have come to join Candlelight. As a result, Candlelight's criteria for alchemists have also increased significantly. You should feel fortunate that you are not an alchemist. Otherwise, as an apprentice, I'm afraid you won't even get through the first test. When the level 28 basic alchemist spoke about the candlelight trading firm, his eyes were filled with yearning. Inwardly, however, he also felt a sense of helplessness. While the alchemists of the candlelight trading firm received excellent benefits, the requirements to join Candlelight were proportionately difficult. It seems that those alchemy tools are working quite well as promotional tools. Shi Feng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversation between the two lifestyle players. I should find an opportunity to obtain high-ranking forging tools and engineering tools as well. While the importance of lifestyle players had grown during recent times, it had not reached a point where lifestyle players were indispensable in the game. However, once mainstream players reached level 50, the need for lifestyle players would thoroughly reveal itself. At that time, the guilds that controlled the most top-tier lifestyle players would be able to dominate the trade market of God's domain. Following which, Shi Feng entered the candlelight trading firm and went straight to his personal special forging room. He then took out the Titan device design from his bag and started examining it. The manatite mine located on the island in the Sea of Death was very special. Originally, Shi Feng planned on capturing it only after Zero Wing's entire main force had obtained their Tier 2 classes. However, there was no need to do so now. The manatite mine was located on an island called Karna Island, which had powerful monsters and an unusual environment. Not only was the island covered in the corrosive power of shadows, but the mana density was also abysmally low. Due to this reason, initially, no guild had attempted to capture Karna Island in the past. Nobody could have imagined that such a low mana density environment actually housed a manatite mine, something the various large guilds had dreamed of obtaining. An environment with extremely low mana density would have a drastic impact on players' combat powers. On Karna Island, players would be fortunate to be able to exert even 20% or 30% of their combat powers. The monsters on Karna Island were already terrifyingly strong, to begin with. With the low mana density environment factored in, even a team of Tier 2 experts would have minimal odds of capturing the island, much less a team of Tier 1 experts. However, the Titan device could be used to counter the problem of low mana density, making it possible for Tier 1 experts to capture the island. An advanced forging design really is complex. No wonder even master forgers did not dare to casually attempt to produce the items recorded on one. Shi Feng could not help but take a deep breath after examining the contents of the design. Originally, the success rate of producing an item recorded on an advanced forging design was already very low. Meanwhile, the complexity of the Titan device's production method was above average even among advanced forging designs, which would depress the production success rate further. Based on Shi Feng's initial estimates, if he tried producing the Titan device as an advanced forger, his success rate would be only around 10%. He would be lucky to succeed once out of 20 tries. Fortunately, he had upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank, so he could temporarily promote himself into a master forger. Following which, Shi Feng used God's blessing and sacrificed 500 life force to extend God's blessing's duration from 1 hour to 2 hours. After activating God's blessing, Shi Feng did not waste time, taking out the book of forging and the necessary materials, which he had tasked others with preparing for him beforehand. He then began carefully forging the Titan device. Meanwhile, the auction over at Stone Forest Town had officially commenced. Chapter 1408, Horrific Auction. Inside the 7th floor auction hall of the Zero Wing Auction House. Previously, everyone had thought that very few people would attend the auction this time since only Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops were up for sale. Yet now, the hall, which could accommodate up to 30,000 people, was actually at capacity. Moreover, this was despite Zero Wing having limited entry into the auction to only members of the Zero Wing Auction House and those that carried more than 2 gold on their persons. Usually, only expert players would have such a large sum in their pockets. Commander, look, there are so many adventurer teams participating in the auction this time, not only from the Black Dragon Empire but also from other kingdoms. Graceful Moon was slightly shocked when she looked at the familiar figures around her. She had never thought that the Zero Wing auction would hold such a huge influence. However, after further consideration, she found it reasonable. After all, the current Stone Forest town was simply too excellent. The town had a battle arena with advanced combat rooms, which allowed experts of her caliber to improve rapidly, as well as a high-class auction house, which had a system-operated bartering function. After finding out about these facilities, adventurer teams would be crazy not to want to develop here. Let them be. I've already had Flying Fox prepare quite a lot of funds. We don't need to fear being outbidden by them, Remnant Cloud said, chuckling as he glanced at several well-known adventurer teams he was familiar with. These adventurer teams all ranked within the top 50 in the Black Dragon Empire. His original plan was to compete for the adventurer houses that were going up for auction at the Candlelight Trading Firm in a few days' time. However, after taking into account the current state of Stone Forest Town, he concluded that Firecloud Fox's financial strength was no match for that of top adventurer teams. Not to mention, Zero Wing was planning to sell only 5 adventurer houses. Hence, he had decided to settle for buying 2 or 3 private houses in Stone Forest Town instead, enough to accommodate their adventurer team's main forces. Meanwhile, in order to surely obtain those private houses, he had mobilized the entirety of Firecloud Fox's forces and raised a total of 5,000 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a relatively large private house in the Black Dragon Empire's capital. Just as everyone in the auction hall was discussing the Zero Wing auction, Melancholic Smile came out from behind the main stage and announced the start of the auction. Since only the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town were being sold this time, Melancholic Smile did not bother with providing much of an introduction. Instead, she directly displayed the locations of the private houses and stated that the minimum price was 800 gold. She then allowed everyone to start bidding. 850 gold. 900 gold. 1,000 gold. In the blink of an eye, the price of the first private house shot up to 1,200 gold, stupefying the various independent players present. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams that had only several dozen members fell into despair. At this price, one could already purchase a relatively good private house in an ordinary NPC city, yet this amount of money still wasn't enough for a private house in a player town. 1,600 gold. Remnant Cloud shouted, gritting his teeth. However, as soon as Remnant Cloud made his bid, a level 45 female elementalist clad in aquamarine mage robes, who sat a short distance away from him, shouted, 2,400 gold. The FFF adventurer team will be taking this house. The female elementalist's bid immediately attracted everyone's attention, the people inside the hall turning to look at her one after another. What? Even a top adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire has come to join the competition. Isn't she Luofei, FFF's vice commander? The female elementalist's declaration immediately dispelled many adventurer teams' notions of competing against her. An adventurer team capable of rising to the status of a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire naturally possessed extraordinary strength and wealth. Most likely, even third-rate guilds were no rival for the Empire's top adventurer teams. In terms of financial strength, a top adventurer team of the Empire could even compete with an ordinary second-rate guild. Not to mention, FFF was one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 5 adventurer teams. It was simply impossible for ordinary guilds and well-known adventurer teams to vie with an existence like that. 2,600 gold. At this time, a handsome man wearing silver armor raised the price once more. This first house belongs to the Lonely Drinkers adventurer team. When everyone heard the adventurer team mentioned by this man, they received another shock. Lonely Drinkers was a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. Although its influence was not comparable to the FFF adventurer teams, in terms of strength, it was not far from rivaling FFF. 3,000 gold. Luofei frowned as she placed a higher bid. 3,200 gold. The handsome man did not give up either. For a time, the auction became a competition between these two top adventurer teams, leaving no room for the other adventurer teams present to intervene. In the end, the first private house went to Luofei for 4,500 gold. Among the private houses on sale this time, it was the closest to both the Zero Wing Auction House and the Adventurers Association. However, this outcome still made the players present gasp involuntarily. Nobody had thought that two top adventurer teams from two different empires would actually come to contest for Stone Forest Town's private houses. If they were to relate this incident to others, most likely nobody would believe them. Now that even the top adventurer teams of empires are coming to compete for Stone Forest Town's private houses, the adventurer teams that previously garrisoned Red Iron Town are most likely dying with regret right now. These top adventurer teams are simply too rich. If I had that kind of money, I would definitely use it to purchase a shop in a major NPC city instead. What do you know? In the future, Stone Forest Town will become even more amazing than major NPC cities. There is no loss in buying the town's private houses now. In the future, the houses will most likely go for even higher prices. No one had ever thought that the private houses of Stone Forest Town would be so popular. The guild members of the various large guilds present were stupefied by this scene. In such a way, a total of 20 private houses were sold in the Zero Wing auction, with the most expensive for 4,500 gold and the cheapest for 1,500 gold. Throughout the auction, many more top adventurer teams and well-known adventurer teams had revealed themselves, driving home to everyone present just how frightening Stone Forest Town actually was. Meanwhile, the shops were even more hotly contested. Of the 10 shops sold, even the cheapest one had gone for 3,500 gold, while the most expensive one, which was located between the Zero Wing Auction House and the Battle Arena, had gone for 9,000 gold. Meanwhile, the majority of the merchant players competing for these shops possessed either the support of a large guild or a top adventurer team. Ordinary merchant players had no chance of getting a shop for themselves at all. When the auction concluded, Zero Wing had earned a total of 113,000 gold. Now, Zero Wing possessed enough funds to cover not only the follow-up construction costs of its city but also the establishment of a guild town by Zero Wing's branch guild over at the Black Dragon Empire. After the auction ended, word about what happened during the auction also spread like wildfire. Upon receiving this news, the various adventurer teams and merchant players that were still undecided were rendered utterly speechless. They also regretted the fact that they did not try to compete for the private houses and shops. Meanwhile, throughout all this, Shi Feng had been fully focused on forging the Titan device in White River City's candlelight trading firm. After actually attempting to make the Titan device, he had to admit that the difficulty of doing so was exceedingly high. Despite him having been promoted to a master forger, his success rate was only around 25%, though he was fortunate to succeed 2 out of 10 tries during the actual production. Meanwhile, the cost of each attempt was roughly 2 gold. Overall, each Titan device cost 12 gold to produce. Without sufficient funds, even a large guild would not dare to spend so much. After all, the Titan device simply improved the combat state of a player. It did nothing for a player's basic attributes. While Shi Feng was forging a Titan device, the system notified him of an incoming call. When he turned his head to glance at the caller ID, he could not help but be stunned to discover that the person calling him was actually the vice commander of the Midnight Tea Party, Endless Scars. Chapter 1409, Promotion to Master. Chapter 1409, Promotion to Master. Why is she calling me all of a sudden? Shi Feng was somewhat confused as he looked at Endless Scars' ID. Endless Scars had been a legendary existence in the past. In addition, Midnight Tea Party, the adventurer team she was currently in, had been in existence that even super guilds feared. However, neither Endless Scars nor the Midnight Tea Party had shown any interest in guilds. Hence, Shi Feng didn't bother keeping in touch with Endless Scars and the Midnight Tea Party. He never imagined that Endless Scars would take the initiative to contact him now. However, Shi Feng did not put too much thought into the matter. He immediately put down his work and accepted the call. Guild Leader Black Flame, congratulations. I heard that even the various superpowers are feeling envious over the current Stone Forest town, Endless Scars said sincerely, a faint smile on her face. That's nothing to brag about. Vice Commander Endless is the one who's amazing. You've managed to obtain such a powerful weapon and equipment since I last saw you, Shi Feng said as he looked at the dark purple mage robes Endless Scars was wearing in the screen. Currently, although Shi Feng could not see Endless Scars' level, the mana surrounding her was actually visible to the naked eye, flickering in and out of existence, which was definitely not an effect that ordinary epic items could create. One could just imagine how powerful the weapon and equipment Endless Scars carried on her body were. To what do I owe this sudden call? It's nothing important, really. I just wish to invite Guild Leader Black Flame to join me on a quest, Endless Scars said, giggling. As long as you help me complete this quest, I am willing to compensate you with a secret technique tablet. Even if we fail to complete the quest, I'll still compensate you with 5,000 magic crystals. A secret technique tablet? Shi Feng was shocked. Secret technique tablets were extremely rare items that the various superpowers in God's domain desperately competed for, as these allowed players to grasp all sorts of powerful combat techniques. Under normal circumstances, nobody would trade away their secret technique tablet. Shi Feng found it very hard to imagine that Endless Scars would be willing to use such a rare item as remuneration. Even a bronze secret technique tablet was still quite shocking. If she used it to employ the help of a super guild's peak experts, said super guild would no doubt agree to the request without hesitation. That's right. However, unless you agree to help me, I cannot tell you the exact information of the secret technique tablet. Smiling, Endless Scars prompted, how about it? Are you willing to help me with this small problem, Guild Leader Black Flame? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng asked, right now? No. When Shi Feng did not agree to her offer right away, Endless Scars could not help but grow confused. Most likely, even super guilds would immediately agree to her request if they were offered a secret technique tablet, yet he was actually hesitating. A lot more preparations need to be done before we embark on the quest. It won't be possible to do so within a short period of time. Alright then. Shi Feng currently had many tasks he still needed to deal with. In addition, there was the ranking competition tomorrow over at the Black Dragon Empire. Gentle Snow had already requested his presence at the event. If he went to help out with Endless Scars' quest now, he was almost guaranteed not to make it back in time for the competition. After all, a quest that forced someone like Endless Scars to ask for help, in addition to using a secret technique tablet as payment, would surely not be a simple one. It would no doubt be impossible to complete quickly. But we have an agreement, and I'll contact you once my side is ready. At Shifeng's reply, a hint of joy appeared in Endless Scars' eyes, her lips curling up slightly. Oh, right, as a bonus, I'll let you in on something. The ranking competition being held in the Black Dragon Empire this time is slightly different. I've heard that the top 3 guilds will receive an invitation to the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters to take part in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction. The Secret Pavilion's internal auction? Shifeng could not help but grow a little excited upon hearing this. As a transcendental existence in the virtual gaming world, the Secret Pavilion possessed countless rare in-game items. However, this was still only the tip of the iceberg. What was truly amazing about the Secret Pavilion was its ability to procure items in the real world that were of great help to a guild's development, such as training slots, data of expert players that could be used in a simulation system, S-rank nutrient fluids, harmony tea, virtual gaming cabins, and other products. Even first-rate guilds would have a very difficult time procuring these things in large quantities, what more other large guilds. However, the Secret Pavilion only sold these items in its internal auction. Moreover, the auction was not held in the virtual world of God's domain, but in the Secret Pavilion's main headquarters in the real world. In the past, those qualified to participate in the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were first-rate guilds at the very minimum. Guilds of lower status had had no chance of participating in the event whatsoever. Of course, in order to obtain these items, the various large guilds would also have to pay a significant price. The currency used during these internal auctions was not credits but top-tier weapons and equipment as well as precious in-game items that were generally not sold to the public, either that or magic crystals at the bare minimum. Even coins were not accepted. The internal auction was equivalent to using real-world resources to exchange for resources in God's domain. To Zero Wing, this was indeed an excellent opportunity. S-rank nutrient fluids and virtual gaming cabins were generally not things that could be purchased even if one had the money to do so. Yet, these items were paramount to a guild's development. Even if one was reluctant to part with their resources in God's domain, they would still be willing to part with a considerable portion if it meant obtaining these items. To Shifeng, however, this was wonderful news. Currently, he had plenty of resources in God's domain, such as the advanced mana armor kits, magic devices, and various exotic potions, and now the Titan devices. He also possessed advanced speedboats, which were important to the various superpowers at this stage of the game. If push came to shove, he could even use the miniature ballistas, soul water, and soul crystals, items that a superpower like the Secret Pavilion would definitely want to trade. Not to mention, he could also produce all of these items without limit so long as he had the materials. He was more than willing to convert these items into real-world resources. I heard that the Secret Pavilion has put in quite a lot of effort into its internal auction this time. Participation in it offers plenty of benefits for an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. It's best if you make some preparations for the auction. Endless Scars gave a reminder before disconnecting the call. There is indeed a need to make some preparations. Shifeng nodded in agreement. The items sold at the Secret Pavilion's internal auction were not cheap. Based on what he had heard, a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could go for 3 to 4 million credits worth of rare items, which really wasn't a price that ordinary guilds could afford. If he did not stockpile some resources ahead of time, he might end up being a spectator at the auction. After his call with Endless Scars ended, Shifeng resumed forging Titan devices. In order to increase his success rate, he had even taken out his precious magical gold as well as 100+ magisteel ingots, which the guild had collected, raising his success rate to roughly 35%. As Shifeng continued forging Titan devices, he became increasingly proficient at it. Moreover, when he recalled the scene where Celiora remolded and repaired 1,000 transformations, particularly how she utilized magic arrays to condense materials together, he could not help trying to condense materials using magic arrays himself, especially since he had the 7 Luminaries ring to increase the ambient mana density. After all, as long as he learned to condense materials using magic arrays, not only would his production speed increase, but his success rate would also increase significantly. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. After experiencing numerous failures, Shi Feng started recalling and experimenting with the various magic arrays he had produced before. Suddenly, the celestial magic array came to mind. Out of curiosity, he tried using a foundational celestial magic array to condense the materials. As the materials took shape, the amount of mana gathered in the magic array became increasingly terrifying. 5 minutes later, a Titan device appeared before his eyes. However, unlike the previous Titan devices he made, the color of this Titan device was silver instead of a dull gray. Did it succeed? Shi Feng carefully inspected the Titan device's attribute panel. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have created a new advanced item. System, congratulations. You have been promoted into a master forger. Chapter 1410, All-Round Device. Chapter 1410, All-Round Device. I got promoted into a master? Shi Feng could not help his confusion as he looked at the system notification. He had long since maxed out his forging proficiency. However, he had not created any new items since becoming an advanced forger, so he had remained stuck at the rank all this time. It never occurred to him that creating a new advanced item would directly promote him into a master forger. With this, he would save a lot of time. Now that Shi Feng had truly been promoted into a master forger, he could retrieve the master forger's insignia and further improve his production success rate. He could also start learning foundational forging skills, which were reserved for master forgers. These foundational forging skills were of great help to master forgers in creating new items. For example, there was material analysis, which allowed master forgers to analyze material to get a better idea of what materials would complement it. Aside from that, there was also attribute analysis, which allowed master forgers to produce weapons and equipment tailored to a particular player, allowing the said player to exert more of their actual strength. Due to the existence of these skills, master forgers enjoyed a much higher status than advanced forgers. There's no reward notification for becoming a master forger? Could someone else have become a master forger already? Shi Feng felt slightly surprised as he took a look at the system notification once more. Reaching the master rank was not easy for lifestyle players, especially in the top 3 most popular lifestyle classes. A lot of effort was needed to do so. Even Cream Cocoa and the others, people supplied with all sorts of precious resources, had yet to become master forgers. Meanwhile, he had only managed to become a master forger so quickly due to his luck. He never imagined that there would actually be someone who had become a master forger even sooner than he did. However, Shi Feng did not dwell on the matter. There were plenty of talents in God's domain. There was nothing strange about someone becoming a master forger ahead of him. After his joy from becoming a master forger faded, Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the silver device sitting atop his workbench. Before, due to his excitement, he had completely neglected to inspect his creation. What amazing attributes! Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the attribute panel displayed before him. Not only did the silver device increase the user's surrounding mana density by an additional 20% when compared to the Titan device, but it also amplified basic attributes. Although it only increased the user's basic attributes by 5%, this was still a rare bonus. After all, the Titan device was originally a tool specifically meant to counter low mana density environments. Now that it also increased all of its users' basic attributes by 5%, using it was equivalent to equipping an additional advanced mana armor kit. System, please give the advanced item a name. You may also leave your personal mark on this item. Since it increases both attributes and the environmental mana, let's call it the all-round device. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng wrote down the new name for his creation. With this, he could make as many copies of the forging design as he wished. However, he would allow only those who had become master forgers to attempt forging the all-round device. After all, the difficulty of forging his creation was slightly higher than that of the Titan device. It would be a miracle if an advanced forger could attain even a 10% success rate. After becoming a master forger, Shifeng did not immediately continue forging all-round devices. Instead, he made a trip to the Forging Association to collect his master forger's insignia. While he was at it, he also spent 20 gold to learn material analysis and attribute analysis. Master forger's insignia, dark gold rank item. Increases production speed by 20% and production success rate by 3%. User restriction, Yifeng. Cannot be dropped. With the Master Forger's insignia, not only did he take less time to forge the all-round device, but his forging success rate also increased considerably. In addition, due to him being the creator, he also received a slight bonus to his production success rate. Now, even without the support from materials like the magical gold, he still achieved a 40% success rate. On average, he could produce 2 all-round devices out of 5 attempts. With this, the cost of the all-round device was directly halved to only 6 gold. Moreover, the EXP awarded for successfully forging an all-round device was much higher than that for the Titan device. Each success awarded EXP equivalent to a chieftain of the same level. Meanwhile, Shifeng took roughly 15 minutes to successfully produce 1 all-round device, essentially spending 15 minutes to kill a chieftain of the same level. Although the efficiency was slightly poor, he could keep producing the all-round device as long as he had sufficient materials. This would be equivalent to him continuously killing chieftains of the same level, something rarely possible out in the fields. Overall, Shifeng's experience bar skyrocketed. Following which, Shifeng forged 1 all-round device after another, passing more than half a day unawares. Meanwhile, he also reached 76% of level 57. As long as he continued forging the all-round device for another day, he would reach level 58. In the eyes of other players, this would definitely be an astonishingly fast leveling speed. Just as Shifeng was about to start forging another all-round device, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, the ranking competition is about to start soon. Why aren't you here yet? Don't tell me you've forgotten about it? Gentle Snow asked, a frown on her face. It's starting already? Shifeng automatically checked the time and discovered that he had actually unknowingly spent close to an entire day cooped up inside his special forging room. All right, I'll head over immediately. His harvest today was considerably good. Due to his increasing proficiency with the forging process, he managed to forge a total of 131 all-round devices and over 100 Titan devices. Not only did he have enough for his trip to Karna Island, but he also had some leftovers he could sell or use as a guild benefit. Although the Titan device only improved the mana density around its user, if it was used appropriately, such as in the exploration of low mana environments, its value would increase several-fold. In reality, there were quite a few low-mana environments in God's domain, many of them locations that guilds and adventurer teams wished to explore. Only, due to the environments severely affecting one's combat power, players were generally forced to give up on ranging through these areas. Take the Dragon's Graveyard, a well-known forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, for example. Due to a certain incident, many dragons had died in that location in the past. Now, it was a forbidden land for the living, a level 50 to level 100 super large-scale leveling map that had practically no mana present, such that players could not use Tier 1 skills and spells there. If players entered the map, their combat power would be reduced to less than 10%. As luck would have it, the bosses located at the inner and core areas of the Dragon's Graveyard had quite a significant chance of dropping the stable design and all sorts of advanced designs and recipes. However, this was still just the tip of the iceberg. If one managed to get the first kill on the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, they would be awarded their choice of weapon at Black Dragon City. Moreover, this weapon would be a fragmented legendary weapon. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had put in a lot of effort into searching for tools that could help raise one's ambient mana density. Only after gathering sufficient tools did they succeed in raiding the Dragon's Graveyard. Meanwhile, back then, the Titan device had been one of the best tools available for the purpose. In the past, a single Titan device had easily sold for 50 gold. One could just imagine how desperate the various large guilds were back then. Of course, compared to the value of a fragmented legendary weapon, this price was not worth mentioning whatsoever. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. As soon as Shifeng appeared inside Black Dragon City's teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a massive crowd of players. After he exited the teleportation hall, the players were still packed like sardines. Normally, one could see such a street scene only in small but popular places like Stone Forest Town. Even the imperial capitals of the four great empires were far from comparable to Black Dragon City right now. The streets teemed with not only level 40+ players but even the rarely seen expert players. Players riding mounts were also a dime a dozen at the moment. It was as if every expert player in the Black Dragon Empire had gathered at Black Dragon City. One could just imagine how lively the ranking competition this time was going to be. Following which, Shifeng summoned the evolved demonic flame tiger and made his way towards Black Dragon City's underground arena. Chapter 1411. Initial Appearance in Empire. Chapter 1411. Initial Appearance in Empire. Black Dragon City, Underground Arena. Currently, the street outside the arena was crowded with players. However, the players that could actually enter the facility numbered extremely few. Players who wished to enter the underground arena needed an invitation from the secret pavilion or to have passed the qualifiers for the official competition. Everyone else could only stand outside the arena. Of course, catering to the general public's interest, the secret pavilion would also live-stream the competition on the large screens outside the underground arena, allowing people on the streets to watch the matches. This was a privilege available only to players that had rented the entire underground arena. However, it cost around 15,000 gold to rent the underground arena of an imperial capital for an entire day. Most likely, only the secret pavilion was capable of carrying out such a feat. Other superpowers would balk at spending so much money just to host a competition. Aside from playing on the screens outside the underground arena, the live stream of the competition would also be uploaded to the official forums, allowing all players in the Black Dragon Empire to watch it as well. Hence, a player who achieved a good battle record in the competition could definitely become famous throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the members of guilds that received an invitation from the secret pavilion were currently entering the underground arena one after another. Quick look. Those players in that group seem to be from the first-rate guild Undefeated Dynasty. Their levels are so high. They're all actually above level 45. Those people seem to be Fantasy Shrines members. The equipment they're using is so good. Every one of them is actually geared with 1 or 2 pieces of epic equipment. The bystanders were stunned by the 5 first-rate guilds that were entering the underground arena. The weapons and equipment worn by the expert players they normally saw were already plenty amazing. However, now they were looking at the representatives of the 5 first-rate guilds whose levels and items surpassed those of expert players by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, each of the 5 first-rate guilds attending the competition this time had sent between 8 and 12 representatives. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these representatives wore was level 40 dark gold equipment. As for epic weapons and equipment, although not everybody was equipped with one, each first-rate guild boasted at least 7 or 8. Let alone the ordinary players on the street, even the second-rate guilds attending the competition were shocked at the robust foundations these first-rate guilds displayed. Snow, is the guild leader not here yet? Zhao Yueru asked as she walked out of the underground arena. Currently, she was dressed in a set of dazzling crimson robes and held a blue crystal staff in her hand. Meanwhile, the instant Zhao Yueru appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many players on the street. However, while part of the reason why so many players had their attention stolen by her was the contrast between her devilish body and angelic countenance, the greater reason was her personal fame. Just recently, Zhao Yueru had annihilated the expert team of Corpse Soul all by herself. Meanwhile, Corpse Soul was an infamous dark guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The top-tier experts of the Dark Guild were existences that gave the various large guilds headaches. Many second-rate guilds and even first-rate guilds had to treat the Dark Guild cautiously. Yet, due to one of Corpse Soul's experts provoking Zhao Yueru, the latter had annihilated the entire 20-man team said expert belonged to. Enraged by this situation, Corpse Soul had dispatched several of its top-tier experts to assassinate Zhao Yueru. However, not only did those top-tier experts fail to accomplish their mission, but a few of them had even fallen at her hands. After news of this matter spread, Zhao Yueru's nickname of Flame, which became famous across the entire Black Dragon Empire. "He should be here soon," Gentle Snow said as she looked at the time. Grinning, she said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you can't wait to show Yi Feng the results of your latest training?" The guild's core upper echelon knew that Yi Feng and Black Flame were the same person. Back when Gentle Snow found out, she had been stunned. She had never imagined that Yi Feng could create such a powerful guild, one capable of rivaling even veteran first-rate guilds, all by himself. Of course, I want to see what kind of reaction he'll make when he finds out that I've already reached the refinement realm." Zhao Yueru giggled. Ever since joining Zero Wing, she realized that there would always be someone better than herself. Previously, she had been one of Ouroboros's top-ranking top-tier experts. Yet, after entering Zero Wing, she had failed to rank even within the top 10 of the guild. However, now that she had become a refinement realm expert, she was confident of entering the top 10 of Zero Wing and instantly reaching the level of peak experts like Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose. While Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru were chatting, another team of players walked out of the entrance of the underground arena. These players all sported a Crimson Flame emblem, the symbol of the Crimson Castle Guild, one of the guilds that frequently clashed with Zero Wing's branch guild, which Gentle Snow managed. Although Crimson Castle was only a second-rate guild, 9 Dragons Emperors secretly supported it. Crimson Castle had also allied with a few other second-rate guilds, hence, the guild's strength was not one bit inferior to that of first-rate guilds. Guild Leader Snow, long time no see. I never thought that you would be interested in the ranking competition as well. It seems the competition this time is going to be interesting, Crimson Fox, the guild leader of Crimson Castle, said, smiling as he walked up to Gentle Snow. Aren't you here as well, Guild Leader Crimson? Gentle Snow said. She could not help but feel a little surprised as she looked at Crimson Fox and his entourage. Currently, Crimson Fox had already reached level 45, and the majority of his equipment were dark gold rank. As for the weapon he carried and the top he wore, Gentle Snow could not determine their quality due to their glow effects having been hidden. However, she could tell that they were either epic rank or epic growth type weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, similar to Crimson Fox, the other members of Crimson Castle were all level 45. The weapons and equipment they possessed nearly rivaled Crimson Fox's. Aside from these players, Gentle Snow had also spotted 2 cloaked players among Crimson Castle's team. Although she could not see the levels and equipment of these players, the pressure she picked up from them was much greater than even the pressure Crimson Fox exuded. Guild Leader Snow, neither of our guilds were able to achieve a clear victory in our previous war with each other. Are you interested in settling our dispute through the ranking competition this time? Crimson Fox said, a sly smile on his face. How do you want to compete? Gentle Snow asked. We'll compete using our guild rankings in the competition this time. Whoever places higher will be the winner. Meanwhile, whoever loses will give up on Hidden Fog Town. How about it? Crimson Fox suggested. As Crimson Fox had deliberately spoken in a very loud voice, everyone on the street heard his words. What's going on? Is Crimson Castle planning on competing with Zero Wing? As expected of large guilds, they're actually using a town as a wager. I wonder if Zero Wing will dare to accept the challenge. If Zero Wing is afraid of accepting even such a small challenge, what qualifications does it have to participate in the ranking competition? At this moment, everyone could not help but turn to look at Gentle Snow and Crimson Fox. In regard to this situation, Gentle Snow also hesitated to decide. Hidden Fog Town, a dark town located in the vicinity of Lake Heart City, had a mithril vein. Conquering Hidden Fog Town was equivalent to obtaining the mithril vein, which would greatly help in a guild's production of weapons and equipment. Only, due to Zero Wing and Crimson Castle's inconclusive war over this dark town, neither guild had managed to capture it thus far. While Gentle Snow was hesitating, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire street before the underground arena. Okay, Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. Immediately, every player on the street shifted their gaze to the source of the voice. In the next moment, a majestic monster with its paws covered in flames and lightning stalked into the crowd, radiating an indescribably heavy pressure. This monster was none other than the evolved demonic flame tiger. In terms of strength, it surpassed even a lord of the same level. Not to mention elite players, even expert players would have to run for their lives if they encountered the demonic flame tiger as an opponent. Meanwhile, upon seeing the demonic flame tiger, the players standing in its path moved to the side automatically, wearing dumbfounded expressions. What kind of mount is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Who is that person? That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.